I'm going to read today out of a book called The Finding of the Third Eye by an author named Vera Stanley Alder. And this is one of the first books that I ever read that, as I talked about yesterday, I sort of woke up to what was going on in the real world from reading Jim Morris Crossfire and then doing my own research and finding out about secret societies and the Bilderberg Group and other things like that. It sort of led me down this path. And then I sort of went on this sort of, spiritual quest where I was sort of trying to decode the underlying thing of life. And this is one of the first books that I read that really woke me up to the greater reality. And so I want to read this out of this book today. And I'm going to forgo the Alice Bailey intro here and just go to the introduction of the book by Vera Stanley Alder. Are human beings potential gods as they have been told? Or are they merely the least of worms? The world today is a seething mass of contradictions. Life does not become simpler with each new achievement, and the average man, kept busy with the urgent process of existing, has little time for thought. Now, what struck me as interesting about this book is it was first published in 1938. And how relevant it is in our time and age, I think, is very interesting. What has man been doing all these centuries? Why do disease, difficulties, and dangers appear to have increased the more civilization, quote-unquote, progresses? There comes a time in the lives of many people when they earnestly desire to find an answer to these questions. They would know why they are here, what it is all about, and if they can learn to master circumstances instead of continually being a prey to them. They begin to make an individual effort to find out for themselves if there is really any rhyme or reason, any justice in life, anything to hope for or to work for. When a man arrives at this stage in his life, it marks a very important crisis in his development. It is the moment at which he changes from a puppet into an individual and joins the honored company of the seekers. To his surprise, he finds that the number of these seekers is increasing rapidly, and that, in fact, they are beginning to make their impact felt upon social consciousness. He soon sees the significance of this. True socialism becomes possible when people recognize themselves as individual units of power, capability, and thought. Then there will inevitably follow a correspondingly important and congenial position in life for each one of them. There is an unfailing demand for either the competent worker or for those able to wield constructive influence, and all can fill one of these needs. There is no other way to individual happiness. The general apathy and ignorance which has existed for so long has reduced living conditions to a chaos in which there has been undernourishment in the midst of a plenty, barbaric wars and cruelties taking place under the wing of so-called religion, and a system of education which results neither in mental power, physical fitness, good looks, or happiness. Now, however, humanity is waking up in a wonderful manner to a recognition of its own failures. Everywhere there was a widespread effort and intensive seeking going on in manifold directions. This effort is to be found not only among the leaders and teachers of the people, but among the people themselves. The public interest in health, diet, physical culture, spiritualism, and hundreds of other cults and movements shows the beginnings of a powerful wave of progress which may sweep humanity upwards to the peak of a new renaissance of a kind the world has never known before. There are many today already caught in the throes of the birth of this coming renaissance. They are tormented by the desire to know more of the inner meaning of life and the hidden issues to which they are so swiftly moving. One after another, they take up the challenge of life's riddle and join the ever-growing band of seekers. It is significant that this seeking should press into the realms of religious, psychic, spiritualistic, and occult thought. In other words, the inner unseen world of causes. Man realizes that science, which has dealt so successfully with physical phenomena, has yet succeeded in giving humanity any measure of happiness or safety. So he is at least determined to try to find his happiness by getting in touch with causes instead of effects, by seeking for the laws of truths, if any, which may lie behind the reactions of living things, begins to sense the difference between knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge is the result of an accumulation of facts, and its tendency is, through specializing, to isolate subjects one from another. Wisdom is the deduction from these facts of useful laws, a process which can only take place by comparing the facts in one compartment with those in all the others, thus giving a vision of the whole. When a man becomes an individual seeker, his first effort is to discover what he can of facts connected with the fundamental truths of life. He wants proof. There are many people ready to admit to him in the world of inner research he is faced with a long and complicated pilgrimage. Wonderful promises are held out to him. He is assured of becoming a Superman, with health, happiness, and power hitherto undreamt of and hard for him to comprehend. He asks himself if all this can be true. If so, why is humanity still wallowing in such helplessness and bewilderment? He hesitates on the threshold of philosophy, spiritualism, Christian Science, or a dozen other cults and isms. His inexperienced eyes are unable to detect the true form from the false. And he is at the mercy of many people who seek to enlist him for their own pet cult, or who wish to make profit for themselves by trading upon his virgin curiosity and learning. If he has a tendency to emotionalism or a love of the sensational, he will be an easy prey. Now that's very interesting, isn't it? That sounds like the Patriot movement to me. Think about that. It's talking about how people who are seeking the truth may be enlisted by people for their own pet cult who wish to make profits by seizing upon their curiosity and their yearning. And if they have a tendency towards emotional things or sensationalism, they'll be an easy prey for these types of movements. Very interesting. How then is he going to escape the many pitfalls and manage to keep the true path to an understanding and mastery of life? These chapters have been written in an effort to provide the seeker with a simple guidebook for the pilgrimage to truth, a concise bird's-eye view of the new universe which he is about to explore. It endeavors to help him to place each new discovery into its relevant position so that he, while gathering his store of knowledge, may develop wisdom also, and learn those few essential secrets, through which he may attain the poise, power, and creativeness which will ultimately develop him into a Superman. The seekers who acquire and use this knowledge will be the builders of the new and promised golden age. In this book, an effort will be made to sort out, summarize, and compare the ancient knowledge with modern science. Most of the statements made are capable of worldwide and extensive cooperation by trustworthy authorities and can be verified by any reader who will care to give the time to it. He can satisfy himself by as many proofs as he has the patience and energy to seek and the intelligence to judge and sift. The quest for truth opens up an unimagined and wonderful new world to the seeker, so thrilling and so full of reward and interest that it is not within the power of human speech to portray it. Only the fringe of this absorbing search has been touched in these few pages. But even so, this book contains the recipe for turning an ordinary human being into a Superman, one who commands the means of success, happiness, or personal fulfillment always within himself and irrespective of all circumstances. Things as they are. This is chapter 1. Our first concern will be to take a survey of the present position with unprejudiced eyes. The unprejudiced eye is a much more difficult thing to cultivate than we imagine. In fact, to most of us, it has been an impossibility. For generations, indeed for centuries, we've been brought up in certain grooves of thought, certain traditions and habits, until our brains become wedged into a confined rut that we are unable to look at things from a new angle. When, however, after finishing our survey of the present position, we see around us that the result of thinking in these grooves and realize to what a state of unhappiness, chaos, and muddle this has brought us, we may, in sheer desperation, make the effort needed to jerk our brains out of their ruts and guard them against ever slipping back again. Truth can only be understood by one state of attention. Therefore, truth is not available to those in a slack condition of mind. They could not take it in. Truth is only to be found at the bottom of a well. It must be struggled for and sought after and come upon through earnest effort, through the stimulation brought about by suffering or striving, whereby the mind is prepared to recognize it. That is why truth appears to be hidden, veiled, and guarded. And I would agree with that, because you see people that are comfortable in their lives, you see people that are comfortable with their materialistic gains and they're comfortable in their job and their position and their status and their wealth, and they don't seek the truth. And when you try to present the truth to them, they don't care, they don't want it, because why should they? They have everything they think they need, and they don't see the folly of the world around them. So I would definitely agree with that. Let us then try to look at with new eyes at the struggling mass of inconsistencies which we are in the habit of calling civilization. Man has striven always for happiness, and he has sought to attain it mostly in one of three ways: comfort, entertainment, and religion. But he has sought these things only in their outward form. Comfort for the body has been the first aim, while a comfortable state of mind has been the last thing considered, until the lack of it has reduced the victim to despair. Cleanliness has also been studied afterwards. Has also been studied outwardly, but seldom in its inward form. We do not understand how to keep our minds wholly free from rubbish and poisoning material. Religion, likewise, has come to be mostly an external observance, while as for entertainment, it is poured in from outside, the mind being required to make no effort to obtain it. All the same, we are told that mind over matter constitutes our real power. Therein is one of the inconsistencies. Let us find some more. In some countries, the state supports a church which tells us thou shalt not kill, but is not averse to sending us out to war in order to slaughter our possibly blameless fellow man. For this, we are called heroes. Yet if we kill someone for a reason which seems good enough for us, we are no longer heroes, and we are hanged. Many of us are asked to believe in church teaching and the Bible, both of them containing a mass of contradictions which no one attempts to explain. For example, Christ asked his disciples to carry on the work as he had done, saying, "He that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also, and greater works than these shall he do." These words refer to healing, prophesying, and clairaudience, which, with the gift of tongues, power to be understood by all nationalities, the power to work miracles, to interpret dreams and symbols, and to have wisdom, were the 7 gifts of the Holy Ghost. Yet the state, which supports the church's teachings, may imprison one for prophesying, and the clergy who should be cultivating these gifts leaves them mostly in the hands of those whom they consider ignorant and superstitious. Calling ourselves civilized, we produce a race which cannot compare with many of the most savage tribes in health and physique. Look around at the members of an average crowd of today and compare them with the Greek ideal or the early Egyptian or Assyrian bodies. Through unbiased eyes, we shall see that we are mostly misshapen travesties of what a human being should be. We cannot deny the prevalence today of imperfect bodies, unlovely vacant faces, ugly clothes, and primitive conversation. Surely a modern crowd's appearance shrieks of the wrongness of our present mode of living. We know the hospitals are full, so are the asylums. Who dares to tell us how full? Consider also that we are at present in imminent danger of a world war which would let loose as much bestialness and cruelty as have ever existed in our history. But even without war, man is being murdered daily in various ways by the terrible robot which he has reared under the name of civilization. This robot is running amok, and it has mastered its creator for the first time and produced a clever system of keeping him in slavery. And so we'll talk more about this. We're reading out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder, one of the first books that ever really woke me up into looking into other things 10 years ago. And very interesting stuff here. More on the other side. This is the Thursday edition of the Global Reality, folks. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us. Thursday edition of the broadcast. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Thank you for being with us today for the show. What I'm reading today is this book called The Finding of the Third Eye. And, of course, this has been one of the first things that really started leading me down to the path. Subsequently found out that, of course, this sort of is leading towards the theosophy end of things. But now we have the discernment to know what is what. But again, it's the ideas that don't have any leaning towards good or bad. Now, when these things fall into the hands of evil people, of course, you're going to have evil results. But I thought it was important to sort of go back and read through this again in light of how far we are now, and considering, you know, I read this book almost 10 years ago, that it would be sort of interesting to go back through this and sort of revisit some of the things that initially woke me up. So I want to continue this right now. This robot is running amok. It has mastered its creator for the first time being and produced a clever system of keeping him in slavery. Much that is really enlightening in knowledge is gradually being eliminated from man's education, which is given to him in odd spoonfuls having no apparent relation to each other. Through no fault of his own, he is under an economic system which causes him to spend all of his days in the terror and anxiety of being without means of support. If he works at all, he must drudge the whole week through, while many of his comrades are refused employment, and he's obliged to pay for their support. There is overproduction and yet a difficulty in obtaining cheap food, even in some countries the danger of starvation. Honesty and purity are preached to him from one side, while pornography and sensationalism are showered upon him from the other. Every effort is made to soak him through and through with an interest in sex by means of cinemas, theaters, books, newspapers, and through the type of food most cheaply obtained. He is never told the plain truth, that a preoccupation with sex is one of the greatest deterrents to brain development. He is surrounded with mind-destroying noise, rush, and anxiety, until even the doctors are beginning to say that modern life will soon exterminate itself. As if this were not enough, he is furthermore at the mercy of the warlords, who can send him out to murder and mangle his fellow man, even if he has the kindest character. And escaping this last horror, he is daily slaughtered in his own streets by his brother roadhogs, while they in turn pay millions into the hospitals to put him together again. Life altogether seems to have been expressly planned to prevent him from creative thought. He has been, until quite recently, offered no problems to solve. His entertainment has been put before him in the form of pre-digested sensationalism and mental baby food. Weary and half-drugged by this intensive treatment, man has largely ceased to recognize the heritage of his wonderful mind. He no longer knows why he should think or what there is to think about. Here, then, is a pessimistic picture of life as it is today. Ought we to be satisfied with this state of affairs? Is this indeed the whole picture, or is there a brighter side to it? Let us not forget the claim that man is a marvelous creature. In spite of much that appears to the contrary, this claim seems to not to be entirely without foundation. On every hand, we find clues to strange and tremendous forces hidden within us. Forces that, when properly understood and developed, could certainly lead us to unimaginable power and achievement. We glimpse at these powers in such people as the imaginative genius, the child prodigy, the thought reader, the healer, and the clairvoyant. We hear of them on every side, and their existence is too well known to be disputed. There are many great men alive today whose achievements stand out in sharp contrast to the average. Is it that they are supermen, or that the rest of us are lagging far behind the point of development we should have reached? If we were to lay any of them upon the dissecting table, we should certainly find nothing about them that differs in any degree from the average person. Where then is the key to the wonderful power and omnipotence that apparently may be every man's birthright? There is nothing to prove that we could not all attain complete mastery over our lives and fortunes and reach ideal happiness were we given this key and had the will and the determination to use it. Had we this secret, instead of being as we are, slaves to life, to our possessions, to our environment, ill health, and bad luck, and the rest, we could be master and controller of all our circumstances, and welcome with content and understanding everything that life brings to us. We are told that the secret lies in the use and understanding of certain knowledge, through which is given an insight into the inner laws and forces of life, and the manner in which to use them. The knowledge has always existed, but it remains hidden forever from all but the earnest seeker. For the last few hundred years, humanity has been passing through a slough of despond and ignorance. The hour has already struck, which marks the beginning of humanity's emergency from that blackness. Men have suffered so much and for so long through ignorance that at last the inevitable reaction has set in. we can feel this change beginning to play in subtle ways through all phases of life. We have reached the time when we demand to know for ourselves and through ourselves, and to wield that knowledge irrespective of authority. We refuse any longer to dance like puppets to the drugging jazz tunes of incompetent authority. And soon authority will have to pull itself together and follow the lead of the seekers. Damn right. For there is widespread seeking going on everywhere now for the happiness, freedom, and power which we instinctively feel will be ours when we have gained the requisite knowledge. And the knowledge is to be found, hidden, waiting, wonderful. Our first clue to this knowledge lies in the study of what is known as the secret wisdom. The teaching was always in the charge in the early days of those who were well equipped both to govern and teach, but in time they neglected their deep knowledge in favor of the easier way. Power through money, superstition, and material pomp. This resulted in laziness and effete degeneration. Their only hope of retaining hold on the people was to plunge them into ignorance also. Therefore, a systematic persecution of certain knowledge began by edicts, inquisitions, and massacres. Finally, their end was so thoroughly attained that from the highest to the lowest wisdom had apparently faded out. However, there are now, and always have been, those who would give their whole lives to the guarding and hiding of a treasure so precious. Such people were the alchemists, the hermits, early Freemasons, and many more. So the knowledge was not really lost, but only concealed and safely guarded from desecration. Humanity is fast approaching the day when, through patient struggling, it will have earned the right to this wisdom. In fact, some years ago, it was given out in part for those earnest seekers in the vanguard of our progress to discover. Let us make all speed to gain for ourselves this rich heritage. So we'll stop right there, and we'll come back. We'll talk more on the other side. We're reading out of Vera, Stanley, Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye. Very interesting stuff. I think very important in our day and age, and the things that we talk about here on this broadcast. This is the Thursday edition of the Global Reality, and you're listening to the Oracle Broadcasting Network. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us. So we're going back in time here and going back to a book that I read about 10 years ago that really was one of the first books that's really got me down the path, beyond just knowing about, government crimes and things, but really the underlying aspects of reality that have been kept hidden from us through compartmentalization, the secret societies, and all of this stuff. And there was some talk going on in the chat room there. Want to hear Josh go off on a wild rant? Is asking to spin some sides from Rage Against the Machine. Yeah, you got that right. How'd you know that? How'd you know? How did you know that? That's interesting. How did you know that I don't like those commies, Rage Against the Machine? How'd you know that? That's interesting. How did you know that? I don't recall ever going off about that on my show. Have I? I guess maybe I have. Nonetheless. Very interesting. Oh, man, good stuff. Thank you for the laugh there. But that is true. I won't deny that for a second. Have I? Okay. Good. Well, I'm glad it's known. But there was some talk going on in the chat room there about the hiding of the secret knowledge and how to a point you can agree with this knowledge being hidden. I agree with that as well. The secret knowledge was hidden for a reason. It was hidden so that it wouldn't fall into the wrong hands. But see, what's happened is the information fell into the wrong hands, but still remained hidden, you see. So it didn't just well, thank you for confirming that there, brothers. But I do agree. Yeah, the secret knowledge was hidden for a reason. And it was hidden so that it wouldn't fall in the hands of the wrong people, but then it fell in the hands of the wrong people and still remained hidden. So that's the problem. So let's continue here out of Vera, Stanley, Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye, shall we? Whether we approach the subject from a purely scientific viewpoint or a common sense one. Sorry, my mixer sort of did some weird stuff on me there for a second. Had to fix that. Whether we approach the subject from a purely scientific viewpoint, or from a common sense one, or from a religious one, we will find that science, logic, or the root form of any of the principal religions will lead us finally to identical truths. We will realize that if we are able to accept these truths, we will obtain a very satisfactory understanding of the workings of nature and of certain rules which will enable us to control ourselves and our circumstances in a manner hitherto impossible. We cannot gain such valuable knowledge without making worthy effort, but if we persevere, there is no limit to the benefit we shall obtain. The earliest results achieved will be, firstly, a considerable improvement in control of health and looks, a growing capacity for happiness and an inability to worry or fear, a gaining of popularity, and freedom from boredom. In time, when greater strides are made, there will be immunity from disease, conquering of fatigue, and prolonging of youth. There will be a growing capacity for helping others, a mastery of sorrow and pain, and the development of healing power. A growing inner force will be felt, both for creating ideas and the carrying of them out. Neither does the tale end here. Very advanced students, such as the yogis, become unaffected by heat or cold, wounds or poisons. They are able to perform feats usually considered as miracles, and they appear to access regions of wisdom and felicity undreamt of by us. People of this type move about among us unsuspected. They do not advertise themselves. They are under a law which forbids them to help unless help is asked, or to give out knowledge unless it is sought and will be properly understood. They are ready and waiting for the time when a growing number of people sense their secrets and beg for their help. When the general public have sufficiently advanced, they will insist on being governed by persons of such attainments, and then indeed will begin the coming golden age. Meanwhile, those who are anxious to forge ahead and prepare for the future will find in this book a broad survey of many sides of the subjects, together with the first simple rules for the beginning of attainment. They are asked only to keep an open mind as they read, for only an open mind is big enough to contain the secrets of the universe. Chapter 2, What Modern Science Says. Before we begin studying the ancient wisdom, we will find it very helpful to prepare our minds by taking a survey of the ground covered by modern science today. It will be fascinating to see how identical facts can be known under different names and reached by different methods. Both the ancient sages and the modern scientists are agreed that everything in life is formed of vibrations. So that, as we shall be obliged often to use this word, we can begin by defining it. We are told that vibration is the result of force or energy, concentrated in some mysterious way and caused to vibrate, shake, or oscillate at different speeds. The composition of an atom, according to some scientists, is, first of all, a tiny vacuum, round which this force or energy revolves as a vortex, just as the circle of the sun's aura or zodiac revolves around it. The zodiac contains the planets revolving within it, and the minute zodiac of the atom contains also its planets or electrons, as they are called. The difference between one object and another is ultimately a question of rate of vibration. It is the number of arrangement of the electrons within an atom and the varied cohesions of atoms into molecules which go to make up these vibratory differences. The disturbance in the atmosphere caused by vibration sends out a ripple or air wave in all directions. As an illustrative simile of this, we can throw a stone into a pool of water. At first, we see the hole which the stone makes, corresponding to the vacuum in the center of the atom. Then we see the disturbance in the water created by the hole, the circle of energy, which sets up waves or ripples which spread out to an unlimited distance. Drop other stones in nearby, and their circle of waves will flow over and through the others. None, however, being destroyed, although they affect one another slightly. The distance between one ripple and the next is called the wavelength. We have in this a rough picture of what happens in the atmosphere, and of the waves set up by light, sound, or any other kind of object, anything, in other words, that vibrates. Low rates of vibration from the more static or visible objects, we might say that they send out only slow ripples. Higher rates of motion between the rapidly flying particles from less tangible things such as gas. These particles intermingle rapidly with the air, but often they do not move sufficiently quickly to penetrate through solids. I would like to say here that the statements in this chapter are not intended to be scientific accuracies, but roughly suggestions for the purposes of our argument. As the facts of science are continually having to be modified and or changed, we need not take them too seriously. The last word has never been said. Vibrations of relatively low frequency are known to us as sounds. Higher ranges are known as heat. Sound and heat are fine enough to pass through certain solids. We know all about the ripples or waves caused by sound. So also we know about the electrical impulses through the wireless, and we call them wavelengths, and know all their measurements. Some of the wireless wavelengths are as much as 3 miles long. So we'll stop there, and we'll pick more up on the other side. We're reading out of Vera Stanley Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye, written in 1938, and one of the first books I read. It sort of got me on this path about 10 years ago. So we'll continue this more on the other side. Thursday edition of the Global Reality, folks. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us. Thursday edition of the broadcast. I'm your host, Josh Reeves, and I thank you so much for being with us today for the show. And we've got a lot more to talk about reading today. And of course, we're not going to be able to read all of it today, but what we'll do is we'll do a series of this. And we'll read some out of this every day, and I want to get through all this. There's a few other books like this I want to read, and I'm going to read on air for you, stuff like this that I can't believe it took me this long to read this book on air. I don't know. I just happened to glance over at my library and was sort of flipping through this book and sort of think, wow, I haven't looked at this in a while, you know. It's so interesting to go back to stuff and go back over things that you have looked at in the past. You know, the reference in which they meant to you at the time, what they mean now, are very different. So let's continue. We might picture the scale of vibrations as a vast keyboard, in which there are many octaves and various types of vibration and motion. One range of motion expresses itself as a solid, liquid, and gaseous form. Other ranges are perceived as sound, heat, and those intangible things about which we know very little. Above the octaves of sound would come those of light and color vibrations. The colors range from red, the lowest, which vibrates at 451 million times per second and has a wavelength of 36,918th of an inch, up to violet. We see this order of colors in the rainbow and in the spectrum. Above the violet, color can no longer be seen by the eye. And we find the ultraviolet rays and the X-ray. Now at last we have reached vibrations fine and rapid enough to penetrate through most solids. Higher up on the scale we come to the magnetic vibrations and their wavelengths, such as those that issue from the mind of the hypnotist. These can go through denser solids than the X-ray can, which accounts for the hypnotist being able to produce the effect of a deep trance upon a person seated in an adjoining room. Apparently the vibrations of the mind can travel instantaneously many hundreds of miles, as in thought telepathy passing through all solids which intervene. They have an intimate connection with electricity which, as we know, can travel around the world in a flash. Each thought is a vibration having a set wavelength. Whenever we consider the vastness of the scale of vibrations which we have to deal with, it will be seen that there are enough and to spare for everything. Now, having placed sound, light, and heat in their respective order as we know it, we must ask what they are and how we know they exist. Had we the animals no ears, what would sound be? What we know as sound is that tiny section of octaves on the scale of vibrations which can be transmitted to the brain by the receivers in the ear. The human ear is successful up to a certain point, beyond which it can receive no more. But many animals hear vibrations which to us are no longer sounds at all. Higher up on our keyboard than sound comes heat. Our skin contains the little receivers to transmit these vibrations to which the ear is no longer sensible. Farther up the scale, still, we come to light and color. We only have one tiny marvelous organ to register this set of vibrations to the brain, the optic nerve. The eye is made to react up the scale of color to the violent vibration. After that, as already stated, the oscillation is so minute and rapid that it can interpenetrate solids So these ultraviolet vibrations pass right through the eye lens. The question now arises, have we any organs which can deal with those higher vibrations, or the very subtle substance of which they are composed, and in what forms are these contacted? These last vibrations are so fine that they use the ether as their vehicle instead of the heavier air particles. The ether is that indefinable substance in which this earth and all the atoms of the air are supported. Scientists are on the verge of discovering that there is more than one kind of ether, in fact, even perhaps 3 or 4. The finest vibrations which have yet considered are within the realm of electrical and magnetic phenomena. These are the forces which man also contains within himself and which can be utilized through the mind. We must now inquire what organs man has with which to register these particular vibrations, embracing the radiations and emanations which come under the general term psychic. There are 2 small glands in the head which give doctors much cause for speculation. I refer to the pituitary body and the pineal gland. The former is a tiny double bean-shaped body situated behind the root of the nose. It is posed so that it is very sensitive to vibrations. We know that it is in some way connected with nurture, bodybuilding, and the nervous system. If it is removed, all organic function ceases. If overdeveloped, it produces giantism, while if underdeveloped, dwarfism is the result. The pituitary body has been called the seat of the mind. Its frontal lobe is concerned with emotional thought of the type which produces poetry and music, while the anterior lobe is connected with more concrete intellectual concepts. The pineal gland is a tiny cone-shaped body in the middle of the head, just behind and just above the pituitary, or the pituitary. It contains pigment similar to those that found in the eyes, and is connected by 2 nerve cords with the optic thalami. It is said to control the action of light upon the body. And for these reasons, scientists have suggested that it is the remnant of a 3rd physical eye. Men of learning, such as Descartes, have pronounced it to be the point in the human being where the soul and the body meet, the seat of intuition. And of course, we know that to be true now more than ever, especially considering that we know that on the 13th day of the 13th week, rather, of a child being in the womb of its mother, the pineal gland floods the body with dimethyltryptamine. This is on the 13th week is when you can tell when the child is a male or female. Also, going back to the Tibetan Book of the Dead talked about in the 13th week is when a new soul can inhabit a new body. Very interesting stuff there. It is said that when, for specific reasons, the pituitary body and the pineal gland have become fully developed and stimulated, there are vibrations fuse and stir into life the mysterious 3rd eye of man. The eye of the soul. Apparently, this activity provides the mind, with a perfect instrument with which to work. A transmitter by which means of vibrations of varying types can be translated, interpreted, and rearranged. This gives him personal access to much knowledge, of which we will speak later. Man can also become sensitive to the finer chemical and magnetic emanations in the ether, and can see the numberless thought forms, entities, and creatures, the endless complexities and types of life which make up a vast world of teeming energies which the limited capacity of ordinary physical sight is unable to register. In a few people, there is a slight involuntary functioning of these latter activities, and we call them either clairvoyant or crazy, according to our understanding. They can literally see the radiations in photographs in the ether, which are given off by almost any kind of body. We will study these in a later chapter, but so we'll stop right there, and we may have to backtrack just a little bit. But very interesting that this book was written in 1938, and it's talking about how, we have the 5 senses that we interpret vibrations in, but then we have this 3rd eye, this pineal gland, that interprets other vibrations, and we don't even recognize that as something that we interpret as part of our senses. That, to me, folks, is one of the key pieces of the hidden knowledge. Fourth hour around the corner, folks. This is the Global Reality. Stay with us. I want to continue reading today out of The Finding of the Third Eye, written by Vera Stanley Alder in 1938. In a few people, there is a slight involuntary functioning of these latter activities, and we call them either clairvoyant or crazy according to our understanding. They can literally see the radiations and photographs in the ether which are given off by almost any kind of body. We will study these in a later chapter, but just as the muscles in the brain need developing in an average person, so these organs of second sight need their own particular training. Many, however, are born with a knack for their use in the way of any other type of prodigy. When a psychometrist holds an article to his forehead against the awakened third eye, it tunes into and commingles with the vibrations emanating from the article. And as these vibrations represent a certain picture, just as do our thoughts, he is able to describe the associations attached to it. The emanations from an object are often so fine and numerous that they continue to be given off for thousands of years, just as with radium. Meaning that when someone is tuned in with their third eye, when their third eye is tuned in, you can hold an object like an artifact within the range of a person's third eye, and they can describe all of the energies that are attached to this object. Even if those associations of energy go back thousands of years, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, this is real. It's just, and it may be associated just as radium, just as like a radioactive particulate has vibrations that emanate for thousands of years. I mean, this is really the truth. The Egyptians knew all about the third eye and indicated it on the statues of their gods by a knob in the forehead. They trained the people in the use of this psychic center in the temple of Maat. The god Maat was vulture-headed because the vulture has a sight so keen as to almost be clairvoyant. When people responded to this training, they became seers, or psychics as we should say now. They could see with the trained third eye right through a body, as the X-ray does, and diagnose disease. All over the East, we find statues of historic men and women of wisdom with a knob or other mark upon the forehead indicating this type of achievement. Of course, there are some people who have this power today, but do not understand its use, nor how to train them properly. Consequently, their development has been left to chance. We've now reached the most subtle portion on the scale of vibrations which we are discussing. The question arises as to whether we have quite exhausted its possibilities, whether there are still finer ones than those that exist in the ether, and if so, have we any means of contacting it? The sphere of thought next occurs to us. We are told that thoughts are things. We know that each thought has its definite vibration because this has been proved. An instrument has been invented by Dr. Baraduc of Bordeaux which records thought vibrations. When an intelligent person approaches this instrument, it registers a high speed and strong vibration. When a low type or imbecile approaches it, the vibration is correspondingly feeble and slow. It has also been proved by experiment that by an act of will, the mind can cause objects such as metal layers and metal levers to move. We've also heard of numberless cases of fakirs and people of that kind having been able to prevent themselves from burning by fire, from suffocating when buried alive, from bleeding from wounds, and from other normal reactions. They can do this by being able to bring into action the power that the finer vibrations of the mind have over the lower ones of chemical matter. I mean, that is manipulating the matrix right there, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Being able to control, can you imagine being able to control your mind to the point that it has, the higher vibrations have a control over the lower vibration ones to the point where you can't be burned or bleed? This is another one of the secrets. We have this ability in each and every one of us. This is part of the secret knowledge. We have this ability. This is what's being kept from us, folks. And it's high time we set ourselves on the path to finding out these things and taking them back because they've always belonged to us. The same thing that is done in chemistry is done through the use of electrical heat to split up, reorganize, or control chemical compounds. Sometimes people use these powers without knowing exactly what they are doing, nor what the result will be, as in the cases of some forms of mental healing based on blind faith. Such cases are a wonderful proof of existing possibilities, but at best they are uncertain and sometimes only flukes, and often much harm is done through lack of a fuller understanding. In curing some diseases, either by self-treatment or by a mental healer, the fine vibrations of the mind act on the lower vibrations of the diseased tissue. This can be performed at the same rate at which that particular mind is able to visualize and concentrate. It may take hours, days, or weeks according to the condition of the patient and the healer. However, we know that there have occurred many cases of instantaneous healing diseased and broken tissues being rendered whole in a flash of time. We have heard of such things throughout history, and they are said to happen at the present day in history, such as Lourdes. In these cases, we have at last touched upon the finest and subtlest vibrations of all, those of the spirit, or the highest creative force. Such vibrations, being unhampered by the process of the brain and operating at a terrific speed, can go through the whole process of cure so quickly that we cannot possibly follow its course, and the result seems to us to be instantaneous. With a great spiritual healer, such as Christ was, works of this kind are possible, especially if the sufferer can tune in through faith or through the medium of his own spiritual vibrations to the healer's actions. Christ encourages us to strive for these powers of healing, which are not really supernatural, but the result of an intensive development and understanding of the laws of nature. The mind has power over everything that it can understand and visualize. Therefore, the first step of all is to study these arguments and theories and those facts which are supported by adequate testimony with a perfectly open and logical mind. If and when we become convinced of any argument or concept, we must tabulate it carefully and pass on to a study of the next. In this way, we will begin gradually to discover what we really can know and believe. For instance, we may feel that it is impossible for us to prove for ourselves the truth of past miracles or any others in the past. But actually, such things are happening every day in every guise and form, and a little inquiry will soon put us in touch with it. Our own common sense will then enable us to separate the true from the false. The object of this chapter is to show that although we may approach this subject from an angle of pure chemical and mechanical science, we shall still be able to work through to the final result that there is a certain force controlled by our minds which can act more powerfully over solid matter than anything else, and that there is still a stronger force apparently outside of mind which can act instantaneously and miraculously. It is not enough to go on any longer weakly tabulating these things as hypnotism, thought reading, or imagination. They must be understood for what they really are. We must have an explanation for the changes in tissue and matter which occur. The old alchemists claimed that it was possible to direct a mental force to change the composition of atoms by altering their vibrations, and that thereby it would be possible to make gold. They believed it was so, but already materialism had stepped in, and they often endeavored to accomplish it by chemical means alone. The only real power to do such things lies within ourselves. We must first learn to use our own highest vibrations. These powers can only work if they are undisturbed by the inharmonious heavy vibrations which enter into our composition if we live out of harmony and with the laws of nature. The athlete knows that alcohol, smoking, unbalanced diet, worry, and lack of sleep upset his health and undermine his stamina, so that even the low vibrations of physical strength and steadiness cannot gain control. The mental worker knows that he has to steady down all his bodily disturbances and vibrations before he can concentrate at all. He needs not only to be able to ignore the vibrations all around him, which he can only do if they are steady and balanced. A hum of traffic disturbs many such less odd drops of falling water, but also must have a steadiness and balance of every activity of his own body so that he can ignore it. If, however, he is seeking neither athletic nor mental expression, but inspiration, he can only attain that by steadying down the brain itself so that, balancing its vibrations to the same state of poise as those of his body, he can ignore the brain and reach for the subtler forms of the mind. The greatest inspiration will flash suddenly into the brain at a moment when it is quiet and receptive. Therefore, although the highest vibrations are the most powerful, we cannot get in touch with them within ourselves when our bodies and brains are a mass of struggling, fighting, inharmonious vibrations, as is usually the case. Though the highest forces are there within us, we give ourselves little chance of linking up with them and consequently are unable to utilize them. The yogis spend hours in meditation for the effort to quiet down every activity in the body and brain so that the aforementioned portions of the latter, the pineal gland and the pituitary body, can tune in to those highest powers. When this is accomplished, these men can, while in that state, cure their own and others' bodies, mental ills, obtain inspiration or wisdom, and attain a high state of physical fitness and strength without methods of exercise. That's another thing. I mean, there are ways that you can have a strong, healthy body and be physically fit without even having to exercise or lift weights, ladies and gentlemen. This is all a part of how our minds have been destroyed and how taking back control of our own minds, again, is part of the secret knowledge. More out of Vera, Stanley, Alder's Finding of the Third Eye on the Other Side. Thursday edition of the Global Reality. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us. And then very interesting information. We'll continue to read through this on upcoming broadcasts so we get all the way into it. It's just amazing to me. The synchronicities, you go back and you go back to things that you read 10 years ago. And it's weird. Over the past, I've never realized until today when I was reading this, I never realized that this was really the book that got me on the path of where I am now, and how much relevance it has towards my thinking and my thought process as far as this stuff now, and how the things that I've found in my research, in the hours of tireless research I've done over the years since first reading this book, have done nothing but strengthen and confirm these things I already knew. So that's why, I really believe more than ever that the true solution and the true thing that we seek to defeat these people that wish to enslave us is the attainment of this hidden knowledge, and to learn how each and every one of us can learn to obtain what it is that we're truly capable of. Again, this is what the secret societies, this is what the secret knowledge, this is what these people and the elite have kept from us, and how society has been built the way it has intentionally to keep you from ever finding out this information. So let's please continue here. The first thing for us to do, therefore, is to eliminate all inharmonious vibrations from our bodies and brains. We must throw them out one by one, and as we discover them. Every unnecessary act, thought, emotion, and fear must go. We must build in the fabric of our lives only those things which will balance, strengthen, and beautify them. We will find that there is a tremendous amount of accumulated rubbish to cast away. Those things which will remain will give us all the greater joy and interest through being intensified. The simple methods for doing this will be explained later. Before closing this chapter, let us give a thought to the modern scientists. Having followed a long trail in their effort to discover the differences between matter and the life which pours through it, they have finally arrived at the perplexing result that there is no difference at all. They know now that solid matter in its final analysis is merely energy in a certain state of motion. They also know that our thoughts are also energy in a certain state of motion. In other words, the world appears to be made up of the energy of the being or mind behind it, whose idea it was. The scientists do not put it this way yet. From a scientific point of view, they have come up against a blank wall, and their present attitude is probably that of a big question mark. Very interesting. In other words, the world appears to be made up of the energy of the being or mind behind it, whose idea it was. Meaning, we create our own reality, folks, in every sense of the word. Chapter 3 here. Beginning chapter 3, and I know we won't have time to get through very much of chapter 3 today, but I want to start it nonetheless. Chapter 3 is entitled, fittingly, ladies and gentlemen, The Secret Knowledge. This is where we're going to start to get into some interesting stuff. Having studied our world according both to the modern matter-of-fact scientist and the less orthodox modern ideas, let us now turn and plunge into the past and see what our ancestors knew and how their knowledge helped them. Now pay attention to this. I noticed that I highlighted this back in the day when I first read this book. And it's amazing that I would have highlighted this 10 years ago, because it's exactly where I am now. They prophesied the long, dark age of ignorance, from which we are at present emerging. That ignorance has engendered in us the habit of scoffing at everything which is not ordinary, normal, or able to be weighed and measured by scientists. The scientists themselves have reached a point where they are no longer dealing with purely physical or chemical things. They have pushed upward to the great scale of vibrations until their heads are in the clouds of conjecture. Perhaps they dare not speak of the possibilities they conceive. Let us leave them hesitating in that exciting position and start a tour of exploration on our own. In a universe full of trillions of stars, of constellations and solar systems, there is one minute little revolving speck of matter which we call our Earth. This speck of matter is covered with millions of microscopical creatures called human beings. The strange thing is that these microscopical creatures consider themselves important. Each minute one of them is able to feel that he is more important than the whole universe, upon which he is merely a speck. Are these creatures really important? And if so, why? Looking at them dispassionately, we can see that there is at least one remarkable thing about them. Almost any of them, by training his microscopical brain, is able to visualize the past, present, and future, not only of his own little person, country, or planet, but of the whole universe. Within his tiny personality, there's a locked power which give him unlimited understanding of things quite beyond his physical reach. A dynamic capacity to wield the forces of nature with a mind of which he knows not the limits. Man is an animal, but he is an animal embodying a god. The ancients were much more alive to his potentialities than we are today. As we explore, it will take us some time to decide whether man knew more thousands of years ago than he does today, and whether he was a finer being. I would say so. This planet is infinitely older than most of us imagine, and so is the history of mankind. Archaeologists are continually having to push back their dates further into the past. Much learned in history books by the last generation is obsolete and must now be unlearned. Civilizations had been rising, falling, and disappearing eons before the men who owned the Paleolithic skulls were born. And that's amazing. And those are things that, again, when I first read this book, I don't know, 10 years or so ago, I had no idea that I would be on this path to being able to prove that that is indeed true. Is that civilizations have been rising, falling, and disappearing eons before the men who owned the Paleolithic skulls were born. Yes. And our history here is much greater and older than we have any idea. And that is one of the key things that the priest class and the compartmentalists of this knowledge have taken great care to keep from you. We'll talk more on the other side. Final half hour of this Thursday edition of the Global Reality. Vera, Stanley, Alder's Finding the Third Eye on the other side. This is the Global Reality. Stay with us. Thursday edition of the broadcast. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. If you'd like to contact me, thoughts, guest suggestions, news items, topic suggestions, things that you would like to hear me maybe go a little bit deeper on, theglobalreality.com is the theglobalreality.com is a website, but email address is globalrealityshow@gmail.com. That's the globalrealityshow@gmail.com. So that's where you can contact me at. Reading today, and we're going to have to cut this short, and we'll end up reading more out of it in future broadcasts. Reading today out of the Finding of the Third Eye, written by Vera, Stanley, Alder. And so I'm going to continue now along with this. And we're on Chapter 3 here, and the title of this Chapter 3 we're reading now is The Secret Knowledge. All these things are revealed to us in the ancient or secret wisdom, which is a collection of teachings handed down from the very earliest times, explaining man, his origins, his composition, and destiny, and also the purpose of the universe. The wisdom has come to us in unchanged form, concealed and taught throughout the world under the garb of many of the ancient religions. We will trace this in a later chapter, but begin now by a study of the wisdom itself, as it is still to be found in the East. The teaching professes to expound to us the few great fundamental laws upon which are founded the life and progress of man and the universe. Let us endeavor to shake off the habits of thought imposed upon us by the generations of the dark age, and consider with an open mind the heritage bequeathed to us by our early ancestors. The great laws can be named for us in English as follows. Number 1, repetition, the microcosm and the macrocosm. Number 2, evolution. Number 3, cause and effect or karma and rebirth. And number 4, the plan of creation or the 7 planes. The principle of the first of these laws is, as in the microcosm, man, so in the macrocosm, the universe, which of course is where as above, so below comes from, ladies and gentlemen. It asserts the same system of form, time, and motion. It runs through the whole universe, so that if we properly study an atom or a cell, we will obtain the key to the workings of a man, a planet, or a constellation. In that way, through a knowledge of periodicity, or the regular periods of time which occur on a small scale in nature, the ancient mathematicians were able to calculate the stars, their movements, and thereby the evolutionary changes and stages in history on a large scale, and to prophesy conditions and influences thousands of years ahead. It is disconcerting to find that the conceptions of the very ancient sages tax the modern man's mind to the utmost. Even to understand their meaning and visualize their ideas takes effort and practice. Much less could modern man originate such profound theories himself. And the ancients accomplished these things without, so far as we know, any of our modern mechanical aids. The great law of repetition declares that there is an ordered arrangement within the universe, with certain periods of time and patterns of forms repeated upon the scale and governing the tiniest to the greatest. It asserts that these little things are a mirror of the larger ones, and everything is not only a replica, but intimately connected with everything else. For instance, if you want to study a solar system, you can study an atom. And if you want to study an animal, plant, or mineral, or even solar life, you will find it all represented in the body of man himself. Man, know thyself was the ancient command written above the temple door. If we persevere with this fascinating study, we will find that in the form of every human being, the universe is presented to us. We can inspect the solar systems of his atoms, the mineral world in its most active and creative form in his interior laboratory, and the physical development of animal life from its lowest to its highest form in his embryo. In his nature, we will find a mixture of the passions and the peculiarities of all living creatures. We can also trace an intimate relationship with all the planets through the interplay going on in his body with the cosmic and planetary rays, and a connection with the world of magnetism and electricity as well. Finally, we will discover that man, in his puny frame, has the capacity to connect his mind with the highest unseen cosmic intelligence, the mind of nature. This first great law, then, that of the macrocosm and the microcosm, gives us at once a much more comprehensive outlook on life, and therefore the capacity of bringing vision and breadth into our creative work. The second great law is that of evolution. Everything in life is evolving upwards and onwards to a higher and more perfect state, having had its beginning in an uncreative, unconscious, and elementary form, and growing, progressing through striving, sacrifice, and struggle to a condition of creative, self-conscious, potent strength. But at the lowest end of the scale with the minerals, we know that they have an elementary consciousness or mentality, that they strive, struggle, and become tired, and that they are sacrificed to or absorbed by the kingdom above them, the vegetable kingdom which lives upon them. The vegetable kingdom has a higher consciousness, or a vibration than the mineral kingdom, and a greater powerful struggling and adapting itself. In its turn, it is sacrificed to the animal kingdom who feed upon it. The animals may seem to the plants to be some kind of deities, with wonderful and to them miraculous powers of movement. The sum of vegetable and mineral experience is absorbed by the animals, who depend on this for their life and evolution. In return, it is said that the animals provide, by their breathing, the carbon dioxide upon which plants exist during the day. Some of the animals are becoming extremely advanced in consciousness and are full of what can be described as, for them, spiritual aspiration. Mankind are their deities, and they strain and strive to attain in such things as speech and work to the miraculous activities of their gods. The adoring eyes of a dog and his efforts to talk and the keenness and pride of an elephant at work are instances in point. Animals in their turn offer up their sacrifice of adoration, emulation, and service to man. Whereas the vegetable kingdom should adequately sustain the body of man, the animal kingdom should feed his emotional needs only through his function of guardianship and dominion over them. This relationship of loving, learning, and teaching is the true one, instead of the prevailing extraordinary exploitation, slaughter, and cruelty enacted towards animals, which forms the basis of similar attitudes towards all other kingdoms, producing the predatory world which we have today. We continue to up the scale and find that in the kingdom of man the same process is going on. The more advanced type of human being is sacrificing his lower nature and striving to reach and copy a higher kingdom of beings than his own. He calls these beings angels, gods, deities, and has as much difficulty in understanding their wonderful capabilities as the animals have in understanding his own. But just as the animals depend upon man for the final development of their intelligence, so man depends upon the subtler and more inspiring minds of the angels for his own awakening. We are told also that just as a man depends upon his sustenance and progress upon the lower kingdoms of nature, so the angel world depends upon the offering and sacrificing of man's soul force for its own nurturing and development. Mankind and the angels can only reach greater heights of realization through the interplay of mutual service. Now that's kind of interesting, isn't it? You think about John Dee, the Book of Enoch, Enochian magic. You know, communicating with off-world entities that asked him for blood sacrifice so they could absorb etheric energy, your soul energy. Very interesting there, isn't it? All right, final segment around the corner, folks. We'll continue with more out of Vera, Stanley, Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye, and the final segment of this Thursday edition of the Global Reality, folks. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us. Final segment of this Thursday edition of the Global Reality, right here on the Oracle Broadcasting Network. I'm your host, Josh Reeves, and I thank you for being with us today as we jump into the fire of news and information here, day in and day out, right here on the Oracle Broadcasting Network, Monday through Friday from 11 to 3 p.m., 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, Monday through Friday, and then also Saturday nights from 10 to midnight Central Standard Time here on the network. Let's continue here in the final segment with more out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. In accordance with the first great laws of repetition, we realize that the process must continue. And therefore we are bound to infer that the angels are also sacrificing to and striving to reach a higher kingdom of beings than themselves. The ancient wisdom has mapped out for us the pattern of these angel communities and hierarchies. An amazing vista of worlds ahead of us is thereby opened up for our consideration. The third great law is that of karma and rebirth. This states that nothing in life is wasted and that all things share alike the chance of gaining ultimate perfection and of going through the full course of experience and development. We see that in this physical world, as soon as a plant or other living creature has had its particular span of life, it dies or withers. The cells which it formed disintegrate, but their chemical constituents come together at a later period to form a future plant or animal, closer resembling the former one, but plus always a stage of further adaptability and change, showing that the consciousness and memory of the former plant has been reborn too. When we come to a highly specialized consciousness like that of a human being, we are told that it is being continually reborn upon Earth, and that it struggles and strives upwards, perfecting and developing itself through numberless hard lessons and inevitable mistakes, until finally it reaches the stage of creative and conscious power, which we call superhuman. The method by which experience and progress is assured is expressed in the ancient law of karma. This word has not even an equivalent in the English language. Its meaning is cause and effect, or action and reaction. We are told that all life is built upon the law of opposites, as in the negative and positive poles of electricity, day and night, heat and cold, summer and winter, good and evil. This constant friction between these opposites causes development, change, adjustment, in other words, originality, or the free will which functions throughout all creation, and through which creation itself learns eventually to become creative. All this happens so slowly to us that at times we do not realize that there is progress, because we become confused by the backward crouch of the wave of progress before a further push forward. Probably we are living at the time of a backward crouch now, and perhaps that is why so much that is bad in humanity seems to be driven to the surface, so that to some the world appears at present to be deteriorating. The laws of rebirth and karma work hand in glove, so to speak. We are told that mankind came into being because spirit, or the life force behind everything, wished to develop more creative power. This development could only be accomplished by spirit being so imprisoned and confined in matter that it forgets its oneness with wisdom and has to find everything out afresh through fighting and experience. So we are told that virgin spirit divided itself up into fractions, and by ensouling the egos of man and all other forms of life, sank itself into the heavy imprisoning matter of this world, and is slowly and patiently figuring its way back to truth and light and power. The human egos evolve steadily, each undergoing constant rebirth until it gradually attains a knowledge of the laws of the universe through karma, or the effect of its own acts and thoughts, achieving power and strength through the mastery of one law after another, until at last it reaches omnipotence, both physical and spiritual. We might say that the friction between the opposite poles of spirit and flesh causes, as in electricity, light or energy, which is creative force power. The plants, the earth, the races of mankind, the animal, vegetable, and mineral kingdoms also reincarnate, all being under the same law. We must mention here that it is not possible, according to the secret teaching, for a man to be reborn as an animal, because however low he might sink in his own kingdom, he could not retrogress into a slower vibration. This theory, called the transmigration of souls, is held by certain people who have allowed their former knowledge to become distorted. Many persons here in the West find it rather difficult to accept this theory of reincarnation, because it has been stamped out for thousands of years. It therefore requires a great deal of unaccustomed mental exercise to obtain a real picture of it to hold in the mind. It is accepted quite naturally by most of the Eastern peoples and has been untold for centuries, so that whether we believe in it or not, we should go into the theory as fairly and impartially as if we were studying their ideas on art or agriculture. As a rule, human beings are unable to remember anything about past lives they may have had. Of course, there are exceptions, and many people have collected a great deal of evidence of such memories, which evidence is extremely interesting. In fact, I think we would find it impossible to deny that some people, at least, have lived before, when we consider that we are unable to remember a great deal of our present life, especially things which have affected our characters deeply, until they are laid bare by a psychoanalyst. It is not surprising that if we do not remember past lives, we were told that experience gained in such lives is retained by us in those qualities which we describe as having a conscious, an instinct, or a knack for. According to this, then, a child prodigy is the result of a conscious, continuous effort in past lives along some particular line. It might reasonably follow that imbecility is the result of a continuous refusal to the brain and make effort that to be a dwarf or cripple is the karma of one who in previous lives neglected his body, and then an epileptic is probably a discharge, the debt of continuous immortality in a past life. In the light of this reasoning, we could feel that there is no injustice or inequality in life because the egos are choosing their own ways of learning life's lessons, which can only be learned through experience and suffering. Believe this, then. We could blame our parents for nothing, since we are the masters of our own fate and reap exactly as we have sown in the past, the effect of the cause, karma. So we'll leave it right there, and we will pick up tomorrow more of this and we'll continue this in future broadcasts. Vera, Stanley, Alder, The Finding of the Third Eye. Very interesting book, and gets into a lot of the secret knowledge. And definitely one of the first books I read about 10 years ago that sort of got me on this path. And it's just interesting for me to go back and see the correlations between my modern-day research and now. So, very soon. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll have Mike Chambers coming up with us as our special guest on the broadcast. Folks, that's our show for today. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Alex Answer is coming up next. You can contact me at globalrealityshow@gmail.com, myspace.com/Global Reality Show, and theglobalreality.com. My name is Josh Reeves. I love each and every one of you folks, and we'll see you guys back here tomorrow for the show. You guys have a great rest of the night. I want to continue reading today out of Vera Stanley Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye. Now, this is a book that I first read about 10 years ago, and this was, it's just amazing to me to go back and read this, because I start to understand that this is really what led me to the path of where I am now. So I want to continue. We left off yesterday on chapter 3 of the book, The Secret Knowledge. I'd like to continue there with that for you now. We are told that certain groups of people incarnate together at intervals. In this way, old injuries and insults must be recompensed, old enemies finally adjusted, and old loves allowed to continue and to grow and beautify. Nothing is lost, nothing is wasted. Everyone finally reaches the same goal of perfection, although they are all in such different stages and classes now. No man becomes perfect or attains his goal so long as there is a single feeling of enmity between him and another, or until a score has been settled and wiped out by service and friendship. This is what messiahs and messiahs that have visited Earth meant when they gave us the difficult injunction to turn the other cheek and to offer thy cloak to him who shall take thy coat. If we love thy neighbor and ourselves, we cannot mind to whom the coat belongs. These conceptions are very difficult for a selfish world to grasp as yet, and few of us have the pluck to try them out. We limit ourselves by being possessive. The greatest things we have, wisdom, health, and power, are all pervading and cannot be divided. They can only develop and be shared. Possessiveness, on the other hand, causes wars, cruelties, jealousies, and sufferings. It can never do any good and usually despoils the most beautiful thing in life, love. Therefore, if we can once believe in reincarnation, we would realize that fear is a wasted effort. Because though we have suffered death and pain often before, we are here again. Fear is something of our making, and it paralyzes us and renders us stupid. Also, we can see that it is better not to think evil, unkind, or worried thoughts, because by doing so, we are causing effects, which we will have to work a lot in putting right again. Thoughts are things, and when we unloose any ugly or harmful thing into the world, we shall be obliged to remove it. Thoughts persist in the ethereal regions and are connected with the one who made them until they are distinguished through effort. The fourth great law is that of the plan of creation, which teaches us about the 7 planes. We learn that the whole of the solar system is built upon an orderly numerical system and a set of 7 definitively graded types of matter, substance, or as the mystics and occultics call them, planes. These planes meet one another in a delicately graded sequence of interpenetrating vibrations, which the modern scientist is experimenting today and which we discussed in Chapter 2. The scope of his discoveries lies roughly between the phenomenon of sound, with its lowest vibration at about 16 to the second, to that of X-rays. These vibrations constitute a portion of what is known as the chemical or physical world, or plane. The ancients were able to understand and tabulate 7 times as much as this, because they postulated 7 worlds of different kinds of life, interpenetrating and influencing one another, through which were functioning the various life forces, currents, rays, thoughts, emotions, and archetypes of form, which combine to produce life as it is, with all its different complexities. They had all of this thoroughly worked out and understood just how these different forces were concentrated into man's body through the channels of his various glands. The doctors of today are still struggling with the unknown functions of some of these glands because they have not had the inspiration to refer to the ancient knowledge and unravel the symbolism in which it was presented. The symbolism was arranged and used both to awe the public and to keep them from a knowledge which might be dangerous when in the hands of the ignorant and unprincipled. In much the same way as Latin is employed today by doctors, in times of high national morale, more and more the secrets were given out and understood by the public. But in periods of decadence and materialism, the priests and rulers themselves deteriorated, and the knowledge was hidden away and guarded by the few remaining initiates or sages. We are emerging from a long period of such materialism at the present, and that is why doctor, priest, and public are confronted with the task of learning a great deal all over again and revising the knowledge of their ancestors before they can carry things a step further. The revision was begun at the end of the last century by such people as Madame Blavatsky through the Theosophists, by the Christian Scientists, and by Mesmer and a host of others who aroused the public desire to penetrate once more into the fundamental meaning of life and its ultimate purpose. Since then, modern methods have been used to unearth the ancient wisdom and once more reinstate it. People say, what do we want with the past? Let us go forward and be practical. But as we have not yet been able to improve in some respects upon the conceptions of art, architecture, mathematics, ethics, and science of some of these very ancient civilizations to any degree, it will surely be worth our while to build and study the foundations upon which their mentalities were built. The four great laws which we have enumerated in this chapter were a part of those foundations. We hear people say, oh, the East is degenerate and effeminate, and social conditions there are terrible. Therefore, of what use has that ancient wisdom been? People like this should think further, realizing that the higher one mounts, the lower one can fall. Degeneracy is the result of laziness, slackness, and subsequent distortion of teaching, and has nothing whatever to do with the pure teaching of a religion in its original form, which is nearly always fine. We have only to consider the original teaching of Christ, observing how we have degenerated that with our long history of bloodshed, greed, and oppression, to feel that we cannot point any finger of criticism at the East. Also, the East is now the prey of old age and feminine in character as compared with the vigorous, youthful, masculine Western civilization. The four great laws are hidden in the Christian religion and can be revealed with a little study, in spite of the mistranslation and censorship to which it has been subjected. It is very necessary to see life as a whole and realize that we can obtain a high state of mental balance and vision only when we attempt to link together the past, present, and future, and all the sciences into one comprehensive and comprehensible picture. Chapter 4 now, how we are made. The secret knowledge explains to us in quite a scientific way how we are made. We have seen that modern scientists have worked out the whole of the physical or chemical life to a scale of atoms vibrating at different speeds. The ancients called this great scale the physical plane. A plane meant a complete series of world of substances under one law. The physical plane includes solids, liquids, gases, and the ethers, of which we are told there are 4. That totals up to 7 states of matter, which go to make up the densest or chemical expression of life called the physical plane. We must remember that these states of matter are most able to interpenetrate each other, as we saw in Chapter 1. The physical plane includes, of course, our solar system, with its solids, gases, and chemical rays. Now, the ancient wisdom teaches that life is made up of 7 planes or states of matter, of which the physical plane is only one, the densest, or in wireless parlance, the one of lowest frequency. We are told that each of these 7 major planes is divided into 7 subplanes or strata, just as is the physical plane, each plane of each stratum being a mirror or counterpart of one of the other series. Take the 7 colors of the spectrum and split them into 7 shades of each color, and you have a simile. Let the 7 darkest shades represent the physical plane, and the 7 palest and the most luminous represent the spiritual plane. You will see how closely they are all connected with each other, even taking into account the complementary colors. The planes are neither above nor below one another, but interpenetrating. Those which we think of as above, being above of a higher frequency from the standpoint of vibrations. Bear in mind that all these things are very difficult to put in words. Everything in life, from a planet to a fly, from a cloud to a grain of sand, is interpenetrated by all of these 7 planes or worlds, and in most cases has a body with which to function in each of them. Man possesses a body made up of the material of the physical plane world, a body containing chemicals in liquid, solid, and gaseous state. This body is interpenetrated by another body, which is its counterpart, and is made up of the 4 ethers. This is called his etheric body, and constitutes a fine web through which the electric and radiating life forces are fed into his physical body from the outer universe. This completes a man's physical plane equipment. The next of the 7 planes is called the astral world. It is called by some the desire world, as it is the sphere of emotions or desires. It contains the substance that stirs or motivates us, and it is the world of attraction and repulsion. Man has a body of this astral material which is in full action when he is roused, excited, afraid, or full of desire. These feelings being, as we know, sometimes quite divorced from and stronger than our reasoning minds, it is possible for man, the individual, to separate his astral body from the physical body and wander about in it. Such an astral body can be seen by the astral eyes of another person who will speak of it as a ghost. Everything physical has its counterparts in astral substance, so that a man wandering in his astral body can see chairs and tables, or rather their astral counterparts. The counterparts of physical things are made up of the lowest and densest stratum of the astral material, whereas the counterparts of thoughts and feelings are made up of the subtle and malleable kind of astral stuff. This has been described by clairvoyants as a moving and shimmering kaleidoscope of swiftly interchanging colors. The astral world is therefore almost impossible to visualize by anyone who has not been able to see it. But a vague idea of it can be obtained by a study of all the various descriptions given to us by clairvoyants of all times. The third of the 7 great planes is the world of thought or mind. The densest stratum of this plane contains our own more worldly and material thoughts. The finer strata are used by cosmic intelligences for planning the archetypes and activities of the universe. This is why, if we can contact the higher strata of the world mind or mental plane by training the corresponding parts of our brain, as all the sages have endeavored to do, we shall gain inconceivable knowledge. The world of thought is even more difficult for us to picture than the astral world. But as a beginning, let us realize that it is said to interpenetrate all life, like a forceful gas. It is not confined to the brain, which latter acts more like a kind of telephone switchboard to all thoughts which pass through it. The 4th plane is that of the will or the life spirit, and it is of this world that the real individual, the ego, is a part. It is the ego who uses the physical, astral, and body minds as tools with which to achieve his purpose. When they are completely under his control and in harmony and balance one with another, he becomes omnipotent and has achieved conquest over matter. He can, after careful training, shed his physical body like a coat, and leaving it safely in the nourishing care of its etheric web, continue his activities in other bodies or vehicles, as they are called. So we'll stop right there, and then we'll take a break, and we'll come back. And we're reading out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder, written in 1938. Very interesting book, and some various things there that I think give us a greater understanding of what's been kept from us. And this is the kind of stuff that, hey, elite know, but for some reason we haven't been allowed to know. More on the other side. Friday edition of the Global Reality, folks. Stay with us. We're continuing our series of reading out of the book The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder. This is a book that I think sort of comes from a theosophist standpoint, but or definitely makes references to theosophy. But that's the whole thing is that essentially what these people have done is they've taken, it's a hodgepodge of Eastern religions, things that are essentially common sense, Masonic teachings and others, and they've created this hodgepodge of this idea, of course, that we're all one consciousness, all one, together. But see, what the Theosophists created this idea that, yes, those are indeed truths, and yes, this secret knowledge is important. What they've done is they've taken that. Robert Miller and others at the UN have taken that and said, okay, well, we can back up our agenda for one world government and back up our agenda for global government and the New World Order with this secret knowledge and with this thing called theosophy. You see, that's what they've done. So again, this is a very interesting microcosm of how the application of information depends upon the hands of who it falls into. And that's why it's our job to start learning this information and figuring out how we can use it for good and not for evil, like these people want to use it for. So, let us continue. When he wishes to return, he slips back into the cramping and restricting burden, which is his outer coating of flesh. We call this waking up or returning to consciousness. As the case may be, he has often brought back useful knowledge which would benefit mankind, but the jar of contact, once again, with the heavy earth vibrations is so harsh that it usually snaps the thread of memory of the preceding events unless the person has been specially trained. We've now come to a point where words are no longer even of the slightest help. So we will not attempt to describe the remaining 3 of the 7 planes, those 3 of which carry the consciousness through to a contact with the world of the divine creator himself. It takes courage even to think, let alone speak of such untranslatable wonders. But we do need such courage, and man is therefore obliged to reduce them to tiny physical plane conceptions able to be grasped by his 5 limited senses. Daring, however, is not without its reward, provided the motive is sincere. So man soon learns that he is more than an animal. The 7 planes then comprise the material of which the whole evolving universe is made. The physical plane or solid world takes up the smallest space because it is condensed and we can see it everywhere with our physical eyes. The etheric counterparts protrude an inch or 2 outside all living objects and can be seen with the help of the Kilner glass screens. Well, that's right, Kilner glass screens, K-I-L-N-E-R. Where are these at? I've talked about that before in my broadcast, these Kilner screens. That when this book was written in 1938, were a known thing. And apparently what these Kilner screens are, is these are basically glass screens that when a person stands in front of them, you can actually see their aura. And there are people that do aura photography and stuff like that now, and they use computers, but I mean, there were folks 100 years ago, there were people that could sit you in front of one of these Kilner glass screens, and by looking at the colors you were emanating, they could tell you everything that was wrong with your body. Now, where has that technology goes? And as this book mentioned earlier, the question that comes into mind is, we like to think of ourselves with all our technology as somehow being advanced humans, or somehow being, better than the people of the ancient days because of our technology. But are we really? I would say that a wholehearted, resounding no. I would say the people of old were light years ahead of us because they didn't have propaganda and conditioning and all this stuff that we have to go up against now. The astral body protrudes to still a further extent and is described by the clairvoyant who can tell you a great deal about the individual by looking at it. Our Earth also has an astral body, of course, which stretches very far out from its circumference. Incidentally, we have to accustom ourselves to the idea that the Earth is still a living creature, as are also the planets. The astral world is the world wherein the 4th dimension is to be found and understood. If you can imagine having eyes that see right through everything in all directions at once, you are visualizing your condition when functioning in the astral world. The thought world or mental plane, or that part of it which is the thought body of our Earth, extends still further outwards into interplanetary space. It presents a marvelous field of exploration for the mystic and the occultist. The worlds of spirit occupy still a larger space. The finest stratum of these, and the final world of divine force, embraces all and flows uninterruptedly through everything. By this, we can see what it is meant when we are told that God or heaven is within us. We are each able to contact the world of spirit within our own little bodies, because in the final analysis, it is the life of that world which is interpenetrating and sustaining us. We have taken but a superficial glance at the law of the seven planes. It is open to us to reject it or accept such a hypothesis as we choose. But the exhaustive way in which all the workings of these planes have been analyzed gives us a most interesting and suggestive field of study, full of amazing and thrilling conceptions. Let us summarize some of these main points once again. And according to this teaching, man has, for his use, first, all his solid physical body of low-frequency vibrations. Secondly, he owns a body of ether. Thirdly, he owns an astral body or a ghost body interpenetrating the other two. Fourth, there is his mental body, and well-known instances of thought telepathy traveling right across the world in the space of a few seconds prove to us the speed at which we can function while in this body. Man's spiritual body is composed of the finest and most high-frequency vibrations of all, and can for that reason take control of all the lower ones. It is very hard for present-day materially minded man to visualize these planes and bodies, but he must not allow his brain to remain inferior to that of early races. The Egyptians, for instance, were quite at home with his knowledge, and drew and named the different bodies of man on tombs and frescoes. According to some authorities, they symbolized them as follows. And we'll leave it right there. We'll pick up on the other side. Reading today out of The Finding of the Third Eye, Vera, Stanley, Alder. Very interesting book. We're almost done with that chapter. We'll be moving on to the next chapter 5 of how we are classified here in just a bit. We're going to continue reading this today. Lots of interesting stuff here. This is the Friday edition of the Global Reality, folks. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us. Back here on the Global Reality on this Friday edition of the broadcast. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Thank you for being with us today for the show, folks. Today we're continuing in our series of reading here. The Finding of the Third Eye from Vera, Stanley, Alder. Very interesting book, published in 1938. And it really gets into a lot of the hidden secret knowledge. I think it becomes a microcosm of how the people in the modern day are now taking these teachings, which of course, could very well be used for the purposes of good in this world, but are using them as the, New Age religion. This is where the whole modern day New Age movement has spawned from. And it is about selling people who, are well-meaning people who get on board with ideas that, we can all understand, but they use it to sell their New World Order. That is the key. Let's continue. The Egyptians called the physical body Kat, K-A-T, a dead fish. The symbol was a curled up dead fish, perhaps the most physical of all creatures. The etheric double was called the Ka and symbolized as the vehicle or holder of the body by a breast and two upstretched arms. They called the astral body Ba, symbolizing it by a human-headed bird, a bird being a traveler through space. The spirit was represented by a lotus, which is able to rise out of the darkness and mud to reach light. The knowledge of these early peoples was astonishing. They understood so completely the power of mind over matter. One outstanding instance of this is seen in their feats of building, which is still incomprehensible to us. It is said that they were able to wield the spirit force over astral and physical substances and create entities to attach to the tombs to guard them for centuries. Present-day scientists are busy exploding the atoms with magnetic and electric force, but so far the results of their efforts have been dubious because of the poisonous byproducts procured. Perhaps they are doing things the wrong way, using physical plane instruments of low vibrations to try to control higher vibrations. They might do better if they could train the only high-powered instrument they possess, the mind, as did the ancient scientists. The true alchemists tried to use the burning force of the concentrated mind as the crucible in which they could distill the elixir of life from gold. Fire can burn up anything of lower vibration than itself. The mind can control fire, being of higher vibration. There are many authentic cases of people who can contact fire without being burnt and can be pierced by knives without shedding blood. The mind can act very quickly on matter, but the spirit can act instantaneously, rearranging the vibrations and reforming them. This fact is probably the basis of the performance of miracles and faith healing. Many people are testing these things out through mesmerism, hypnotism, thought reading, psychometry, and other methods. The explorer along such lines will find that the etheric body has been weighed by scientists. And that's what they mean by weighed, the etheric body being weighed by scientists. This is why you see that there's a loss of weight, an unexplained loss of weight by the body at death. That the aura can be seen through a glass prepared by psychic researchers. That numberless people have had experience of the astral body, and that the vibrations of the mental body have been recorded by instruments, and the power of the spirit body demonstrated by innumerable miracles. It is nature to be skeptical about many of these things, but he who is wise will keep an open mind until he has fairly tested the various proofs available to him. Chapter 5, How We Are Classified. We're told that the attainment of wisdom and power can only be acquired through study and knowledge of ourselves. We've seen also that the same laws govern the whole universe, and that if man can understand some of the laws governing himself or the tiniest atom, he will have a clue to those which govern the solar systems and the greater system to which they belong. Scientists have discovered that an atom closely resembles a miniature solar system. This leads us to the thought that perhaps our great solar system, in its turn, is one of millions of atoms forming the body of some great being too vast for us to picture. Such a being might feel small compared to the world which he in turn finds surrounding himself. Let us carry this idea a little farther. The atoms, or the stars, forming the cells, constellations, of the body of this vast being would not appear to be far apart to him. Seen by him, they would be intimately connected with each other, there being strong chemical reactions and influences between them, just as within the cells of our own bodies. When an atom from one of our own cells is examined, it is found to be compared with a proton, or the sun, and surrounded by various numbers of electrons, or planets, all vibrating at set speeds. Now we are told that the proton is so small a part of the atom that it can be compared with a bee buzzing inside a cathedral. So that if we could become small enough to cling to that proton, we should certainly feel that if we were clinging to a star in a mighty space, it would be difficult to believe that our star was a part of an atom, the cell of a very solid body. Some scientists now claim that the ether itself is denser than the planets that swing through it. So you see, we must reserve ideas about solidity until we are a little better informed. The point made in this case is that through visualizing our vast giant, we can better understand the intimate relation in which the stars stand to each other. Composed of chemicals held together by force of energy, the radiations from each star and planet strongly affect each other, carrying with them chemicals in a very fine and subtle form. Thus, from the planet Mercury, we should expect to receive waves of the wavelength that belong to Mercury, and containing Mercury itself in a fine form. Also, certain other chemicals which are contained in the planet to a lesser degree. As our solar system is believed to have been formed from the splitting up of one star, every planet, every man, and every atom within it must still be held and connected one with another by the interplay of identical chemical radiations. As an example, it is said that a ruby is actually a fragment of that part of the original star which finally broke away to form the planet Mars. The astrologer makes careful calculations of the chemical and spiritual influences set up by the continual changing of the relative positions of the planets and luminaries, the sun and the moon, and of their effect upon the microcosm, or tiny replica, which is man. The macro-microcosmic law comes into play also in the question of time. A man's whole life is said to be mirrored in the moment of his birth. According to one school of astrologists, a person's individuality, his positive side, his character, are determined by the zodiacal sign in which the sun is found at his birth. His personality or negative side is determined by the sign in which the moon is found at his birth. When he is born, he is tuned in, as it were, to the play of the planetary influences at the time, and the vibrations set up within him rule him all his life, determining his reactions both chemical and characteristic in the environment which they attract. It is in this way that people are classified. There are at present scientific experiments in progress whose object is to indicate the differing results of inaugurating the same chemical mixtures and various phases of the planets, and also the different reactions at times in such plants and animals. The ancient sages had a great knowledge of this fascinating subject and considered it of paramount importance. So we'll stop right there, coming on a break again, and we'll continue. This is the chapter, a very interesting chapter of the book here, Chapter 5, How We Are Classified. And again, we're reading today out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder, published in 1938. And we'll talk more about this on the other side. Very interesting stuff here, and really starting to get into the nature of life itself. This is the Friday edition of the Global Reality, folks. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. I thank you for being with us today. Stay with us. Friday edition of the broadcast. I'm your host, Josh Reeves, and we're continuing to read out of the book, The Finding of the Third Eye, written by Vera, Stanley, Alder. I'd like to continue now with more of Chapter 5, How We Are Classified. The ancient sages had a great knowledge of this fascinating subject and considered it of paramount importance. First of all, they conducted endless studies about the planets, and we call the result of their research astronomy. They next made extraordinarily complicated and exhaustive studies of the combined influences of the planets on both the Earth and human beings, according to their different positions in the heavens and various times. Very strange. It's very, very strange synchronicity there. That exactly what I just read. I don't know if you noticed that, but that bumper that just played, and all our bumpers here play randomly. Nobody's controlling it. And that Donovan song, Cosmic Wheels. In the current positions of the planets. I mean, yeah. And then I go and read. And then the next thing I'm reading here says that the ancients made extraordinarily complicated and exhaustive studies on the combined influences of the planets on both Earth and human beings according to their different positions in the heavens at various times. Strange. Oh, synchronicity. Gotta love it. I certainly do. The results of this particular research have come down to us embodied in another science which we call astrology. Astrology divides the heavens into 12 portions, rather like the divisions of an orange. These divisions, called the 12 signs of the zodiac, correspond roughly with the 12 months of the year. Each of these signs is governed by one of the planets, according to the month of the year in which you were born. You can tell which sign rules your life, and consequently what sort of health you may expect to enjoy, and what your characteristics will be. Astrology is such a lengthy study, and so difficult a science, that there are very few really expert astrologers in the world. Those few who do exist usually belong to a family of astrologers whose teaching has been handed down for generations. A genuine astrologer must make complete calculations of the interplay of influences, chemical and otherwise, of every planet upon the person or subject under consideration. But anyone can make a beginning with a simple study of the 12 signs of the zodiac, and although the information gained is only a generalization, it is close to the truth and therefore helpful, and can be used by those who have not learned to cast a horoscope. To attain his final development, man is supposed to be born under the signs of the zodiac one by one. To learn the lessons they teach. Sometimes he is obliged to learn one of these lessons for the third time, perhaps the 30th. This has all been beautifully expressed in the 12 Labors of Hercules, which was written with a profound knowledge of both astrology and symbolism, and contains deeply occult meaning. The ancients declared that the whole history of the evolution of mankind, the solar system, and the universe is described and foretold by the stars, grouped in a kind of mystic shorthand and capable of perfect translation. Such translations are contained in many of the hidden archives. In respect of our year, one sign of the zodiac with its planet is ruling from about the 21st to the 21st of each month. The influence of the signs overlap each other slightly, so that a person born between about the 15th to the 25th of the month is influenced by two signs, being born near to their conjunction. This gives them a more complex character. The most composite influence takes place on the 22nd of the month. So we find many prominent characters born on that date, such as Wagner, Von Dyke, Barron, Bacon, George Washington, Hitler, Conan Doyle, Baden-Powell, Faraday, and Rider Haggard. A person born during the first half of the month comes under the unmixed influence of the sign, and would therefore be of a more definitive type. It must be understood, however, that in the dividing the whole of humanity into only 12 types, we are merely taking the first step. We are only generalizing, and although we have made an important beginning, we must not take it as the final word. The birth of Christ took place at a rare and wonderful conjunction of the stars, by which they announced in the aforementioned shorthand that tremendous event. The three wise men who were astrologer kings of Shaladia had been waiting for this conjunction to occur. When they saw its approach, they set off to journey to Jerusalem. Over the town, it was apparent that it would take place. They arrived and told King Herod, who had once realized the significance of the conjunction, who heralded a new king. Herod called all his wise astrologers together and inquired of them diligently what time the star appeared. They were all much troubled. History is full of stories illustrating the immense importance given to astrology, of which astronomy was but at the foundation. All priests and governors in olden days had to be well versed in the science of the stars and in the science of numbers. And we find this knowledge existed all over the world, all over the then known world. We have only time here to take a superficial glance at the way in which we can apply astrology to the understanding of ourselves and also of racial and world conditions. By means of this science, it is considered possible to map out the whole of a person's life. This is done in the first place by using the law as in the microcosm, so in the microcosm. As above, so below. And therefore, by postulating that the plan of a person's 80 years is mirrored in the first day and even in the first moments of his life. In the same way, the history of a race or a country can be determined by the influences under which it had its inception. These things can, of course, only be believed through the study of proofs. The way to obtain these proofs is first of all to study astrology and then consider the hundreds of horoscopes of famous people which are available, as well as the annals of history itself. In astrology, the great law of cause and effect plays a big part. If, for instance, a man is greedy, it is not magical to predict that at a future date he will suffer from a digestive trouble. Or if he is rash and impetuous, that an accident is very sure to befall him, the average astrologer will predict the accident. But if instead he would study the cause and persuade the man to cure his rashness, karma would be defeated and adjusted, and the accident need not happen. The wise man is a master of his stars. The fool is ruled by them. Very interesting statement. A conscientious astrologer always tries to show a person what tendencies he has to master instead of playing upon his love of sensation by describing future events. What does a man need with his future before he has any idea of how to deal with the present? Today contains all possibilities for those who know how to strive for them. Astrology has been sadly neglected as science, but lately it is beginning to come into its own again under the patient research work of hard-headed scientists who are quite unsuspecting of that which they are about to unearth. One of the principal uses to which astrology can be put is through the thorough diagnosis of a patient, bringing to light the chemical deficiencies or maladjustments in his internal laboratory, and the planetary rays which he is able to assimilate and use, or those which are causing him trouble. This method will do away with all the guesswork. It is claimed, as we are assured, that it is an exact science and will play a large part in the future of medicine. So we'll stop there. I'm going to break. Before that, around the corner, folks, I'm going to read some of this today, and I'll read just till I basically get tired, then we'll probably do some news maybe in the final half hour or something of the broadcast today. Very interesting stuff here. Vera, Stanley, Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye. Friday edition of the Global Reality, folks. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us. Let's get back into Vera, Stanley, Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye now. Some of the biochemical experts have declared that the 12 principal cell salts found in the human body are ruled by the 12 signs of the zodiac. They affirm that a person uses up more of the cell salt belonging to the sign under which he was born, as that chemical is connected with the keynote of his activity. Therefore, the first deficiency that occurs in his internal laboratory is this cell salt, his birth salt. And the various symptoms of his ills may be traced primarily to this depletion. as this was apparently known to the ancients, but as they gave to the cell salts the names of gods and described their activities in mythical parables. We are only just beginning to understand what they meant. The 12 signs of the zodiac represent the 12 lessons of human existence. The 12 qualities to be developed in the formation of the perfect man. It is said that these qualities are gradually achieved by every human being, life after life, but not necessarily sign after sign. That is where man's free will comes in. If he chooses to work under some particular sign more often than others, or repulses the lessons of one sign altogether, a one-sided character results, such as a genius with evil tendencies. The zodiacal year begins at the vernal equinox on March 21st with a sign of Aries. The symbol of Aries is a ram. Because the ram pushes his head into the wintry stubble and plows it up with his horns to expose the new budding green upon which his family can feed. Aries represents the final crude uprush of life, the beginning of the human journey, and therefore bestows extreme physical activity, daring, and impulsiveness upon its natives. Aries rules the head, and therefore the Aryan, or person born between March 21st and April 21st, uses the brain intensively, although without much experience of life to back him. Aries is ruled by Mars, the warlike planet. So man at the beginning of his journey spoils for a fight, is a born leader, eager, brave, with quick working brain, keen to help. He is a poor judge of character and often deceived. He makes bad, subordinate, and although plunky, he is full of fears because he has not yet developed much faith or philosophy. These Aryans should be guarded from overworking the brain and given plenty of sleep. Hans Christian Andersen was an Aries born, although a very advanced type. From April 21st to May 21st, we have the second sign, that of Taurus. Its symbol is a bull, and those born under it partake of the nature of that animal. They are very strong but quiet and plodding, all until, if suddenly aroused, they plunge ruthlessly into their goal. They are ruled by the planet Venus, and so love is a part of man's second lesson. He can love devotedly and work the earth patiently. It is among the Taurians that we find many of our great agriculturists and lovers of nature, also our singers and poets. Often they serve their fellow man with the courage and devotion. Sir James Barrie and Florence Nightingale are examples of this sign. Taurus folk are very strong and easily overnourished. Their chief ills arise from too luxurious living. Having learnt both activity and service, the next lesson which man has to tackle is how to use the brain for practical purposes and for reasoning. This is the work of those born under the third sign, Gemini, May 21st to June 21st, whose symbol is the twins. This symbol represents a dual type of mind. One who can see both sides of a question and jumps with keen interest to every new idea presented. Such people, apparently changeable and ambitious, without knowing exactly for what, and whose brains race like chattering birds from branch to branch of the tree of knowledge, have difficult characters to govern. They are ruled by the planet Mercury, which gives quickness and brilliance, and through an intensive study of life, they learn to develop a logical, reasoning mind. This brilliance and rapidity of thought depends upon the nervous system more than on the brain, so these people must be guarded against overworking their nerves. Our human being has by now gained much experience, and so his next lesson is to learn how to apply it. The fourth sign, Cancer, which is what I am, June 21st to July 22nd, bestows great patience and tenacity, and a genius for parenthood and family life. As we develop, however, we of course become more complex. And so Cancer people are sometimes restless and love to travel. The symbol of Cancer is the crab who carries his house on his back and moves through life in a curious zigzag way, suddenly going backwards again when least expected. Cancer people are like that. Just when about to achieve success, they will turn back or begin something else. And so in spite of their industry, they have a life of ups and downs. Sir Joshua Reynolds ruined many of his pictures through continually changing his method of painting. Cancer people are ruled by the moon, which makes them deeply sensitive and passionate. They badly need a life of discipline and order. Henry VIII is a good example of a Cancer type who became undisciplined, and John Calvin of one who went to the other extreme. Now we come to the point where man has learned a great deal of the human side of life and is able to produce very fine results. His next task, however, therefore, is to stand forth as a powerful and well-developed human being capable of high achievements. The fifth sign is Leo the Lion, July 22nd to August 23rd. We sometimes find born under it kings of men, people of power, large-hearted, strong, both mentally and physically proud, ambitious, and popular. They have not yet touched the divine intuition, and so as a rule they misunderstand and despise those weaker than themselves, although they attract many sycophants. They often suffer cruel disillusion in their friendships through their own inadaptability. They are ruled by the sun and are therefore liable to high blood pressure and other affections of the heart and circulation. We expect to find famous people born under the sun. You know, that crab is a total fraud. Michael Sarin actually was the one that revealed that to me. The crab's a total fraud. It actually, the Egyptian scarab beetle is actually the true sign for the Cancer. Of course, that's been twisted and manipulated, and you know, they didn't really want you to know what the scarab beetle really meant. So that's what it really means. Having risen to great heights through impulsiveness, forcefulness, and the talent for self-expression, the next quality to be acquired is that of discrimination, of taste, the lack of which brought Leo into many unhappy relationships. Therefore, we find that the sixth sign, Virgo, August 23rd to September 23rd, whose symbol is the Virgin, teaches this lesson. Virgo people are born with a natural fastidiousness and critical faculty. They are ruled by Mercury, who also held sway over the people of Gemini, but whereas in that sign great energy was expounded in collecting of facts from all quarters. The Virgo people have all that experience to draw upon, plus the fruit garnered in Cancer and Leo. So they are able to take up life from the angle of the critic rather than the man of action. They are adaptable to almost any pursuit, make excellent subordinates, are plodding and generally successful. Their exquisite taste is evident in many walks of life. From their ranks are drawn both restaurant keepers and art critics. Journalism and hygiene also attract them. They rely on the material side of life, and because Mercury rules the nerves, they often suffer from ills due to worry, hypersensitiveness, and imagination. Nevertheless, they can be controlled, practical, and resourceful. We can study one of the higher types of the sign in Elizabeth, the Virgo or Virgin Queen. The sign of Virgo ends at the autumnal equinox or on September 23rd. So we have therefore traversed the first half of man's journey around the zodiac. He has learned how to be the complete human being, but yet only half his journey is accomplished. The remaining half will be taken up in learning to give over the reins of power to the spiritual man and live in both worlds at once, with feet firmly planted on the earth, but with a mind in communion with the divine. The man has now become the aspirant, realizing that there is a world for his conquering worth infinitely more than the physical world. His task now becomes harder to understand, but the first thing that such a man must achieve is balance. And so the symbol of Libra, September 23rd to October 23rd, the seventh sign, is the balance. The Libran seeks balance all through his life. In fact, he misses many opportunities through too much weighing and balancing in his mind, through second thoughts. In his case, these are not always the wisest. He has reached the stage where man is becoming psychic and intuitive, and he would do well to act on his first impressions. Librans are ruled by Venus, and so are full of love, but their love has become more mental than physical. They are able to love abstract things such as harmony, justice, and beauty, and they shrink from all that is harmonies in life. Some of them will do anything to avoid a row. The desire for harmony and balance deprives him of the more direct energies and impulsiveness of the preceding signs. The refining process has begun, but those who do not understand may think Librans cowardly and weak. They may sometimes be condemned to rather colorless lives. We find among their ranks many lawyers, judges, and specialists, who also architects and research workers, as all these require the qualities of care and balance. Their personal life is often unhappy, so they're being too analytical of other people and afraid to let themselves go. So we can be sure that they must guard against loneliness and depression, which feelings often cause them to overwork themselves. So we'll stop there. More on the other side. And we're reading out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. And we'll talk more on the other side of the break. This is the Friday edition of the Global Reality, folks. Stay with us. We're going to continue reading out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. And this chapter we're talking about now is how we are classified. And it's really describing quite a bit of how the zodiac signs relate to the character of individuals. Having begun to learn how to transmute the tender passion of love to higher planes, man's next step is to bend the warlike face and force of Mars in the same direction. So we see that in the 8th sign, Scorpio, October 23rd to November 22nd, is ruled by Mars, giving to its natives a strong, forceful, and magnetic personality. We're coming now to the types who are so stored with accumulated magnetism and experience, so full of character that they exercise great fascination and sometimes call forth fanatical devotion from their friends. The sign of Scorpio has produced more saints than almost any other, and probably more villains too. These people are capable of the best or the worst, but never of being negative or unnoticed. Therefore, Scorpio has 3 symbols. Firstly, the scorpion, the animal who bites itself with its tail, representing the man who is his own enemy. Secondly, the serpent. A lot of people forget that one of the signs of Scorpio is the serpent, folks, representing the birth of wisdom. And thirdly, the white eagle soaring to the sun, showing the final rising upwards from earthly ties and attaining the spiritual sunlight. The Scorpio native usually passes through the fire of the temptation of sex in all its forms. He has to learn that it is his sex force which he needs for use in higher channels and no other. He is usually versatile, full of ideas, a leader who can sway audiences, a mental fighter, proud, ambitious, sensitive, and a good organizer. He is capable of intense and enduring feelings. The higher types are the humanitarians, peacemakers, and philosophers. The Scorpio native should be guarded against evil companions and always allowed to wield authority. By this time, man has become a very potential being, though still extremely self-centered. The I dominates everything. So that in the next stage of development, we find the beginnings of unselfishness taking place. The 9th sign is that of Sagittarius, November 22nd to December 21st. Its symbol is the archer shooting straight into the sky, representing the quick, strong mind leaping at its goal. Truth. These people instinctively grasp the fact that truth is beautiful and joyful and translate that realization into a keen wish to spread joy and beauty around them. They are the lovers of life, full of kindly humor. They may be domineering, egotistical, and stubborn, but they cannot live without attempting to make their companions happy. They are therefore usually the souls of hospitality. They give great encouragement to music, the arts, and all the pleasures and luxuries of life, containing as they do qualities of all preceding signs. They are extremely versatile, but as they are ruled by Jupiter, music and ceremonial make a special appeal to them. Their love of life makes them an easy prey to self-indulgence, and they are very excitable and emotional. Most of their ills come from these 2 characteristics. Their agile minds and prophetic instinct cause them to jump to results without patient study, and this is a snare for their undoing. They often fail to appreciate the worth of slower folk. As they are high-powered people, Sagittarians must always be actively employed, but they should have short intervals of complete rest in which to relax their tenseness. Because of their zest for life, they are very popular. We've arrived at the stage where man has at last realized the wonder of spiritual accomplishment and has bent his will to attain it. His challenge is at once accepted, and Saturn, or Satan, the great tester and trainer of humanity, steps in to help. So we find that the 10th sign, Capricorn, December 21st to January 21st, is ruled by the planet Saturn, whose metal is lead, and who exerts a heavy, crushing influence, holding his victim down to earth, pressing and pressing upon him until all the dross in his nature is forced out. The symbol of Capricorn is the goat. Man has ceased to be the sheep, listening and following others' lead. He has decided to stand on his own feet and work out his own salvation. He wants proof of all that he may here have to believe. So the Capricornian is above all thoughtful and practical, outwardly perhaps a materialist, yet with a worship of intellect and an interest in the sciences and in the occult. He is independent, proud, and domineering, happiest when leading and organizing, although he lacks the kindly humor of Sagittarius and the brilliant enthusiasm of Leo. He has more tact, pity, and patience than either. And with these, he is beginning to earn his godhead. He is learning to see outside of himself, using his own sufferings to identify himself with the feelings of all humanity. Such a one is likely to become a communist, a socialist, or a fighter for some idea. The difficult personal adjustments he is making often cause him to be hard to understand, complex, and peculiar in some of his reactions. Nevertheless, in spite of stern discipline of his life, he is usually long-lived and rarely is obliged to call in the doctor. We can take examples of the higher types of Capricorns in Joan of Arc, Woodrow Wilson, Benjamin Franklin, and Gladstone. Saturn's intensive work on man is not completed by the end of the sign of Capricorn, so he carries it right through the next zodiacal month. The sign of Aquarius, January 21st to February 21st, which follows, is also ruled by that planet. By now, man has lost much of his crudity, and if he had some of his pride knocked out of him, he is less egocentric. He feels that he is a part of the whole, and he has made a great step forward in that he is beginning to give more importance to others than to himself. The symbol of Aquarius is the water carrier, pouring out the waters of love upon mankind, and the child of this sign loves to merge himself with people in gatherings and functions. He loves to work in intimate relationship with the masses. He is visionary and inventive and has a great desire for public welfare. No longer ambitious for the self, he's apt to remain in the background unless inspired to work for a cause in which he can rise to great heights and can then push forward quite impersonally. The Aquarian mind is learning to be non-attached, clear-cut, honest, with a love of freedom, and a sympathy with human weakness. He is still oversensitive. He reads character instinctively, seeing through people, and this gives him intense likes and dislikes. He's already developed some of the finer, subtle qualities of the soul, and this causes him to be very delicately balanced. For this reason, he often feels frail in health, although in reality, he has a great reserve force. So we're going to stop there, and we'll finish up, and then we'll get into news and the rest of the broadcast. I want to finish up just the stuff about the rest of the signs, the final signs of the Zodiac, and then we'll pick up on this book, another broadcast. Friday edition of The Global Reality, The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. Folks, stay with us. Continuing our series of reading out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. Very interesting book here. I want to continue finishing up this information on the Zodiac, and then we'll get into news in the final segment today. We've now arrived at the last sign of the 12, the one, therefore, under which the most perfected type of spiritual man can be born. This sign is called Pisces, and lasts from February 21st to March 21st. It is the symbol of the fish. The lesson of Pisces is a final letting go of the self, the complete merging into the lives and feelings of others. Therefore, under this sign are born our most brilliant actors. The inspiration which the people of Pisces have earned produces also fine poets, dramatists, and musicians. Of course, George Harrison was a Pisces. The strongest and the weakest types are born at this time. The force which flows through Piscean is difficult to handle. And unless he turns it to good account, it may drive him to drugs, drink, and other excesses. The sign is a dual one, so the two ways are open. The native may rise, if inspired, to any heights of self-denial and attainment, but he needs encouragement and confidence in himself. As with all the later signs, his character is complex and versatile. His past training gives him a natural understanding. He absorbs knowledge rather than studies it. Pisces is ruled by Jupiter, who bestows brilliance and a love of ceremony, as we saw in Sagittarius. So our Piscean contributes much to the decorative and romantic in life, and this arouses intense and sometimes fanatical devotion to his friends. If these friends push him in the right way, he can become a great public servant, but he depends upon cooperation with others. he prefers to work in brotherhood. He's identified himself with the universe, and this comes from a great love of travel and the sea. We've now completed our initial review of the types born under the 12 signs. We must, however, remember that astrology subdivides them ad infinitum, and that the laws of rebirth, karma, and free will arrange for numberless variations, and numberless variations of the order in which people progress through these signs. So there's no path. There's no, you don't progress through the different signs in order, folks. That's what they're saying. You may be inhabiting a Cancer in this life, but you may be inhabiting, a Sagittarius in the next. There's no, there's a random nature to it. Where did I leave off here? The number of times that they have accomplished the full round will determine whether they are old and experienced souls or new souls. The old souls are, of course, becoming more rounded out as they approach the state of perfect man, who is a blend of the best in all the signs. The examples which we have given of famous people are therefore the older souls, and not really very typical of their sign, but the mediocre and simple types rarely leave their mark in history. With regard to the 12 cell salts, which are the principal active agents of activity in the human body, let us note the interesting relation they are said to bear in the sign of the zodiac. Aries the ram, the brain worker, uses up very much of the potassium phosphate, which nourishes the brain fluid and produces the highest rate of vibration in the body. A deficiency causes a brain deficiency and a lack of comprehension. Taurus the bull, ruling the liver, governs the cell salt sulfate of sodium, which eliminates excess water from the body due to the abundant intake of luxury-loving Taurians. A deficiency of this salt causes ills such as diabetes and quinsy. Gemini, the twins ruling the nervous system, governs that cell salt potassium chloride, which forms fibrin in the blood and so builds the nerves, while a deficiency causes thickening of the fibrin and therefore bronchitis, asthma, and other nervous disease results. Cancer, the tenacious crab, rules the spleen and governs the salt fluoride of lime, which builds the tenacious elastic fibers holding the body together. A deficiency of this causes sagging throughout the organs, with many attendant ills from depression to dropsy. Leo, the sun, ruler of the heart and vitality, governs the salt phosphate of magnesia, which regulates the muscular spasms, such as those controlling the heartbeats. A deficiency causes cramps, lack of muscular force, palpitations, and meningitis. Virgo, ruler of the solar plexus and stomach, governs the salt of potassium sulfate, which makes the oil necessary to keep the machinery going throughout the body. The deficiency causes thickening of the oil, which clogs the pores and produces various forms of stagnation. Libra, the balance, ruler of the kidneys, governs the cell salt carbonate of sodium. This salt holds the balance between the acids and the fluids of the system and produces harmonious life. A deficiency engenders acidity with hate, jealousy, depression, and their attendant ailments such as the headache and lumbago. Scorpio, the scorpion, ruler of the sex organs, governs the cell salt sulfate of lime. This needs to be transmuted by water to the form of white plaster of Paris. This strengthens the whole system and gives tone to the gray matter of the brain. The deficiency demoralizes the brain, destroying the power of elevated thought, and renders the body prone to infectious diseases. Sagittarius, the archer, rules the thighs and governs the cell salt silica, which is really quartz. This is formed of strong, minute, arrow-shaped pieces, which stiffen the walls of hair, nails, nerve sheaths, and cells, and pierce a way outward to the surface for necessary eruptions. A deficiency of silica produces weakness of the cell walls, leading to various forms of self-poisoning, such as rheumatism and other inflammations. Capricorn, the goat, rules the bones and governs the cell salt calcium phosphate. This uses albumin to make the cement for the bones. A deficiency causes diseases due to the overflow of albumin. Aquarius, the water character, rules the white corpuscles, and governs the cell salt sodium chloride, which acts as a water carrier to the human system. A deficiency causes frailty such as disease and jaundice. Pisces rules the feet, the foundation of the body, and governs the cell salt phosphate of iron, which is the foundation of the blood. A deficiency gives bad circulation, chills, and fever. Here, then, we have a rough idea as to how the planetary rays are said to affect the chemicals within us and our own reactions. Much research along these lines by certain of the biochemists and other scientists in progress at present Naturally, the reactions of the cell salts overlap and interplay with great complexity, when the science would appear to be a deep one. How much truth there is in all this, and how much study it would take to produce useful results, are questions which we must not leave to the student who feels disposed to investigate. We cannot leave the science of astrology without applying the macrocosmic law to it and observing how it works out on a larger scale. According to its findings, then, our own sun, with its planets in its turn revolving around a parent sun, the signs of the zodiac repeat themselves in still a greater cycle, during which our sun takes about 2,500 years to pass through each sign. But as this greater movement is in the opposite direction from one smaller one, the signs follow one another in reverse order. Each of these great periods is called an age. During 2,000 years of the Jewish dispensation, the sun was passing through Aries, the ram, which animal figures very largely in sacrifice in the symbol of the time. Before the period, there was an age of Taurus, wherein the winged bull, representing the Tauran capacity for rising to spiritual heights, was worshipped and sculptured by such people as the Chaldeans and the Assyrians. The Sphinx would appear in this light to have been built during the age of Leo, somewhere before 10,000 BC, as it has a lion's body. Following the Jewish came the Christian dispensation under the sign of Pisces, the fish. The fish is a symbol of Christianity, and some of us are required to eat it every Friday. The 2,000 years of the Piscean age drew to a close with the 19th century. We are now gradually coming into the new age. This is the Aquarian age, where the waters of life will be poured out to mankind. During this period, we are told that universal brotherhood will become an accomplished fact, and a golden age will be brought to birth. So we'll finish up Dear Stanley Alder's Finding of the Third Eye in a later broadcast. Final 7 around the corner. We'll get into news there for you on the other side. Stay with us. Let's get into the finding of the third eye here. We'll start it out in this segment, then we'll come back at the top of the fourth hour, and we'll get into a lot more of it here. We left off Friday. We finished the chapter, How We Are Classified. Today we're going to pick up on the chapter, Male and Female. So here it is. Let us see what part of the much tormented question of sex plays in this deeper conception of life that we are trying to reach. We must follow our usual procedure and first try to get at the roots and underlying causes, taking as broad and as scientific a view of the subject as we can. We find that male and female are really the positive and negative aspects in nature. That is to say that male is the positive or electrical quality, and the female is the magnetic, receptive, or negative quality. When the two fuse, creative action occurs. The word negative is here used in its electrical application and means that which does not act but holds power. It does not represent futility or weakness, but reserve force. The whole of the universe is built upon this fusion of male and female. From the greatest planet to the tiniest chemical cell, the same process goes on. It is really as if the world were an electrical pole containing vast numbers of other electrical poles of all sizes down to the most minute. Let us consider this question of electricity passing down a pole or a straight line. The pole can be a bar of iron, a planet, or a person. One side of the pole is a positive or electrical side, and the other side is the negative or magnetic side. The magnetic side draws to itself, absorbs, and retains power. When it contacts the positive, i.e. the action or electrical side of the pole, it gives off this power. Combustion occurs, a spark is lit, and force is generated. It is exactly this process which causes a plant to rotate, moves a car, creates a child, or makes a plant grow. The positive electrical male side of nature is represented by the acids, and the passive and female magnetic side of nature is represented by the alkalis. Before a plant or a car moves, the right constituents of acid and alkali must be assembled to create the little explosions of electrical life force which brings action about. There's also this identical driving force which motivates our bodies. The tiniest cell in our bodies is an electric battery in a state of combustion, just as our whole body is also electrically polarized. The acid part of our bodies is the action part. The muscles, the alkali part of us, is the blood which holds and carries the power to those muscles. When in a state of health, the two are rightly balanced. But at death, the power which holds them apart, the pole, is withdrawn and the acid floods the alkaline blood, causing the whole mechanism to become static. In chemistry, you must take an alkali element and combine it with an acid element if you want to create a compound which is strong and useful. If you want to make a bomb, which is only condensing the production of force into a small space, you must also bring together an acid and an alkali. When they are allowed to meet, the bomb explodes. The same thing happens when a well-matched man and a well-matched woman meet. Attraction leads to combination and then action. It must not be inferred, however, that a man is all electrical and a woman is all magnetic. On the contrary, these two qualities run in juxtaposition through every cell and atom, but all existing things are preeminently of one sex, although containing both interiorly in various degrees. The planet Mars, for instance, is preeminently masculine, and of course is held in manifestation by its poles of positive and negative. Our Earth has its poles running through it, called north and south, at its two ends, and of course one side of the Earth is electrical and the other magnetic. So also a man and a woman, though preeminently male electric and female magnetic, have each what we might call their poles running through them. The right side of our bodies is electric and the left side magnetic. The right side of the action and the left side of the female or heart side. The subdivision of these two continues to infinity in our bodies until each tiny cell has its pole, and even each atom, as we know, is revolving around its pole or axis. Thus, throughout the whole of life, from the greatest to the tiniest, we have the same process going on. The female magnetic power attracts the male electric force in creation, and action takes place. Now, as this process runs throughout everything, we may expect to find an expression of it in our own brain, and we do. The human brain has a shape curiously like that of a human embryo, and it contains a part which is male and a part which is female. When these two parts are coordinated by mental training and concentration and made to cooperate, a most wonderful development takes place, and the mind becomes inspired, forceful, and creative. So we'll stop right there and we'll pick up on the other side. Coming in the fourth hour of the broadcast, The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder, with, of course, an introduction by the Theosophist Alice Bailey. And this book was published in 1938, I believe. Yeah, 1938. Very interesting book. Let's get back into The Finding of the Third Eye here by Vera Stanley Alder. And let me find out where I left off here. This was, let me read back. When these two parts, now as this process runs through everything, we may expect to find an expression of it in our own brain, and we do. The human brain has a shape curiously like the human embryo, and it contains a part which is male and a part which is female. When these two parts are coordinated by the mental training and concentration and made to cooperate, a most wonderful development takes place, and the mind becomes inspired, forceful, and creative. This was well known to the very ancient people. In their own remarkable way, they worship the means by which a human being can contact God within his own brain. Now that's very interesting, isn't it? This was well known to the ancient people. In their own remarkable way, they worshipped the means by which a human being can contact God within his own brain. This is why you saw the Uraeus, or this is why you saw the serpent coming out of the pineal gland, the third eye. This is why you saw that, ladies and gentlemen. They knew how to contact the gods. Of course they did. And that's the thing. We've degenerated back. People think that we are in some way advanced because of our modern technological prowess. But indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we are less of enlightened human beings than we were in the ancient days. Succeeding generations in their ignorance debased this worship of communication with the gods into phallic worship of sex in its physical sense. Our ideas about the things that matter have grown smaller and smaller down the centuries until present. They're almost non-existent. Now, I hate to get graphic on you, and I don't really mean to. I'm not being perverted here or anything by saying this. It's just an honest fact. When you have a climax, or an orgasm, male or female, either one, your brain does secrete a tiny bit of dimethyltryptamine, DMT, out of your pineal gland. I don't know how many of you know that. That's what they're talking about here. So the way of being able to communicate with a higher power through this, and actually through the use of sex and whatnot, has been, turned into phallic worship. Of course, that's what he's talking about here. Or she is talking about here, rather. We can now begin to glimpse the truths lying behind the worship in many ancient civilizations of the great trinities of life. The Christians adopted them and gave us God, the life force, the Virgin Mother, or the wisdom restored power, and the Son, the result of that blending, the one who acts and achieves. In most ancient religions, we can trace an appreciation of this Trinity. The alchemists expressed the triangle in their own... Oh, yeah, of course it does. Oh, of course it does. You see, this is where... Well, of course, yes, it does. But that's why people get addicted. That's why people become sex addicts, and they don't know why. Because they don't know what it is they're tapping into. I mean, you see, everything in the world, folks, everything that we experience has an underlying level of it, but we get trapped in the lower vibrational field of these things. You see, we get stuck down in the lower vibrational field. We don't understand what the higher representations of these things can be. Now that got me laughing there, Wicked Mercy. I don't think I can say blank rings on air. The alchemists express the triangle in their own way as mercury, sulfur, and salt. Our cell salts being that which builds and acts upon within our own body. Then there is also our sun, the male electrical positive force, whose rays strike the magnetic female moon. The combination of both rays reaching the earth causes fertilization, movement, and growth. For a long time, we have been accustomed to our little limited way to think of sex only in the primitive terms of our power or physical procreation, but not as the vast process on which the whole universe is built. Infinitely petty and restricting taboos have shamefacedly locked up the entire question in a secret box in our minds. We muddle along in complete ignorance, oblivious that the box contains our greatest jewels. Let us now take out these jewels of ours and study their value. We are confronted throughout history with certain symbols. One of them is the serpent, which was always much in evidence wherever the ancient temples devoted to wisdom flourished. Since the old story of Adam and Eve, the serpent has represented two things: knowledge and sex. And by sex, the serpent represented creation and, of course, genetic manipulation, thus hinting at the close connection between them. And the secret is that the creative force within us is one single force. Whether it be used for physical or mental ends, we have the choice as to which way we shall direct this force, upwards or downwards. In material-minded or primitive man, it continues to be used purely for procreation or sensual gratification. But as a man aspires to higher ideals, as he yearns to create mentally and live in the spirit, the force is gradually drawn upwards to the creative principles in the brain. This force is called by the Easterns the Kundalini, and is likened to the serpent of fire lying coiled in the base of the spine. If a man steadily purifies his mind and nature through living chastely and moderately, he is able to magnetize the Kundalini serpent upwards through the channel of his spine until finally it reaches the masculine and feminine principles of the brain and fires them into coordination. The man is then filled with inspiration and becomes attuned to the inner world of wisdom. This can only be accomplished with the help of the Kundalini serpent. Perhaps Christ gave a hint of this when he said, "Be ye as wise as serpents." Men and women have therefore the choice as to what they will do with this power within them. Shall they exhaust it in the various self-indulgencies of sex life, both mental and physical, or shall they use it to become creative in the realms of the spirit and the higher mind, a force for good? It is this tremendous choice which every human being has to face. Usually they face it unconsciously or in the dark because of the utter helplessness of present-day education in these matters. Hardly one of the many pitfalls surrounding them is properly examined. It is easy to convince ourselves of the fact that it is one and the same force which feeds either the procreative organs or the brain. The gland specialists have brought much to light proving this. They say the pineal gland in the head acts as a brake upon sex development. As we have said, it was once a third eye. Now it regulates the action of light upon the body. If it is diseased or inactive, we get precocious sex development. The pituitary body in the head is the gland of intellectuality, promoting the mathematical and artistic powers. When it is deficient, sexual abnormalities result. We also have the evidence of our numberless lunatic asylums, people largely with those whose brains have deteriorated through sex excesses of various kinds. On the other hand, we have many cases of people who apparently have gone mad as a result of fanatical piousness. This needs another explanation. Here we have come up against the result of what might be termed spiritual greed. A person who is greedy and self-indulgent on the physical plane will naturally not change his character just because he decides that more benefit will accrue from the pursuit of spiritual assets. It is possible to be greedy for spiritual food, which is as yet undeserved. Very often people attempt to make, in a few years, the spiritual progress for which they should have been patiently working for all their lives. Now, let me tell you, that's exactly what we see in our modern day. That's exactly what I see within our own movement. I see people that come in the chat room all the time. I see people that come to me, and they want me to give them everything that I've required in my own quest for truth, my own quest for enlightenment in 17 years. They want me to wrap that up for them in a span of a few sentences in a damn chat room. And there is no fast track to enlightenment, ladies and gentlemen. It takes years of dedication, and it takes years of deciding that this is what you're going to do. But I see so many people that all the time, they want me to give them the fast route. You know, they want all the answers, and they also think they can expect to even understand all the answers, even if you do attempt to give them a fast track. And so I like that it says that there. I do like that it says that. Very often people attempt to make in a few short years the spiritual progress which they should have been patiently working for all their lives. The result is that the body has not had time for its vibrations to become purified and raised to a higher tempo. And the brain is still full of the dregs of worldly and impure thoughts. When, therefore, by a forcing process, the Kundalini serpent of fire is prematurely driven up the spine, burning away all the dross as it goes, and it arrives within a brain unfitted to receive it. Parts of the brain cannot stand this bath of fire and perish with a sudden burning of the dross they still contain, and various forms of derangement ensue. And that's right, when people come into too much information too quickly, when they're not ready for it, it drives them bat crap insane. I've seen it happen, folks. Seen it happen a million times. Seen it happen a million times. People want too much too quick and their minds shut down. They can't handle it. Many people have gone down that road. Many highly dangerous breathing exercises originating in the East are designed with the purpose of arousing the Kundalini. They bring disastrous results when used by ignorant or materially minded people. Now, Micah, who does a show here on Sundays from 5 to 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. We've had Micah on the show with us many times. Micah, one of the things he does in his show is he explains these various breathing exercises. And he would be the first to tell you as well that they bring disastrous results when used by ignorant or materially minded people. I've heard him make that caveat before where, look, you know, this is not to be used by someone just, you know, an amateur here. Sometimes the same issue is achieved when those with mixed motives fling themselves violently into various religious cults and isms. We hear that their final goal turns out to be a mental home. Yet another mishap can befall the aspirant who is not sufficiently wholehearted. If he once arouses the serpent and then subconsciously repents of his endeavors, the serpent rushes downwards and plunges his owner into the worst of orgies and excesses. Fortunately, this sometimes happens to these saintly men who have just been a little too ambitious for spiritual gain. We'll stop right there. More on the other side, more out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder here on this Monday edition of The Global Reality, folks. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us. Back here on The Global Reality on this Monday edition of the broadcast, I am your host, Josh Reeves. I want to thank everybody for tuning into the show today, and thank you so much for being here with us today as we continue to read out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. We should be able to get through this book this week, and then we're going to continue to read more books. I wanted to do this and just to go in between and go in between news and information and go in between research and also go back and read various books and whatnot. Because, you know, one of the reasons why when I first started making documentary films was I noticed that so few people read anymore, because I thought about writing a book, you know, at one point, but then it's like, well, not very many people read. And then, you know, making films and putting information into a audio and visual format is an easier way to get information across to people than it is to get them to read a book about a subject. But same thing kind of applies here, you know. I think a lot of people are more apt to take the information in if I read it out loud, they are to just, you know, would take the time to read the book themselves. So I kind of force people into having to be read to. But let's continue on here as we continue to read. This chapter is entitled Male and Female, The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. We have to realize that steady, patient, even, and balanced progress is the surest way. We must not expect to come to results too easily. Greed of the mental or spiritual body will produce a congestion and sickness on those planes as surely as its counterpart will on the physical. To try and attain mental expansion. Now listen to this, folks. Listen to this. This is important. To try and attain mental expansion while still the victim of inhibitions and repressions is like expecting to become a ballet dancer while still refusing to use certain limbs or muscles. We have so fully to realize the glories of possible attainment that all lesser desires simply fade out. They do not have to be repressed. It is only in the purity of a one-pointed mind, the root of pure is complete, that we can welcome as one of the greatest events of our life the safe awakening of the Kundalini serpent. Now that is very important, because I see this in a lot. I see people who, it's one of the biggest disappointments, and you know, I used to encounter the same type of disappointment with friends when I was involved in playing in bands and stuff. You know, you'd always be with people, and you know, I always was in it for the music. I was always in it for expression. And then you would, you know, of course, you would want to hang around those type of people. And then you would find out that those people were full of it. They were full of crap. When it came around to it, right down to it, they were in it for the money or for the sex or the drugs and everything else. And then you're left all alone as the one person who really was, at least I was, in it for the right reasons. And I found that a lot within this type of realm of research and whatnot as well. I've met a lot of people who claim that they're enlightened or claim that they're awake or say, oh yeah, you know, I don't want this, but then they still get stuck down in the distractions. They still get stuck down in the, you know, in the petty relationship drama, or they still are obsessed with, you know, nothing but sex all the time, or they're obsessed with nothing but, you know, yeah, oh yeah, I'm enlightened, but I'm not going to give up my, you know, my nice car. So that's the thing, you know, you've got to be willing to make the sacrifices that it entails and to break free of these lower vibration, 5 sense reality chains. The same truth applies in relation between the sexes, where again sincerity of purpose and wholeheartedness are the determining factors of resulting happiness. When a spirituality minded man and a woman fall in love with each other, there occurs a blending and a union between the sevenfold bodies of each of them, culminating in a spiritual as well as physical creation. This gives an ecstasy and fulfillment 7 times greater than that which the average physical union can bring. Force and power are engendered in 100-fold more on all planes through having been conserved instead of frittered away. Both the children and all creative work resulting from such a union will be incomparably superior to the average. If every child were brought up with the understanding and ambition focused upon such an ideal, we should soon have a heaven upon earth. And that's, see what they're saying there is that if you have, if we could create a world where all men and all women were awake, the offspring that would inhabit this planet of all men and women that are awake, the future offspring of all of these awake man, awake woman, if we could populate the planet with those type of people, folks, there wouldn't be a need for an Oracle broadcasting. There wouldn't be a need for an anti-New World Order movement, you see? Again, the answers that we seek are within us. It's that we're constantly looking to these external sources, aren't we? As it is, the subject of sex is so little understood that any irregularities in its manifestation consign the victim to suffering in ignorant and misunderstood wretchedness. The interplay of the masculine, feminine, positive, negative principle throughout our bodies is not yet fully grasped. The ancient wisdom teaches that man, having a positive masculine physical body, has a feminine negative etheric body. This may be why he has in some ways much less staying power in the matter of pain and endurance than women, who owes her endurance to the fact that in spite of her negative female physical body, she has a positive or male etheric body. Man's astral or emotional body is masculine and therefore active and under his control, whereas woman's astral is negative and absorbing, is at the mercy of outside influences, and that is why she can be dragged down to lower depths in some ways than a man can. A drunken woman is more terrible than a drunken man. Boy, you got that right. Ooh, you got that right. A drunken man, you just punch her lights out. A drunk woman out of control, forget about it. Good Lord. It would seem to follow, then, that man's middle body has a preponderance of the female quality. We'll leave there. We're coming on a break again. And so we'll pick up where we left off on the other side of the break in the final half hour of this Monday edition of the Global Reality right here on the Oracle Broadcasting Network. We're continuing to read out The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. Stay with us. Let's get back into The Finding of the Third Eye here to finish up this chapter today. Male and Female, Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. Man's astral or emotional body is masculine and therefore active and under his control, whereas women's astral is negative and absorbing. It is at the mercy of outside influences, and that is why she can be dragged down to lower depths in some ways than a man can. It would seem to follow then that the man's mental body has a preponderance of the female quality in that of a woman's. Man is meant to learn sensitivity and intuition from a woman. A woman is meant to learn steadiness and honesty from a man. A perfect man or a perfect woman must be a complete blending of the qualities of both. That is why we are told that at the end of evolution there will be no differentiation of the sexes, meaning while the process of this integration will bring about temporary aberrations which result through misunderstanding and homosexuality and other irregularities. We are taught that men and women change their sex at various incarnations. This change sometimes produces a masculine woman or a feminine man until the readjustment is complete. It is necessary that these things are better understood. Then people, instead of giving way helplessly to any abnormalities which they discover within themselves, and living a life of shamefaced yet defiant indulgence, will learn to master such tendencies and turn them to good account. Breaking news coming in out of the chat room there from Lee Rogers. AP News Alert, firefighter says an F-18 fighter jet has crashed in a San Diego residential area. So we'll keep you posted on that. I'll do a search here on the break when we come back here in a few minutes, and I'll see if I can find anything else on that. So far all we have is the one-line news story of that, but wow. We'll keep you posted on that. This could be, are there any drills going on that we know about? We'll have to see. But let me finish up here with this book, and we'll come back and we'll do news in the final segment. We're almost done here. When we consider that from the greatest to the smallest, all progress in evolution depends upon the interplay of the male positive and female negative principle, and how this especially applies to the mental and spiritual creative powers to which mankind is dedicated to strive. We begin to see how much futile stagnation is caused either by people who refuse any relationship with the opposite sex, such as nuns and monks, or by those who indulge in homosexuality. The seven bodies of man and woman merge creatively when they work or play together, entirely irrespective of the sexual act, and stimulate and nourish one another in a way which is essential to the bringing through of creative inspiration. In the temples of ancient wisdom, before their degeneration, the priests worked with their female oracles to achieve their greatest results. When men and women are brought up to be sensitively alive to this interplay of the forces between them, they will obtain so much fulfillment from them that the act of procreation will fall back quite naturally to its normal use. Sex antagonism and other inhibitions will disappear. There will be produced the perfect working unit, build up of woman wisdom strength and man power action. It is upon such units that the golden age will be founded. And tomorrow we will get into chapter 7 of Vera Stanley Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye. And chapter 7 is entitled Birth, Sleep, and Death. And this is a very, very interesting. We've been reading for the past several broadcasts out of a book called The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder. This book was published in 1938, and I want to continue that reading today. This book, the response to me reading this book has been overwhelming. And I first started reading this last Thursday. I read it Thursday, Friday, and then yesterday. So if you hadn't heard some of the previous broadcasts in which I've been reading this, you can go to the archives and check those out. So today we're going to start with chapter 7 of The Finding of the Third Eye. With the chapter 7 is entitled Birth, Sleep, and Death. Very interesting stuff here, and you're going to enjoy it. Here we go. As we have proceeded to explore life along these lines, it has appeared to grow more and more complicated. Indeed, many people will draw back with a feeling of resentment. They will say, it is not necessary to know all these things. So far, I have managed very well without them. The simple Christian faith is sufficient for me. Such people will probably hate the idea of living again on this earth. They are interested neither in the future development of mankind nor in the service which they might contribute to it. In this way, they show us they are possibly still the victims of moral laziness. They are not yet prepared to think deeply or to seek new ways of helping and achieving. They wish to be left in peace in the groove in which they have been brought up. Nor is it good to endeavor to persuade them otherwise. They are probably doing very well at their present stage, even possibly better than those who are so anxious to teach them other ways. There are plenty who are eager for further knowledge and who need no persuading. Let us continue our explorations with these latter ones and consider more deeply the phenomenon of man's existence. His birth, his growth, his sleep, and finally, his death. It has been said that man is born unfinished. He is born in the ninth month, the finished number being 12. And certain it is that the young of the human are the most helpless of all. Throughout this chapter, we will study the human being in his fullest sense. That is to say, with his 7 interpenetrating bodies, as before explained. We are told that the birth of the physical body precedes that of other bodies, each one which is intimately connected with one of the 7 principal endocrine glands. We can do no more than touch on this intricate subject here in order to give point to our argument. Up to the age of 7, the average child has only complete control of its physical body, the rest of its faculties being imitative or dormant. In a court of law, a child is not considered punishable until after 7 years of age. With the first cycle of 7 years, we are told that the etheric body is born or comes under positive control. The ethers govern growth and memory. These are the two functions most prominently active during this next 7 years. At the age of 14, the astral or emotional body is said to come into birth. This governs the emotions and desires, so this is the age of puberty and unrestrained emotions. Up to 14 years, the child has been dominated by the thymus gland, which it was bequeathed a store of red blood corpuscles. How do you say that word? Corpuscles. Blech. Corpuscles, I guess is how you say it. By the mother. This gland should become recessional by the age of puberty, at which time the child has begun to manufacture its own blood. The blood is known to be the seat of the ego, which can then begin to control the young person, who becomes conscious at this time of his individuality. From now on, guidance instead of authority must be the rule. The adrenal glands, which come into dominance at puberty, help to develop the individual driving force as well as the brain power. They are said to be the glands of fight and fright. Under their government, there is extreme sensitivity to fear and anxiety. These tendencies arouse a need for some kind of religious belief to give reassurance. So we find that during these years, there is often great emotional piety. The end of the third cycle of 7 years sees the birth of the mental body, so that by 21 years of age, the individual has reached an important epoch in his life. He has accomplished the completion of the three lower bodies of man, the physical, emotional, and mental. He has developed into the complete human being from ordinary standpoints and is considered to have reached his majority and state of manhood. From then onwards, if man develops as he could and should do, every further 7 years we see the birth of a new quality of power, of a kind more subtle and less easily described here. Finally, we come to the magic number of 7 times 7, and man has reached the age of 49. It is here, therefore, that we can expect the flowering of his greatest power and quality. Sure enough, we are told that it is at this age that his higher mind should come into birth, giving him a subtle capacity for the highest and loftiest achievement. The pituitary body and pineal gland should now cooperate to use the sum of his life's experiences for new creative ideas, deductions, and philosophies. Therefore, at this age, it would indeed be well if man could retire from all mechanical routine work and concentrate on giving to the world his contribution in the way of schemes for the betterment of mankind and the various inspirations resulting from his experience. As we could still have expectation of life for another 50 years, this would allow him to close on half a century of potent fulfillment in living. Such would be the program of the perfected man or woman who was able to live up to his or her potentialities. But at the present time, many people dissipate their energy and strength to such an extent while young that they never reach the flowering of their greatest faculties at all. They live and die without ever tasting the ultimate joys and triumphs of human existence. They are never able to feel that they have made any knowledge really their own, that they know any one fundamental fact of life, what they are, why they are here, or to what they are progressing. They live always like the man who said, "The only certain thing in life is doubt." They admit their dark ignorance by scoffing at the bare possibility of such knowledge, refusing to see that right down the ages there has been a vast accumulation of circumstantial evidence compiled for their own heritage and benefit. They continue to muddle along interminably in their stagnant grooves. Such laziness makes man willing to be blind to the fact that his greatest contribution of value to the world can be expected after he is 50. Therefore, he does not husband his mental and his physical strength to that end. He should realize that the inspired productions of the higher mind give the intense joy of fulfillment than which there is no greater glory. The fact that many people are half-exhausted wrecks by the age of 50 and others much before that is a disgrace to progress and modern education. And one more proof of the prevailing ignorance is that people are not sensible of this disgrace. When healing the sick, Christ said, "Thy sin is forgiven thee," pointing out very definitely that disease is the outward manifestation of wrong thinking. But we have not yet taken the hint. We are still proud to tell of our disease, unaware that we are giving away the unclean and unkept condition of our minds. That's very key there. Very key, very important. In the future, people will feel ashamed of letting down the community by becoming unwell. A man will be as unwilling to admit to having a cold as he is now to confess to a thief. Let me tell you something, folks, and I'm not bragging here at all. I'll try to say I'm some Buddha or something over here, but let me tell you something. I've been meditating and been keeping my mind in this sort of level for about 10 years now. I never get sick. Very rarely do I ever get a cold. Very rarely do I ever get any sort of, and believe me, I believe that my well-being is part and parcel of me keeping my mind the way that I've kept it. And I think, reading this book 10 years ago, and now that over the course of 10 years, can look back on that, I'd say in the past 10 years, I've probably been sick 5 times. But when I get sick, Most of the stuff I get is from these damn chemtrails. Ugh. The present general ill health is responsible for many irregularities in the development of the glands. Some of them do not recess when they should, and so a childish and unmoral state continues in the growing youth. Unbalance of the glands causes some of them to predominate too early to compensate for weakness in others. This produces geniuses who are, for that reason, often prone to epilepsy and other abnormalities. The ancients understood that connection between the glands and the subtle worlds of nature. It will be a happy day when that knowledge is revised by modern scientists. Let us consider the common but marvelous phenomenon of sleep. There is a vast accumulation of data proving that the ego, or the individual, can and does leave the body during sleep. Understand that. Your ego individual, your etheric body, can and does leave the body during sleep. How many of you have had dreams that have been so vivid and so real that you felt that you've existed in another plane of reality? All of us have. That's what that is, folks. The blood recedes from the brain, which can then no longer function. Yet much mental activity may take place together with many authentic experiences of faraway places. A person can, during sleep, solve intricate problems which have beaten him away during the day. He can also tell the time and awaken at any hour decided upon. How many of you have the ability to do that? I can. I don't even need an alarm clock. I can tell myself I need to wake up at 10 o'clock, and I will wake up at 10 o'clock on the dot. Amazing how it does that. But that's another one of these things we all have the potential to be able to do. He can function in a complex world of happenings, which he calls dreams. We are told that if the ego leaves the physical body during sleep, he does so clothed in his mental and astral bodies, in which he is as mobile as electricity. The physical body is left enveloped in its etheric body, or double, that counterpart of the human being formed of condensed ethers, through which the life forces are fed to the tissues from the surrounding ethers. Man's various bodies are linked together by a vital elastic cord operating rather like an electric current without the wire. This cord is a kind of umbilical cord which joins the ego and his vehicles to that part of Mother Earth which is his physical body. When it snaps, he is born into the afterlife, and we say that he is dead. This cord is referred to in the Bible as the silver cord. As long as it is intact, the traveling ego is able to get back to his body as surely as a telephone message can travel along the wire. We are told that the only differences between life and death is the sundering of this subtle link which binds a person to his physical body. A strong desire to see a friend may often take the sleeper to see that friend, who may be either awake in his physical body or himself traveling while asleep in the astral realms. In this way, it is said that many important meetings and actions are rehearsed by the people concerned days before they occur. This would explain why one often has the feeling of knowing just what is going to be said or done. It is possibly in that way that many prophecies are given. In this connection, we should notice the extreme significance which all ancient nations attach to dreams. The power clearly to remember one's dreams was cultivated assiduously by the priesthood, as was also the ability to interpret the dream. Again, something else the priest class has kept from us, folks. An adept in these matters was held in the highest esteem by the nation, whose affairs were regulated according to the instructions or prophecies so given. Joseph of the Old Testament was such a case. Cheating or incompetence in these matters was a heinous crime. Josiah of the Bible was also told that false dreamers should be put to death. Alexander the Great spoke of dreams as the greatest chance man has of acquiring knowledge. Martin Luther said that the correct translation of "he giveth his beloved sleep" is "he giveth to his beloved during sleep." The whole history of the Bible, as well as many other ancient histories, revolves around the importance of visions, prophecies, and dreams. What are we doing now about this interesting activity, which takes up nearly a third of our living hours? The first step would be to obtain, through concentration and practice, a clearer recollection of our dreams. To do this, it is necessary to try to visualize the astral plane as it really is. This is difficult because once we are free in the astral world, conditions are utterly different. So we're going to stop right there, and I'm going to go back and read what I just read over again because it's very important for what we're going to next. And very interesting information here. And there's more interesting information to come out of this. And I think that there's a lot of things here. Vital things. And this, I'll be honest with you, even more than the Masonic text or anything else, this book really has more of the hidden knowledge in it, from what I've seen that the hidden knowledge is, than any other book that I've ever read. So we'll talk more on the other side. Vera, Stanley, Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye, right here on the Global Reality on this Tuesday edition of the broadcast. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us. And we've got more out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder here. And we're on Chapter 7, Birth, Death, and Sleep. So I want to continue now reading from this book. What are we doing now about this interesting activity which takes up nearly a third of our living hours? The first step would be to obtain, through concentration and practice, a clear recollection of our dreams. To do this, it is necessary to try to visualize the astral plane as it really is. This is difficult because once we are free in the astral world, conditions are utterly different. Then around us pulsates the living, malleable astral stuff, which is free from the laws of gravitation and which molds itself at once into form under the impetus of our minds. If we want a horse, for example, we involuntarily and rapidly build one with our thoughts, and it is only such a horse as our powers of visualization and observation can produce. So we are told that at night the astral dreams are people with sleepers surrounded by their dreams or creations, which are sometimes ludicrous in the incompleteness of their conception. Apparently, a person, therefore, either actually can meet his friend in sleep or converse with his own conception of his friend, which he has created. How near he gets to his desire depends upon the extent of his concentration and willpower. Another condition of the astral world is that many things can be happening in the same spot without being aware of one another. As it were, the different grades or vibrations of astral stuff flowing through and interpenetrating without losing their separate identities, in much the same way as we are when in the physical bodies can walk right through in a ghost. Here we enter the realm of the fourth dimension. Though we have had no personal experience of it, we can only understand it by studying the thousands of descriptions given to us throughout history by those who have. The jar of returning from those subtler realms into the heavy vibrations of our physical bodies at the moment of awakening usually shatters the memory of our experiences. And that is very true. You notice how when you first wake up in the morning, it's a very jarring thing. You notice that? You're sort of kind of disillusioned and sort of out of it sometimes. You feel like, oh, when you first wake up. That's why, because if you've had a heavy, intense night of dreaming, have you ever had, and this is another phenomenon I wonder if some of you have ever had. Have you ever had the experience of you'll be relatively, have not had a very hard day, and you'll get a good night of sleep, and you'll be aware of the fact that you've been dreaming intensely and heavily through that night of sleep. But when you wake up, you're exhausted because of the amount of dreaming that you did the night before. Has that ever happened to anybody else? Anybody else ever had that happen to them? That's what that is. That's because your body, your astral body, has been on such a trip that by the time it's getting back to your physical body feels the effects of this. Now, this is what I also believe what a lot of the abduction phenomenon is based in. I believe a lot of the what people claim to be alien abductions and abduction phenomenon is some sort of experience in that etheric realm, in that fourth dimensional realm. Because anything that you experience in your etheric body, in your non-physical body, folks, has effects on your physical body. This is why people wake up and see marks on their body. I've woken up and had bruises on my body, folks, before that weren't there when I went to sleep. And that is because your etheric body, or your soul, or your whatever you want to call it, your fourth dimensional body, is so integral with your physical body that they affect each other. We retain at best a jumbled and inconsequent translation of our dream. This is where the need of training comes in. We should concentrate on exercising a strong grip upon ourselves at the instant of awakening. By this simple expedient, we may soon learn consciously to profit by our nightly experiences. Also, before sleeping, we should tune our minds to the highest aspirations, as this will determine the realms we are able to reach. If the mind is clogged with petty earthly considerations, such as the price of food, or a quarrel with a neighbor or friend, its owner is naturally drawn to the same type of vibration when asleep in the astral world. Let us now consider what it is said to happen when death has snapped the silver cord, and the person is finally separated from his physical body. We are told that often it may take a little while for the individual to realize that he is dead. For some time prior to this, he has been building in the astral stuff the kind of heaven or afterlife to which he aspires. Of course, thousands build a heaven with golden streets and angels playing on harps. These numberless living thought forms cohere by the law of attraction into one great whole, so that the conventional heaven is actually there awaiting its owners. Those who expect, because of their guilt, hellfire, and goblins, have created that charming reception for themselves also. Again, you create your reality. Either in the physical world or in the non-physical world, you create it. The miser will probably have made for his use a heaven full of nothing but gold pieces. The Eastern Pasha will certainly get a paradise of Horus. The disbeliever in afterlife will have created for himself a horrible blank abyss. We're told then that people remain imprisoned in their self-constructed paradises until they become so weary of the limitations of their own desires that they are gradually freed from them, and the mind is able to expand and aspire to fresh ideals. Eventually, the ego is free to pass through these lower astral realms known as purgatory, finally purged of petty wishes and conceptions, and enjoy the higher states of paradise to which he has learned to orient itself. We have heard of the third heaven and the seventh heaven without probably giving a second thought to those terms. There are apparently vistas of amazing worlds ahead of us which only open up to our understanding in measure as we develop our minds and our aspiration to meet them. We must realize that life on the physical plane is but a fraction of the whole, and that the sage or yogi of both East and West is endeavoring to train his mind to a state of continued unbroken consciousness through waking, sleeping, death, and onwards to the next incarnation upon this earth. In this way only does a man finally become a god. So that's the end of the 7th chapter. We'll come back on the other side of the break and we'll get into chapter 8, the secrets of breathing. out of Vera Stanley Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye, right here on this Tuesday edition of the Global Reality. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us. Tuesday edition of the broadcast. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. I thank you for being with us today for the show. And we're continuing in our series of reading here out of Vera Stanley Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye. Now, this book is available at Amazon.com and other places. You can go online and really be able to find it. And you can purchase the book. It's very inexpensive. First published in 1938. And in my opinion, it's amazing how, you know, we search and search and search for the truth. And the truth really is right there in front of us. I mean, I first read this book 10 years ago, and I'm going back now and reading it now. And it's amazing that, you know, I talk about seeking the secret knowledge and finding it out, and here it is. What I've been searching for all along is here, you know. Very interesting. Let's continue now with Chapter 8, The Secrets of Breathing. Continuing our study of the phenomenon of life, we can next consider the universal activity of breathing. This very strange process is indeed much more widespread than we would at first suppose. We are told that the creation of the world was begun under the Creator, when the Creator breathed upon the waters. And again, the symbolical explanation of the creation of man tells how he was formed out of dust, into which was breathed the breath of life. The tremendous importance of breath could hardly have been more definitely emphasized. What we have paid little attention to is the invaluable hints bequeathed to us by those ancient savants in their veiled language. We know that plants breathe, and lately have discovered that metals breathe also. How many times have you heard anybody tell you that metals breathe, folks? Scientists are busy studying the long drawn-out rhythms of the sun. If we apply to the mystics on this point, they tell us that the sun breathes regularly, each breath taking 11 years, and causing its fullness, the appearance of sunspots on its surface. Now that's interesting, that the sun breathes every 11 years. And that at the fullness of its breath, you see sunspots. Now, what are we seeing now? What scientific stories have we covered here on this broadcast several times about how there's little to no sunspot activity right now? So if this information is correct, and if the sun takes a breath every 11 years, that would mean that the cycles that we're going through now with climate change, heating and cooling cycles, would be the effects of an 11-year cycle of the sun taking a breath. And what we're seeing now is sort of inhalation of breath, which means that the sunspot cycles are coming to a low point, and that we will then see a outward breath at a later point in which we will see more of a heating. And these people know this. And so when the sun gets ready to exhale and more heat begins to come out of it, when more sunspot cycles, the earth will heat up again as it's cooling down right now. And of course, they'll say that's global warming and tell you we need a carbon tax. So we're really starting to break through here, folks. If we apply, let me go back. The sun is called the heart of the solar system. We may suspect that it really is the heart of a very vast living being, in whose breath we have our own breathing and living. We are familiar with the main chemical aspects of the act of breathing as applied to ourselves. Primarily, we must contain a definite amount of air to counteract the law of gravitation which pulls us to the earth. At sea level, the pressure is about 16 pounds to the square inch, and this must be equalized by the intake of air. That is why the lungs never empty all the air they contain. Their total capacity is said to be 250 cubic inches, but they only empty 150 cubic inches, so that there always remains 100 cubic inches of air within them. For this reason, if it is desired to clean and refresh the lungs, very prolonged outward breathing is most effective. Nature's way of refreshing us is to cause us to collapse limply into a chair and sigh out a long breath. In breathing, we absorb the oxygen from the air into our lungs to be used for the production of heat and energy through combustion with the substances contained in our food, and we exhale to us poisons as carbonic acid gas. The animals breathe in the same way, but plants, on the other hand, need to breathe in the carbonic acid gas for their sustenance. Here we have one of the secrets of the give and take existing in nature, and the reason why animals and plants could not live without each other. In a normal human being, there are approximately 16 to 18 breaths per minute, each taking in 30 cubic inches of air. Each breath consists of inhalation, exhalation, and a pause, the whole process taking up the time of 4 heartbeats. Our artificial methods of living have gradually ruined the natural quality of our breathing, and hardly one person in 50 breathes as nature intended. The correct muscular action is as follows. The lungs are contained within the basket of the ribs, the whole resembling a balloon which inflates at the intake of the breath and deflates at exhaling. There is a muscle at the base of the lungs which should contract them upwards at the inhalation, but in most people, the muscle is inactive. Many breathe downwards into their abdomens, pressing down the already sagging internal organs. In correct breathing, the whole chest is uplifted at the intake of the breath, and this raises up all the internal organs from their stagnant position. At the exhalation, the diaphragm muscle aforementioned contracts again upwards, dragging up still farther the organs below. Correct breathing in this manner will, of course, exercise a continuous gentle massage and stimulation of the digestive organs, thereby ensuring perfect action of the alimentary canal and eliminating the need for pills or drugs. The second important aspect of breathing is the rate at which we breathe, the frequency, as we should say in wireless parlance. We have seen that the whole of life is built upon means of different speeds of vibration. And therefore, the rate of motion of anything is the most important factor about it, determining what it is. Therefore, we cannot overestimate the significance of the speed and rhythm of our breathing. Show me how you breathe, and I will tell you what manner of man you are. The yogis and Eastern sages make a very deep study of breathing and have evolved a profound science from it. By means of this science, they profess to accomplish many things, such as prolonging their youth and their years of living and attaining to various degrees of trance and clairvoyance, by means of which they gain access to knowledge. This science has been handed down from teacher to pupil for thousands of years and is only accessible to and possible for the very few. But it is said to be a forerunner of the attainment of all humanity in the dim future. Certain it is that all who wish to obtain any degree of control of their health, characters, or circumstances must first begin at the very foundation of their lives, their breathing. Having put it in order, the medical muscular action of breathing, the next thing to consider is the rhythm. And we're coming on a break here in just a minute, so we'll stop right there. Well, very interesting, you know, in Micah, who does a show here on Oracle Broadcasting on Sunday nights from 5 to 8 p.m., he gets into a lot of this stuff, so this will give you sort of a little foreground of the importance of it, and then you can tune into his show, check out his Justin TV channel, and he'll show you some of these techniques on how you can do this. He's covered that here on this program as well. So we're reading out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder. Secrets of Breathing is the chapter we're on right now. We'll continue that on the other side of this break here on this Tuesday edition of the Global Reality, folks. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us as we continue to read out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder in chapter 8 here, which is entitled The Secrets of Breathing. So let us continue here now. Reason of their particular number of thoughts, feelings. We have now to realize, as not only physical things, but also thoughts, feelings, and various forces exist all around us by reason of their particular number of rate of vibration. So we are all the same tuning into this or that according to our own rate of vibration, which is adjusted by our breathing. We can think of ourselves as wireless receivers, and it is up to our ego or will to tune us in and decide what we shall receive. I have said that normally there are 16 to 18 breaths per minute. It is said that if the breathing is changed to about 26 light breaths per minute, it will be impossible after a short time to ever feel pain. Amazing. That is why in the heat of a battle, terrible wounds can be received without feeling them at all. It is also why many great feats are accomplished under the stress of excitement. The breath quickens, the blood heats up, and this drives the ego slightly out of the body so that the sensations are little felt. Extreme indulgence in alcohol has the same effect. This is why intoxicated persons seldom hurt themselves. We can do and suffer things in hot blood which we can never achieve in cold blood. There is an interesting story in the Bible in connection with this. When Amalek drew the Israelites into battle, Moses went to the top of a hill. He held up his arms, using this great hypnotic powers to prevent the enemy from working themselves up to the fighting frenzy in which they would partly leave their bodies. He prevented them from quickening their breathing, and so they had to fight in cold blood and could not prevail. Directly Moses dropped his arms from fatigue, the battle would go against the Israelites. Well, Moses was a Kabbalist. He knew all about that stuff. Of course he employed those type of tactics. Marital music is designed to quicken the breath and the emotions. So is the color red on a flag or a uniform. It is quite impossible to become excited if one breathes slowly. That is why a person in a rage is asked to stop and count to 10. And the breathing inevitably slows down and the excitement drops. Some of the sages believe that we will have a definite number of breaths allotted to us for our lives. Those who waste them and speed them up in excitability and emotionalism shorten their span. Those who become philosophers in the true sense of the word, balanced, measured, and contented, will be able to live to a very ripe old age with unimpaired faculties. By quickening the breath, the body loses its power of self-protection and exhausts and injures itself without feeling it at the time. By slowing the breathing down to 10 or 12 per minute, it will be found impossible to feel excited, irritable, or nervy. This is a useful and invisible little exercise with which we can protect ourselves from those states of mind which tend to poison our systems. If the breathing is reduced to a deep or slow rhythm of 10 per minute for 5 minutes, the brain will become marvelously clear and ready for work. This can be done before taking up any study, the result lasting for some hours. Many of the conflicting vibrations and thoughts which we have allowed to pass haphazard through body and brain will have been canceled out by the rhythmic power beat brought about by the slower breathing. If the breathing can be dropped to an even 3 per minute, all the bodily vibratory activities will become so subdued and harmonized that the more delicate psychic perceptions will be discernible, giving us what we call inspiration, instinct, or premonition, for they are the instigators of all great achievement. The above-mentioned rates of breathing can be used without danger, if practiced gradually and intelligently, but it is extremely dangerous for the average person to attempt any of the more complicated systems, sometimes unwisely given out, which might lead them into a mental home or worse. Yogis can slow down the breath to 1 per minute, which allows them an intensity of concentration, resulting in experiences beyond our imagination or comprehension. Finally, they are able to suspend their breathing altogether and allow themselves to be buried for weeks at a time without coming to any harm. Breathing must always be performed through the nose, quite silently, steadily, regularly, and without strain. It should preferably be practiced in a quiet place and not just after eating. While breathing, the mind should be focused on the highest ideals and aspirations. Remember that we are breathing in, besides oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen, a host of subtle and powerful elements and forces. It is the mind which subconsciously directs the selection and utilization of these powers. We breathe in life, we breathe in God, according to what we aspire. Slow, deep, gentle breathing will cure insomnia, nerves, blood pressure, fear, brain disorders, and bad temper. The Easterns apparently know many things about breathing which the Western world is not yet familiar. They believe, for instance, that in correct breathing, only one nostril is actually used at a time. This is said to be caused by tissues in each nostril which swell alternately at intervals, thus allowing full use of only one nostril. There are said to be two currents which pass up and down the spine, the one on the right side being positive and the one on the left side being negative. The breathing, therefore, is performed alternately along an electrical current indrawing positive sun-ruled particles and a magnetic current indrawing negative moon-ruled particles. It is said that by using this knowledge, the temperature of the body can be regulated. Astrologically, a sign comes up on the ascendant every 2 hours, alternately a positive and negative sign, and this is connected with the breathing. It is said that the Indian doctors always study the patient's breathing first of all, being in this way able to determine the condition of the magnetic and electrical areas in the body at the time. Apparently, after a meal or during the changeover, both nostrils are used so that it takes a little time to determine the exact state of affairs. An expert in these matters would, however, know the quality of his powers of achievement, and at any given hour being thus able to ensure the maximum of creative output with a minimum of expended energy. Whereas all we know now is that we are either in the mood for work or not in the mood for work, and this results in an indifferent and uneven output. The much discussed power of levitation, in which a yogi is said to be able to conquer the laws of gravity and rise in the air, appears to have a strong connection with breathing. A simple little experiment will point this out. Let one person lie down straight and stiff on a couple of chairs. Let 4 persons stand around him, 1 at each shoulder and 1 at each knee, each one placing a finger beneath their prone comrade. All must then breathe steadily and in unison for a minute or so. Finally, after the intake of breath, raise the prone man into the air upon the tips of the fingers. He will seem to weigh nothing at all. The Egyptians in early races could lift mighty stones by some agency which still puzzles scientists to this day. Were they perhaps able to overcome the laws of gravity by concentrated scientific breathing on a large scale? If 4 people can lift, say, 12 stones without feeling it, by breathing in unison, what could 1,000 of those type of people do? So just have 2 paragraphs left in the 7th chapter. We'll come back into the 4th hour of the broadcast. We'll get into chapter 9, Secrets of Color, on the other side of the break. This is The Global Reality, folks. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us. Let's continue now the final few paragraphs of chapter 8 of The Finding of the Third Eye. And then the Secrets of Color will be chapter 9 that we'll be getting into here in this segment as well. It has been found in some factories that the output of work is much improved by allowing the workers to sing. After all that has been said about breathing, it will be realized at once what an enormous power for good singing could be if properly used and understood. There is no end to the benefit to be obtained by combining breathing, rhythm, and sound as in singing. A person who is timid, cowardly, or shy narrows his chest and breathes feebly. Diseases such as asthma are probably the direct result of nervous breathing. If we are calm, confident, and courageous, we breathe deep and slow. As an aid to attaining these qualities, we must first correct our breathing. Everyone should breathe in the divine breath of life with all his heart and sing his song of thanksgiving no less regularly than do the birds. Awesome chapter there. Let's get into chapter 9 now, which, in my opinion, is even more awesome. The Secrets of Color. Some poet has said, color is not in the rose, but in ourselves. What is color? In chapter 2, we stated that out of the vast scale of nature's vibrations, a tiny octave is registered by the optic nerves. Our physical eyes respond to these particular vibrations with a reaction which we know as color. If we had no eyes, those vibrations would still exist. But as what? Medical science has proved that different colors have definite and varied effects upon our nervous systems, and that they act upon us quite independently of our eyes or minds. Their influence is particularly marked in the case of lunatics. It has been suggested that colors are really rays radiating down to this earth at their specific rates of vibrations. A red rose reflects back all the color rays except red, which it absorbs. Our optic nerves react to its vibrations and say, the rose is red. The perfect blending of the 7 color rays in the bright daylight gives us white light. If the rays are split up by being passed through a glass prism, they are at once visible as colors. In the same way a rainbow is produced by the minute prismatic effects of rain in the sky, if you walk around a fountain in the sun at a certain point, you will see a rainbow. The color rays are pouring down on the earth night and day. Every object and every atom responds to them, thereby announcing its own quality to those who are able to decipher the language of colors. Where do these rays come from, and what are they? We've noted that the 7 major planets of our solar system are radiating their various forces outwards, so that they reach this Earth at considerable strength. As there are also 7 primary color rays radiating to the Earth, we may suspect a definite connection here, and suggest that colors are really an expression of the planetary rays, observable by us as they are absorbed and held by different objects. The planets are composed of minerals and chemicals. In each planet, one particular metal is said by astrologists to predominate. In Mars, it is iron. And in Mercury, it is that metal. Just as radium radiates off minute particles of itself for hundreds of years, so do these enormous planets radiate subtle emanations of their own chemical constituents in an infinitely fine form. A human being also radiates subtle emanations of everything of which he is composed. A clairvoyant, or a person with an extra sensitive sight, is able to see the colors of these rays at a certain angle, and speaks of them as the person's aura. Yeah, I've showed Secret Mysteries of America's Beginnings, Volume 1 and 2. I've showed both of those on my Justin TV channel, yes. I've showed both of those there many times. Showed them about 10 times, actually. Let us name the colors in order in which they appear in the spectrum. We take red first because it is the lowest vibration, being therefore the coarsest and most physically vitalizing. Its place on the scale is just above the heat vibrations and its heat giving in itself. As the vibrations increase in speed up the scale, we come to orange, then to yellow, then green, blue, indigo, and violet. The violet leading us up on the way of extraordinarily penetrating and rapid vibrations of the ultraviolet ray. Yeah, I'll tell you my problem with those Secret Histories of American Beginnings films. They've got too many people like Dr. Stanley Monteith and others in them that it's just, whenever they start talking about Freemasonry, it always goes back to, it's Luciferian satanic devil worship, and that's what these people are into. So it sort of neutralized some of the, and like anything, there's some disinformation in there. You have to have a discernment to know some of the stuff they're talking about is disinfo. So it's good information mixed with disinfo. You just need to have some discernment when you watch those films. But there's enough good stuff in them to warrant, watching them. Let us see if we can connect up any of the information which astronomers, astrologers, and scientists give us about color in the planets. Astrologers tell us that the planetary color of Mars is red, and that Mars rules or has dynamic power over iron. Now it is iron which is responsible for our red, warm blood. Without it, we should have some sort of cold, pale liquid in our veins. Mars is the home of the god of war, giving a marital spirit to all those born under his sign, giving quick strength and force, vitality, power, and leadership. If we suppose that the properties of this planet are to be found in its rays which filter downwards and reach this Earth as the color red, then we're not surprised when we find that the effect upon patients of red-colored electric lamps is to stimulate, warm, and excite, and cheer, to increase the activity of the arterial blood, to counteract physical inefficiency, paralysis, and rheumatism. The red glass windows have much the same effect, and also red walls and decoration to a lesser degree. By the same token, red should be avoided by those who contain too much iron or who are in any condition of heat or inflammation. Red-haired people, such as myself, excitable lunatics, and bulls should be surrounded by the cooler colors if peace is to prevail. Is that why? Oh, really? So I shouldn't wear a red shirt, huh? That's funny. Proceeding with our investigations, we find that red is the chief spectroscopic color in any herbs and medicine, having a heating and stimulating effect such as cayenne, cloves, or musk. Finally, we can turn to the discoveries of the famous Dr. Babbitt in chromotherapy, or healing with colors. He proved that plain water hung up in the sunlight in a sealed chromo lens of red glass becomes impregnated with certain chemicals in a powerfully healing form, the chief of which is iron. Such water swallowed has the same effect as an iron tonic. That's very interesting. Let us therefore, when using or thinking of the color red, bear in mind the following attributes which scientists and sages have connected it. It is the color of Mars, whose stone is the ruby, and whose metal is iron. It is the lowest of the 7 of the color scale, and it belongs to the lowest of the 7 notes of the musical scale, which is C. When C is played, certain sensitive people see the color red, and most marital music is played in the key of C. Red, when predominating in herbs, colored light, or glass and surrounding, gives warmth, increased circulation, vitality, and energy to the body, and cheerfulness, stimulation, and excitement to the spirit. The red flag has been used throughout history for incendiarism. Finally, if dark red is seen in the aura, it indicates passion and a fighting spirit. The second color in the spectrum is orange. The beautiful color is associated with the sun and also has a warming and invigorating effect. But whereas red is stimulating to the body and the blood, orange is stimulating to the emotions. It cures those states of paralysis which are often due to emotional reaction, and it should be avoided by extremely emotional types, who should acquire balance through its complementary color blue. Its note is D in the musical scale. Melodies in that key have a strong emotional appeal. The metal belonging to the sun is gold, from which the alchemists believed they could obtain the elixir of life, which rendered man immortal. Used as medicine, gold has a very purifying effect. The third color in the spectrum is yellow. We are told that this color belongs to the planet Mercury. Mercury confers a quick intellect by stimulating the nervous system. To be quick-witted, the nerves should be in an active condition throughout the body, so nothing can remain stagnant under the beneficial influence of this planet. Wisdom is said to be conferred by Mercury, and its color yellow. Therefore, Buddha always clothed his priests in yellow, which color has stood for wisdom and intellect throughout the ages. Yellow electric lamps or glass windows stimulate the nerves of the brain and the body and cure a stagnant condition of the internal organs. They should not be used for highly nervous subjects. We find that yellow predominates spectroscopically in all herbs, which are purgatives or nerve stimulants, such as senna, sulfur, fig juice, tartar, phosphorus, and castor oil. An extreme amount of yellow has a disastrously overstimulating effect upon the nerves, causing death, as with prussic acid and strychnine, which are very yellow. Dr. Babbitt proved that plain water hung in the sunlight in a sealed lens of yellow glass becomes impregnated with very nerve-animating properties such as phosphorus and sodium, and it will have a purgative action if drunk, or possibly other drugs have failed. This lens must not be entirely filled, as it will absorb such highly expansive chemicals from the yellow rays that would burst if full. It's interesting to learn that the water so treated goes bad in a few days. That's a very interesting concept of putting colored lenses and sealed glasses and putting them in the sunlight, and how the water will take on the properties of these chemicals and elements that are related to that color. That's very interesting stuff. I wish we had some way of trying that out. Yellow is the third of the color scale. It corresponds to the musical note of E. Its jewel is the yellow topaz, and it represents luminosity. When seen in the human aura, yellow, if dark and crude, tells of deceit, treachery, and cowardice. We have all heard of the yellow streak. But if pale, pure, luminous, it shows high wisdom and intellectuality. Our fourth color is green. Standing in the center of the scale of 7, it is the meeting ground between the thermal or heating and expanding colors of red, orange, and yellow, and the electrical contracting, cooling colors of blue, indigo, and violet. Green gives stability, endurance, and quietude. We are allowed much of it to look in the nature and to partake of it as nourishment. Its action is to cool the blood and animate the nerves. It belongs to the planet Saturn, whose metal is lead. Saturn rules the spleen, which makes the white corpuscles of blood. These harmonize the building and destroying going on in the human organism, so people with the luminous green of Saturn in their auras are the harmonizers and pacifiers of the world. They stand for social stability. If the green is dark and crude, it tells that its owner, so concerned with the affairs of others, has become green with envy. So we'll finish up. We'll talk more about that on the other side. We'll come on a break again. The secrets of color here in this chapter of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. And again, very interesting information, and the response I've had from all this has just been immense. So this is the Tuesday edition of The Global Reality. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us. Back here on The Global Reality on this Tuesday edition of the broadcast. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. I thank you for being with us today as we continue reading out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. We're on the chapter The Secrets of Color now. We're talking about specifics of the color green, so I want to continue there. Green belongs to the fourth of the musical scale, F, whose melodies, usually in a minor key, sing of the melancholy always associated with Saturn. Its stone is the emerald, which bestows peace of mind. Therefore, whether through lights, colored glass, or herbs, green gives an all-around steadying and quieting influence. The green flag and lamp represent safety and speak of the guardianship of those in authority. We are told that on the planet Saturn live our guardian spirits. Very interesting in light of Satyrian cults, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Now we leave the heating colors and pass upwards to the cooling, contracting ones, blue, indigo, and violet. These rays have a soothing, narcotic, and antiseptic action. They act as sedatives to the vascular and nervous system, subdue mania and angry passions, inflammation, sunstroke, insomnia, eye strain, and all irritating conditions of mind and body. Sedatives, antiseptics, and narcotics contain much of these colors. Narcotic flowers are blue and purple. Blackberries are valued for their astringent qualities. Blue belongs to the planet Venus, the giver of love, devotion, and harmony. Its stone is the amethyst, the super sacred of the 7 sacred jewels. Pale blue in the aura represents devotion, while dark blue shows fanaticism. One can either be true blue or have a fit of the blues according to one's outlook. Dr. Babbitt says that blue lenses filled with water and exposed to sunlight become impregnated with chlorine, cobalt, manganese, and other properties having soothing and antiseptic action. This water will never purify. It acts as a sedative and an antiseptic and is cooling, especially to the blood. The musical note of blue is G, a favorite key for the composer of romantic music. Indigo is the 6th of the color scale. It is light green, a meeting ground for all the colors. Its action through herbs and chemicals is intermediately between blue and violet, soothing both nerves and blood. Its planet is said to be Uranus, and its stone is jet. In the aura, it shows dignity and high aspirations. Violet is the 7th and last of the color octave. It represents the 7th and highest quality which man attains, noble spiritual aspiration. Therefore, it always has been connected with the priestly ceremonies. Its musical note is B, in which key much sacred music is written. Its planet is Jupiter, ruling the metal tin and the jewel sapphire. In its medical action, it approaches the realm of the violet ray, it cools the nerves, is magnetic and antiseptic. Violet lens water keeps indefinitely and greatly benefits the hair, eyes, and digestion. Violet in the aura speaks of honor, spirituality, and self-esteem. Above the violet, we begin a new octave of higher and more ethereal colors, mostly unseen to the average human eye. The first is rose, which is the red of Mars transmuted to its higher octave, where it speaks of optimism, hope, and spiritualized love. The colors continue in octaves which become more and more sublimated, luminous, pure, and pale, until in the end they blend back again into the glorious white light from whence they sprang. When the character of a human being is sublimated and perfected, the colors of his aura also resolve themselves into white spiritual light. In the olden days, people were able to see this. They represented it as the halo shining around the head of a saint. Colors, therefore, are of the very deepest significance to us throughout all phases of our life. They have more influence upon us than we can possibly imagine, and if we can use them intelligently, they are the greatest of friends, strengthening, soothing, and inspiring. Dark, drab, and dingy colors harm our spirits, morals, and health. They encourage crime, inhibitions, inferiority complexes, suicide, and stunted development. They actually prevent the radiation of personal magnetism, the give and take between human beings. They inhibit optimism, inspiration, and therefore success. A glance at some of our streets with their dingy dark bricks and shrieking posters will at once show us one reason why apathy, dullness, and poor health are still prevalent. Brown is the color of earth and holds us to earth and to material thoughts. Gray is neutral and useful as background to other colors. White reflects back all the rays and is therefore cooling and restful. Black absorbs them all and is therefore warm, although neutralized. The modern trend towards plain, pale pastel shades shows a promising awakening to a new and uplifting color sense. A color campaign intelligently launched would do much to cheer, inspire, and invigorate humanity. Now, we've only got a few minutes left here in this segment, and then we're coming into the final half hour of the show. So that's all we're going to read out of Vera Stanley. That is the end of chapter 9 there. And Vera Stanley Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye. But in the final 2 minutes, I want to sort of read you the intro to the next chapter that we're going to get in tomorrow, just because I can't wait to get into this chapter, because being a musician and someone who's into sound design and whatnot, this is a very key chapter for me. And so The Secrets of Sound is chapter 10. We'll preface this and we'll read from it tomorrow. In the beginning was the Word. Thus is the importance of sound emphasized to us, although so simply and directly that it is easy to miss its significance. The universe was created by speech. The Creator did not act. He spoke. He said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Let us not pass over these words with a shrug, as if they were charming fairy tales designed to enthrall the native peoples of old. The deepest scientific knowledge of all times was always thus veiled by symbolism and by myth, and rich is the reward of every effort at interpretation. Certain of the ancient peoples made a profound study of chemistry. The fact that they chose to give the chemicals the names of gods and goddesses and describe their reaction under the guise of myths and legends does not in the least detract from their actual knowledge. On the contrary, it may show how much deeper and further they penetrated into the realms of ultimate causes than men of science do today. So that's the beginning of chapter 10, The Secrets of Sound. We'll pick up there tomorrow on the Wednesday edition of the Global Reality, and we will continue to read until we are done. And we're about halfway through the book now, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit more than half, through The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder, published in 1938. And so we'll come back, we'll take a break, we'll open up the phone lines if you'd like to join us in the final half hour of the broadcast today, and we'll talk about some news as well. This is the Tuesday edition of the Global Reality. I am your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us. Let's get into The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder, chapter 10 today, entitled The Secrets of Sound. In the beginning was the Word. Thus is the importance of sound emphasized to us, although so simply and directly that it is easy to miss its significance. The universe was created by speech. The Creator did not act. He spoke. He said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Let us not pass over these words with a shrug, as if they were charming fairy tales designed to enthrall the native people of old. The deepest scientific knowledge of all times was always thus veiled by symbolism and by myth, and rich is the reward of every effort at interpretation. Certain of the ancient peoples made a profound study of chemistry. The fact that they chose to give the chemicals the names of the god and goddesses and to describe their reactions under the guise of myths and legends does not in the least detract from their actual knowledge. On the contrary, it may show how much deeper and further they penetrated into the realms of ultimate causes than men of science do today. We are told by those teachers of antiquity that the formation of this universe out of chaos was brought about by the breath, and by the word of the Creator by sound. Not British, breath. Some of these were of such low frequency that they formed particles of what we call matter or physical substance. There could not be light as we know it without minute specks of matter in the ether to reflect it. We learned that later these particles of matter coalesced in the force of their mutual attraction or gravity, causing them to commence spinning. The endless arrangements thus formed and produced this solar system and all that is therein. We can gain an idea of the infinite number of these arrangements by considering the vast scale of vibrations which we dealt with in Chapter 2. The little section of oscillations on this scale to which the ear can react and which we know as sound are of comparatively low frequency. They occur below the heat vibrations. A vibration of 16 per second gives the lowest note heard by the human ear. And the scale of sound, that was strange. Well, it sort of flickered here like the power was about to go out. That would just be great. I think I'd end up tossing my computer out in the street if that happened. A vibration of 16 per second gives the lowest note heard by the human ear. The scale of sound runs up to nearly 40,000 vibrations per second. This speed is the highest which we can register as sound. Higher up on the scale, vibrating at about 70 million times per second, begin the vibrations which we know as heat, and to which the heat centers in our skin react. Above these come the light and color vibrations, and above those are X-rays and the subtle vibrations of the mind. Below the sound vibrations come those of chemical substances which make up the physical world. It is said that the whole scale of vibrations is divided up into octaves of 7. Pay attention to this, you musicians out there. Each octave is a replica of the others, only functioning at a doubled or trebled speed of vibration. Thus, merely as a simile, supposing the first note of the octave C to vibrate at 20 per second, we might find a certain number of octaves lower down. The vibrations of the first note of an octave at, say, perhaps 20 per minute would be apparent to us as, for instance, the metal iron. The first note of an octave several hundred times higher up the scale would be apparent to us as the color red, and higher up still as the emotion of anger and passion. And these different expressions of one note of vibration, as well as many others in between, are ruled, controlled, or emanated from the planet Mars, according to certain schools of thought, and express the good and bad qualities which are associated with that planet. By studying such theories, we can realize the intimate connection between sound and all other expressions of form. Sound is low down on the scale and comes just above form. Therefore, sound is the intermediary between the abstract idea and the concrete form. Sounds mold the ether into shapes, and through these shapes the corresponding power is able to play and make the impress on physical matter. The clairvoyant primitive peoples actually saw the shapes produced in the ether by sounds, and they represented these shapes as the letters of their alphabet. So must words and sounds of the early languages actually controlled and represented that which they expressed. When those people called on the god Ra, they established a connection just as definitely as we do when we tune into our wireless to Paris or London. Throughout history, we can learn of the deliberate and effective use of sound. Priests have always employed it, creating certain definite reactions on the people by the use of chanting and intoning. In the ancient mysteries and the magical ceremonial rites, words, sounds, and shapes were combined to gain certain ends. Each one of us is intensely affected by sound waves, which of course pass right through our bodies. Every object and every person has a key note. In other words, the sum of their vibrations responds to one particular note or chord of the musical scale. If a person's note or chord is sounded gently and melodiously, it has a healing and constructive influence upon him. If it is sounded loudly, harshly, or continuously, it has a correspondingly destructive influence, making that person ill or unhappy. If you can discover the note belonging to a particular wine glass and sound it loudly into the glass for a little while, you will shatter the glass to pieces. It is said that the walls of Jericho fell because of this same law, as the keynote of the wall was purposely sounded with continuous harshness by the trumpets under the instructions of someone with a knowledge not uncommon in those days. An instrument has lately been invented called the idiophone. It contains a tightly stretched drum surface upon which a paste is spread. Sounds and words are then uttered underneath this drum, and they cause beautiful shapes to form. All right, so I don't know where I left off there. I did get dropped, so I'll just back up here. An instrument has lately been invented called the idiophone. It contains a tightly stretched drum surface upon which a paste is spread. Sounds and words are then uttered underneath this drum, and they cause beautiful shapes to form in the paste, exact replicas of trees, ferns, and flowers as they are in nature. If sand is spread on the drum instead of paste, the sounds will produce geometrical designs instead of plant forms. It is even said that ugly and obscene words will produce ugly and displeasing patterns, and the reverse. This experiment proves the creative aspect of sound and helps us to visualize the definite forms and radiation set up in the ether by our own words. The sounds which were surrounded in the present-day city life are mostly harsh, monotonous, and unbeautiful. If the roar of the traffic were suddenly to cease as we walk down the street, we should find that we had been screaming discordantly at our companions to make ourselves heard. Our pleasures also are mostly crudely noisy. At the average cocktail party, everyone shouts at once. The hostess is disappointed if it is not so, while some of the dance music is harsh beyond words. Tube, train, and bus all add their quota to the barrage of hideous noise which we have to endure. People who are obliged to listen all day, day after day, to sounds which are discordant, offense to nature's laws, will inevitably become sick and depleted, and soon be suffering from one of the most innumerable nerve complaints which are the order of the day. The only way to counteract these bad effects would be healing the damaged nerve centers with soothing harmonies, or with a blessed balm of complete silence for a short period of the day of every day. If a person is able to discover his own keynote or chord and to play it over gently to himself, he will revive as if by magic. One's keynote can be ascertained by listening to some good orchestral music. When the note is played, it will send a thrill right through its owner. If a person's life is in some ways inharmonious or destructive, this can be detected at once in his voice, which will often jar upon the listener's nerves, whereas one who is living in accordance with divine law will have a melodious, pleasing voice. The more advanced types of people have resonant voices, while primitive types have the flat chest voices, such as are heard among natives, gypsies, or Apaches of Paris. The creative use of sound can be observed on all sides. The baby cries to promote its own growth. Until the little one has uttered its first cry, its progress is not assured. It is said that the birds set up the vibrations which promote the growth of the young leaves by their singing in early spring. When the leaves are full out, the birds' songs cease, except at twilight and at dawn, at which time the chemical activities of the plant life change. At night, plant life breathes out carbon dioxide, although during the day it breathes out oxygen. The times of the changeover are heralded by the birds. The ancient Japanese mystics, such as the Zen monks, were said to be able to bring the dead or dying back to life by uttering a certain loud cry. An interesting description of this can be found in the novel The Garden of Vision. Some people assert that in order to connect ourselves with power and wisdom, we should go apart to a quiet pace and call our own name over and over again very gently. uttering a noun or name creates a form in the ether which acts as a receiving station to certain powers which then play through it. Tennyson declared that he could leave his own body consciously and gain much experience by calling his own name. He describes this in The Ancient Sage. The potent action of sound has always been recognized and applied throughout history. But at the present time, a stringent tackling of the sound problem is urgently needed. An anti-noise campaign is actually in existence, but its efforts are not much in evidence as yet and have not received the wholehearted public support which they deserve. The medical profession is experimenting with the healing properties of sound, but it is up to every individual to take a personal interest in this vital problem and all the infinite possibilities connected with it. And so we'll stop right there. We're coming on a break, and we only got about a paragraph or so left in Chapter 10, The Secrets of Sound. So we'll finish up that final paragraph on the other side of the break. Then we're going to get into Chapter 11 today, The Science of Numbers. Chapter 11, The Science of Numbers, in Vera, Stanley, Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye on the other side of the break here on this Wednesday edition of the Global Reality, folks. Stay with us. All right, back here with you, ladies and gentlemen, on the Global Reality. We got dropped again, but we are back. I was able to catch that, and I was able to see it right when it happened. Luckily that time. But we were back. Yes, we were back. We are back now. It was yeah, you know, every time we get rain or snow or ice, or we don't have any snow, but every time we get some sort of severe weather, this starts to happen. So that's just going to be part of the deal as we continue on here. Let's finish up this Chapter 10 of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder here. The medical profession is experimenting with the healing properties of sound, but it is up to every individual to take a personal interest in this vital problem and all the infinite possibilities connected with it. Those who really wish to get the best out of life should shun inharmonious noises and all superfluous chatter. They should feed their spirit and nerves with music. They should sing often, aiming more at rhythm and resonance than at loudness and high notes. They should study the tones of their own speaking voices to gain an insight into their own characters. They should watch and guard their own words, remembering that in speaking they are building definite forms of good or for evil, which will persist in the ether, connecting their owner permanently with good or evil influences and attracting him to much that he may ignore, he may ignorantly consider he has not deserved. Lastly, they should remember that all the sages and wise ones are aware the greatest inspiration and wisdom has been bestowed upon humanity during periods of profound and complete silence. So there you go. There's the end of Chapter 10. Now let's continue and get into Chapter 11, The Science of Numbers. The world is built up of thousands of differing rates of vibrations, all of these having their origin in the one original vibration of the mind of the Creator, or the sum, essence, or single number of the whole. We learn from the ancient teachings that the one original mighty creative power, wishing to make further manifestation and to exercise his creative ability for the purpose of which it is beyond us to understand at the present, divided himself by the power of the Word into three, thus forming the great triangle which originated life, action as we know it. And of course, the great triangle of life and action as we know it is the tripantheon, or the Trinity. And of course, the Trinity is Isis, Osiris, and Horus. The triangle known as the Father, Mother, Son. Father, Mother, Son. Of course, that is the triangle. The Father, Mother, Son is the father is Osiris, the mother is Isis, and the son is Horus. Or positive negative combustion, or mercury sulfur salt, as we have seen, has always been studied all over the world. We begin, therefore, in this silence with the number 1, the Creator, who divides into three in the act of creating. The scientists will describe this formation as polarity. As Schopenhauer put it, polarity, or the sundering of a force into two quantitatively different or opposed activities striving after reunion, is a fundamental type of almost all the phenomenon of nature, from the magnet and the crystal to man himself. The Hindus describe it thus: Brahma, that the world might be born, fell asunder into man and woman, became name and form, time and space. In a further definition of the origin of the solar system, we are told that the Creator, a great white light divided into three, red, yellow, and blue, the primary colors which correspond with the primary notes of the scale, C, E, and G. After the division into the three, the second great division into seven took place, and the seven spirits before the throne inhabiting the seven sacred planets of the solar system came into being. From them radiated the seven colors of the spectrum. There are also the seven notes of music, the seven planes of matter, 7 days of the week, the seven sages of man, and his seven glands. In fact, as we have seen, the tremendous scale of nature's vibration runs at an infinity of octaves of seven. In history, we can trace man's appreciation of the significance of the number seven when we think of the 7 days of creation, 7 cardinal virtues, 7 deadly sins, 7 wonders of the world, 7 towers of Constantinople, 7 hills of Rome, 7 plague of Egypt, the 7-branched candlestick, and even the 7-league boots. 7, therefore, is the number of the condition of man's physical existence upon the earth as it is at present. But humanity is imperfect, unfinished, unevolved, so 7 is not the final number. Mankind, as well as all his nature, is to rise out of the imperfect state, to become complete and creative, and to develop the full quota of qualities and capacities which run up to the finished number of 12. To this end, man is to evolve under the discipline of the 12 signs of the zodiac, as described in chapter 5. These signs circle around the sun and represent the 12 great lessons and qualities of living. We therefore find this number 12 playing a significant part in nature also, as well as in mythology and history. We can at once call to mind such divisions as the 12 hours of the day and the 12 months of the year. There were also the 12 sons of Jacob, symbolizing the climax of the past period, and the 12 apostles representing the climax of the present era. When humanity has taken its degree in the school of earthly life and graduated through all the 12 great tests, becoming thereby master of itself and all conditions, and therefore creative, it turns back to the Father. As in the tale of the prodigal son, it has exhausted the possibilities of matter, has realized the illusion of the infinite divisions of nature, and retraces its steps back to the one original great white light of omniscience. Man has become one in understanding with the Creator. So we'll talk more on the other side. We're reading out of chapter 11, The Science of Numbers, out of Vera Stanley Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye, right here on this Wednesday edition of the Global Reality on the Oracle Broadcasting Network. Stay with us as we continue our series of reading out of the book The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder. Chapter 11, The Science of Numbers now. I'd like to continue here in this segment. The farther we go back in history, the more profound seems the understanding of these definitions of life. The ancients arrived at a deep knowledge of astronomy, astrology, and world history without apparently possessing any of our instruments of science. We are told that they obtained this knowledge through the subtler senses, by meditation. They discovered many things about the formation, quality, and meaning of the universe which could not be expressed in words, but only in numbers and symbols. And many of the vital truths of life are still only to be found in this way. Numbers and symbols play a very large part in all the Bibles and sacred writings of the ancients. We should gain much by being able to decipher them. Everyone who was allowed to study the mysteries with the learned priesthood of Egypt and Chaldea were initiated into the meanings of the numbers and symbols. It was said that first Moses and then Jesus studied this way. Well, what they're talking about here, but what they're not telling you is that that's Kabbalism. Deciphering numbers and letters, that's Kabbalism, folks. It is said first that Moses and then Jesus studied in this way. Pythagoras studied thus with the priests for 25 years in Memphis, Thebes, and Babylon, and as a result, founded his most famous school of philosophy. He called his pupils mathematicians. He said God geometrices, and he studied the numerical relationship of all the phenomena of the universe and was able to finally classify and sum them up. Numbers rule nature. not only in the classification of objects, but in periods of time. The moon plays a large part in this, moving in periods of 4 weeks or 4 sevens, ruling woman also in these cycles, and governing the tides and seasons, fertility, and growth. The moon passes through one of the zodiacal signs every 2 hours. The Earth herself, moving on a grander scale, passes through one of the great zodiacal signs about every 2,500 years. Certain influences are therefore radiated down to Earth by the moon in miniature, changing about every 2 hours, and by the sun in magnitude, changing about every 2,500 years. The scientist or astrologer who can decipher the lesser influence can be sure of the greater one. It was in this way that the ancient peoples were able to prophesy the trend of civilizations and races 2,000 or 200,000 years ahead. Much of this knowledge is wrapped up in the mistranslated symbolism of revelations. It is therefore apparent that one way of learning many of these secret processes at work in the universe and in our own natures lies in the understanding of numbers and symbols. To do this, we must study the output of those early peoples and understand the foundation and origin of their knowledge and the way in which they were able to tap the universal mind. If a doctor, knowing the periods of crisis and the duration of a certain disease, were to tell a company of microbes just what would happen to them in 3 days' time, that would seem an impossible and wonderful feat of prophecy to the microbes. And as they only live from a few minutes to a few hours, the prophecy would appear to their far distant descendants in the dim future. If, however, the microbes themselves could train their mentalities, if science has now proved that even a cell or microbe has a mentality, they could obtain telepathic contact with the mind of the doctor and themselves discover his ideas and knowledge of their future development. Mankind may be said to bear an analogous position to the microbes. We are little more than microbes upon the body of a great being, which body we call Earth. Just as we depend on our future health, comfort, peace, and development, even of our wisdom, upon the well-being and cooperation of the cells in our body, so we may imagine does that being depend upon us for his own progress, and in helping ourselves, we help him. If we make progress, he is possibly just as grateful to us as we are to our own hands, eyes, and brains, as they improve in their capacities to serve us well. Having visualized man as a microbe upon the living body of the Earth, let us go further. The sun is called the heart of the universe. Why? Because we are told it is a great heart, and the heart of a being too. And a heart of a being too vast for us to conceive of, and whose structure our Earth plays the part of a gland or an organ. This gigantic being is whom some of us call God, just as we ourselves are vast, inscrutable, all-knowing God to little creatures whom we know as the cells of our own body. In all reverence, we might try also to realize that the glory being whose heart is the sun may also be worshiping and striving to reach a still mightier God, even further from our power to comprehend. So life repeats up and down the size, forward and backward upon the scale of time, periods and cycles. It is only by having the clue to the octaves and their numbers that we are able to link up and connect and interpret the manifold different expressions of the few fundamental qualities of evolving creation. These hidden truths constitute some of the mysteries which the initiates and adepts are able to reach, one by one as they graduate upwards through the school of life, taking one initiation after another. In olden days, certain people were carefully selected to be trained to this end in the temples, although now the road is open to all. Those early scholars realized that certain sounds linked them up with certain creative principles in nature, and that every sound and quality had its number, which the sum total of its vibrations. The science of numbers, or numerology, has, like much of the ancient knowledge, become through disuse, misunderstood, and debased to the rank of superstition. It is only now used from the limited personal viewpoint, but even so, it can be both interesting and helpful. It is said that before birth, we are drawn to our names, birth dates, and parents by an irresistible affinity for those vibrations which compose our own characters and aspirations, and that a numerologist, by studying the former, is able to tell us what we are and wherein lie our potentiality, our hopes, and our hazards. Each letter and date represents a number. The right reading of these numbers will describe our character and type of life. Each number represents a planet, a color, a quality, and an experience in either its good, bad, or negative aspect. We can map out the life according to the relation in which all its numbers are standing to each other. Those who believe in this science declare that it is extremely useful in the choosing of vocations and partnerships, and that with its help, the handicap of incompatibility can be avoided. Like everything else, it must be used with moderation and common sense, and not in the spirit of idle superstition. The famous American physician Dr. Abrams invented an apparatus which measured the vibrations of all the reactions of the human body. He ascertained that every disease has its own numerical value, and that the cure can be determined by means of numbers. Much, of course, has to be learned and proved about this science, but here again the fundamental importance of number is brought to light. The meanings of the primary numbers have been described throughout the ages as follows, and I want to leave off right there because we're coming on a break here in about 40-50 seconds, so and now I want to pick back where we left off. If I stop right there, it's not a very good place, but we'll be able to get through the chapter 11 here in the next segment, and then we'll come back in the top of the fourth hour, and we'll get into chapter 12 today, and chapter 12 is entitled Diet and Exercise, which is very interesting, and it does talk quite a bit about, what is necessary for the human body that we have sort of been left out in this day and age. So we'll finish up chapter 11 on the other side, the science of numbers, and we'll get into more today. This is The Global Reality on the Oracle Broadcasting Network. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us as we continue in our series of reading out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. This book was first published in 1938. Very interesting book that gets in. I'll tell you, out of all the books I've ever read and all the documents and papers I've ever read, this gets closer to putting out the secret knowledge more than any other book I've ever read. Now, to me, this is the kind of stuff in which, we should be taught. This book should, this is the type of thing, and I'm not saying that this is the sort of thing you should found a religion on. What I'm saying is that this is the kind of thing that this information is what we should be teaching our children. This is the information that should be being taught in these schools instead of this propaganda and these conditioning techniques that are going on. This is the kind of stuff that young people should be being taught at a young age. Can you imagine the society we could breed if we had this type of information in the hands of young people at a young age? Imagine if you and I learned and understood these things by the time we say we were 16. Imagine the world we would live in. The meanings of the primary numbers have been described throughout the ages as follows. The number 1 represents the first necessary qualities of evolving life: the pioneering fighting spirit, leadership, and force. A person born on the first day of any month will be given chances to exercise these qualities. The number 2 represents the second stage in a man's developing nature, sociability, and includes affection and all the give and take qualities such as diplomacy and homemaking. The number 3 represents self-expression. Man has fought and made friends. Now he wants to give entertainment, beauty, and joie de vivre, some French word, I don't know what that means. Now he wants to give entertainment, beauty, and the like. People with this birthday should not be expected to be very orderly or reliable. The number 4 stands for the solid framework of life, the foundations. People attuned to this number will be called the backbone of the country. They are patient, reliable plodders. The number 5 represents the 5 senses, experience. It gives travel, variety, and drama to life and progress. The number 6 represents family life, but on a much broader scale than the retiring number 2. 6 stands for guardianship. When a man begins to sense his higher destiny and responsibilities, to care for all families as well as his own, and to offer worldwide hospitality and help. And my birthday is the 6th, so that's very interesting. The number 7 represents the final turning of man inwards to the spiritual life, to the study of sciences and truths, discipline and organization. It is the number of loneliness. And number 8, man, having found his own soul and the power within him, must turn to earth life once more and learn to combine the two. So 8 gives power, organization, and constructive leadership backed by spiritual inspiration. The number 9 represents the perfect and completed man, who, having fully developed himself, must now forget himself in sacrifice and service. Here we have the great lover, humanitarian, and artist. Through his number beats the most high-powered of human vibrations, which has great force to be used for either good or evil. To write all that is known about numbers would fill volumes. We have not space to do more than take this glance at the primary numbers. They, of course, each belong to their color, planet, and sound. When, after some study, it is seen how completely all these facets of life dovetail and fit into their places like an intricate, vast Chinese puzzle, it will be realized that these marvelous theories are too perfect and too near to the truth to have been invented by the brains of human beings. This indeed is the reward of a study of these matters. A gradual realization of the amazing fact that there really is a whole universe of marvels and of sublime promise for those who seek it. The science of numbers is exhaustive, instructive, and useful if applied with an honest desire for progress and understanding. Modern scientists are busily expressing the ancient beliefs in their own manner. They are measuring the vibrations of diseases, of thoughts, of willpower, and of many other activities and getting them all numbered. They are numerologists in their own way, although they still turn their backs rigidly upon the ancient sciences of numbers. Nevertheless, they are bringing to light one fundamental fact, and that is that everything exists through the formation of a different number, and therefore that numbers must constitute a language, a key, and a clue to many secrets in life. If we can learn to... The science of numbers is exhaustive, instructive, and useful. If applied with an honest desire for progress and understanding, modern scientists are busily expressing the ancient beliefs in their own manner. They are measuring the vibrations of diseases, of thoughts, of willpower, and of many other activities and getting them all numbered. They are numerologists in their own way, although they still turn their backs rigidly upon the ancient sciences of numbers. Nevertheless, they are bringing to light one fundamental fact, and that is that everything exists. That is, that everything that exists through the formulation of a different number, and therefore that numbers must constitute a language, a key, and a clue to many secrets of life, if we can learn to decipher them. There are various systems of numerology. The sifting of the true from the false will do much to develop the student's own powers of deciphering numbers. And so we'll stop right there. Coming up into the 4th hour of the broadcast, and we'll come back and we'll start Diet and Exercise, chapter 12, rather, Diet and Exercise of our reading of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. And hopefully we'll be able to get through without any more technical issues here. But very interesting stuff. And I think that the numbers are very, very interesting, and this whole information is very, very key to understanding more about ourselves, more about the world we live in. You know, I mean, my whole reason for reading this, folks, is we talk about wanting to attain the secret knowledge. Well, it's time we start addressing that secret knowledge, isn't it? 4th hour around the corner. Stay with us. We're going to continue here in this segment, reading out of our series here of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley. I'm going to tell you what, today's Wednesday. By Friday, we'll be through this book. And very interesting stuff. And so we'll continue on that. Thank you, folks. Chapter 12 of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. Diet and exercise. Let me get some breath here so I can get used to doing this. Whew. All right. People all over the world are becoming more and more health conscious. Very much is being thought, written, and tried out in the realms of diet and exercise. At one end of the scale, we have those who continue deliberately to dig their graves with their teeth, living grossly, carelessly, and unnaturally, and indeed selling their birthright for a mess of pottage. At the other end of the scale, we find the cranks, people who may end in an asylum or up in a nursing home through overdoing things and lacking moderation in their search for the perfect state. In the middle of the scale, we find the people who are as much put off by the cranks as they are by the Slavans, and can continue in doubt as to how seriously they should treat the whole subject. It will be well, therefore, to take a comprehensive glance at the question of physical fitness and decide what are the few essentials necessary for its maintenance. It is of paramount importance to realize that the body is built by the mind or ego. We are what we think. It is the ego which drives the machinery, which directs the habits of the brain, and which selects from the elements of food and air just what it chooses to be. That is why one person will keep healthy and happy on a few grains of rice, while another will perish of undernourishment on quite a fair diet. No amount of food, air, or exercise will help anyone unless he has the will to be well and the will to be happy. If he has these qualifications, then he will be completely independent of his air or exercise and will help anyone unless he has the will to be well and the will to be happy. And if he has these qualifications, then he will be comparatively independent of his air, food, and exercise. This is the first fundamental truth to realize about health. We are as healthy and as happy as we wish to be. If we know how to live, how continually to adore and accept the divine will in whatever guise it is working out, and never to act contrary to the tide of nature, then health and joy will be abundantly flow through us, irrespective of accidental man-made conditions. Most people have not a living faith. Even a quite sincere Christian goes about in a perpetual state of worry about himself, others, and the world in general. We can only progress through painful experiences, therefore we should welcome such events with keenness. If we believe that death is a gate to a brighter life, then we should never fear it. We are not logical, and we only half believe things. Therefore our minds are divided against themselves, and this constitutes an inner conflict which naturally poisons and undermines our systems. The first essential to health, therefore, is to believe. To believe in ourselves, our power, and our power over ourselves and our destinies. The second thing is to recognize that we are meant to be happy. We have not been given the wealth of beauty and wonder which surrounds us on all sides merely to ignore it. We have not been given bodies capable of 100 enjoyments merely to deny them. For centuries, thwarted and jealous killjoys have been busy misinterpreting religion and human nature, insulting and slighting the very works of their creator and the natural human functions. If only they had taught love, and love again, love in its fullest sense, people's hearts would have become too full and too broad to need to resort to petty physical indulgences for the capturing of a faint reflection of the universal union. The body should not be disdained, misunderstood, or driven to death. It is our wonderful servant, our intricate tool, and the sacred temple of our inspirations. Therefore, we must cherish it and nourish it, remembering that joy is the greatest of all nourishment. And that's why, I mean, I see people coming to my Justin TV stuff thing. We'll be watching comedies, we watch the stuff, and we're having a laugh, and people are like, I can't believe you guys, fight the New World Order, and then you come over here and you watch this stuff and laugh about it. Well, you know what? You're damn right we do. Because if you can't back and hang out with good people and have a good laugh, then why in the hell are you fighting the New World Order? You might as well just go put a bullet in your head right now, drink some Stanley sodium fluoride, and go to sleep. I will always have a laugh, and I will always be interested in having a laugh and having a good time because life's too short not to, folks. And the reason I'm here doing this is so we can all continue to do the great things in life that we love. So it's beyond just we got to save the country, and it's beyond just we got to save the Constitution and all this stuff. We got to save what's here for ourselves. That's the bottom line. We have to save this world for ourselves and for everyone else that comes after us. So it's beyond just we got to fight the New World Order or anything else. We have to fight these people that are keeping this knowledge from us and are keeping our happiness away from us. That's the bottom line. This is, and I'm sorry, I hate to derail, and I'm supposed to be reading here, but I hate to derail here for a second. This is why I became, and a lot of others became disenfranchised with the quote-unquote, phony control patriot movement. Because again, it's not what gets talked about. People always try to make the arguments whenever you're trying to wake them up to this stuff. They always, well, is their information wrong? Is it wrong? Can you deny their information? Look, it's not about denying the information they do put out. It's about what they don't put out, and it's about leaving out this idea of why we're really doing this, and why we're really doing this is so we can continue to exist in the form in which we exist. So that's why these people have to be exposed. That's why their agendas, their think tanks, their laws, everything that they want to do and set up has to be exposed. And it is for the greater good of mankind, and so we can achieve our greatest destiny that these people have kept from us. They want you and I to not achieve our destiny, and the only destiny that they want to be achieved on this planet is theirs, and that's their idea of using us as slaves to achieve this greater work, this great, the great work, the great plan. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get derailed, but I'm just passionate about this, and sometimes I feel like I hold back on this topic. I mean, if you don't identify why you're doing this, and you don't understand why it is, then isn't that the same thing as the definition of insanity? I mean, isn't it really doing the same activity over and over again, expecting different results? Because all you're doing is sinking yourself into the New World Order and sinking yourself into this stuff, and it will consume you and drive you absolutely bat-crap crazy, folks, if you don't know how to balance it. It's all about balance. And it's also learning about, knowing what your battle is. What are you fighting? What are you fighting for? Why are you attempting to expose these people? Are you doing it because you want to? Are you doing it because there's something that you're trying to protect and save? Are you doing it because someone has told you it's the right thing to do? Think about that. I hope that you will think about that. I hope that after the show's over today, and I hope that in the waning hours before you go to sleep tonight, I want you to think about, before you go to bed tonight, I want you to lay down, I want you to think about, are you doing this because you're trying to protect and keep safe something that is valuable to you, or are you doing it because someone told you it's the right thing to do? Because I'm damn sure doing it because I want to protect the things in life that I value, and that's beauty and love and expression and achieving the highest expression of what we're capable of. That's what makes me mad the most about these people. Beyond the New World Order, beyond the enslavement, beyond everything they do, what makes me mad the most is that they're trying to keep us from achieving our greatest expression. And I will not stand idly by and let these New World Order minions and these elite scumbag bloodline criminals ruin what was originally ours just because we've been idiotic and bought their conditioning and bought their lie and allowed ourselves to go quietly into the night of their agenda. And that's exactly what we've done. That's exactly what we've done. We've become addicted to their consensus reality. We've become addicted to their... And we don't know how to break free from it. We don't know how to get away from what they've set up. We've become children of a reality that is not of our creation. And it's time for us to start creating and existing in our reality. And so by acknowledging this New World Order and by acknowledging this great work and this plan as evil and as something we have to fight is in a way acknowledging that we accept it. Well, we don't accept it. And although we have to exist in your reality is no longer our reality, because right now, today, myself and every person that's hearing my voice has now declared your reality a false reality, and it's no more, and we're moving forward to create our own. More on the other side. This is the Global Reality. Stay with us.
Of the 3 million plus edible...
Back here on the Global Reality, ladies and gentlemen, on this Wednesday edition of the broadcast. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Thank you for being with us today. And yeah, you know, that's my thing is I think that sometimes it's... Look, if you don't know why you're doing something, then why are you doing it? That's really the question that begs to be answered. So, you know, it's time to reassess and to realize why it is that you're doing something. And, you know, again, I know why I'm doing this. I have no illusions about why I'm doing it. Well, let's continue here in the chapter 12, Diet and Exercise, of Vera Stanley Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye. The body should not be disdained, misunderstood, or driven to death. It is our wonderful servant, our intricate tool, and the sacred temple of our inspirations. Therefore, we must cherish and nourish it, remembering that joy is the greatest of all nourishment. We must learn how to enjoy, and that this faculty lies within us, not without us. A blind man chained in a dungeon has yet a capacity for infinite joy within himself, and we who are free can drink in joy from a little square of a blue sky. So we're going to stop right there on today for Vera Stanley Alder, and we'll get back into it tomorrow. I got some more stories, some more information I want to get into today. In the final half of the broadcast, around the corner on this Wednesday edition of the Global Reality, stay with us. Hope everybody's having an enjoyable Thursday afternoon here as we continue in our quest to get out information and news. And right now, here at the top of this third hour, I want to continue in our continuing series of reading out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder. And yesterday, we talked about diet and exercise, and now we're moving into part 2 of the book. And part 2 of the book is chapter 13, and chapter 13 is entitled The Third Eye. Very interesting stuff here. In the preceding chapters, a bird's eye view has been taken of the conditions surrounding developing humanity. The possible fruits of a deeper understanding of various aspects of life have been considered. Such aspects, for instance, as the planetary influences by whose aid we develop and which we can study through astrology and numbers, and by their manifestations through color, sound, and form. A little research has brought to light the possibility that the discoveries of men and of science today may coincide with the knowledge of the mystics of all times, with a difference only of presentation in nomenclature and the fact that the mystics always postulated an ultimate cause and law behind all phenomena, while present-day scientists seem afraid to link up with such big issues. Finally, we have considered the perfecting of our physical life through more intelligent control of diet, exercise, and the human relationships. Let us now draw away the veil still further and take a peep at what may be the future awaiting man when he struggles out of the rut of materialism and finally takes the reins of his life into his own hands. It looks as if the powers that be are tantalizing humanity into making this effort because they are allowing hints and bits of knowledge to filter through in a more general way than ever before. We find all sorts of unexpected people playing enthusiastically with these jewels as if they were bright new toys. On every hand, we hear glib talk of trances, visions, healings, and divine guidance. We hear of intimate relationships with the masters, of mystic experiences upon the path. We are given full details of initiations, reincarnations, and magic, black and white. Hundreds of societies and cults with scores of teachers have sprung up everywhere like a mushroom growth, and of course, they mostly claim to be the spiritual instrument of the Great White Lodge. Now, it may be that many of these people are childish, and that some of them remain materialistic and jealous, and even profiteer with their spiritual goods. Nevertheless, two things stand out. Firstly, there is a growing widespread demand for enlightenment on these subjects, and a deepening sense of the existence of such knowledge. Secondly, everything that is being given out everywhere bears the same stamp, posits the same laws, and makes fundamentally the same promises in spite of superficial and surface differences. It would all appear to come from one original source, and that source to have been the very ancient teachings of the great sages and mystics of all times, which existed in the world over in much of the same form. And although people are still perhaps infantile and naive over the treasures of knowledge so freshly represented to them, yet their interest is intense and their numbers are growing. Think about this book was published in 1938, folks. Think about what it's saying here. And although people are still perhaps, furthermore, as in all their various forms, these teachings yet tally, laying in emphasis on brotherhood, unselfishness, generosity, and peace, they would seem to form some kind of opposition to the propensities for slaughter, oppression, greed, and selfishness which are causing widespread havoc in various parts of the world. True, among these cults are to be found many cranks, hypocrites, and other undesirables. But these people would exist in any case. They may have more chance of regeneration where they are. It is necessary always to distinguish between the teaching and the teacher. It is possible to learn beautiful truths from a very unbeautiful character who in that way may be working off his karmic debts. The great revival of interest in occult subjects began toward the close of the last century. It is said that the close of any century ushers in a foretaste of the knowledge to be assimilated in the next. Certain it is that in 50 years ago there was an intense pioneering activity in research, both occult and scientific. The theosophists, Christian scientists, and spiritualists, the hypnotists, the mesmerists, and the healers resulted from these activities to which were drawn many eminent men and women of the time, who have left behind a wealth of printed record of their studies and testified experiments. Much of all of these results may be doubted by skeptics, but there is no smoke without fire. The impartial inquirer will do well to observe that in all these diverse activities, much the same type of manifestations, information, and mysterious laws appears to have come to light. Those who were studying these things from the mental and philosophical angle were headed by a remarkable woman called Helena Blavatsky, whose strange personality seemed rather divorced from her profound and level-headed writings. She made a deep and exhaustive search into ancient Eastern mystical records and produced almost an encyclopedia upon the subject in her Secret Doctrine and other books. The Theosophists, headed by Annie Besant, carried on her work. During the same period, a very ancient sect called the Rosicrucians were allowed to begin to give out a little of their knowledge to the public. Some of this work was accomplished by Rudolf Steiner and men like Max Heindel. The less intellectually inclined were provided for by the spiritualists, Christian scientists, Mesmer, Dr. Koo, and others. Everything was done by fair means, and possibly foul, to awaken people to a sense of potency of the inner worlds. The seeds thus sown germinated and persisted. Today, there is a big field of these activities, which excites little comment because it has grown to be a part of the life of the public. What are the principal elements of the more exalted of these teachings? We hear, first of all, that the great plan for the evolution of humanity, which develops through spirit ensouling 7 great races and dwelling upon 7 great continents, of which Lemuria and then Atlantis were the first 2. The earth itself is to have 7 successive incarnations before becoming spiritualized. All this is only a tiny cog in the wheel of planetary evolution. Planets come into successive births, just as does humanity, both individually and collectively, and so do solar systems. All right, back here. All this is only a tiny cog in the wheel of planetary evolution. Planets come into successive birth, just as does humanity, both individually and collectively, and so do solar systems. Presiding over our solar system is the hierarchy and all their staff of graded helpers, mentioned in the Bible as the 7 spirits. Before the throne, the archangels, angels, cherubim, and seraphim. Humanity is in the school of earth, graduating to be qualified to fill such exalted positions in the dim future. The first to pass these mystic examinations, called initiations, will be ready to replace those of the celestial company who are promoted to higher positions. In the dim future, the first to pass these mystic examinations, called initiations, will be ready to replace those of the celestial company who are promoted to higher positions. Having attained such status, they have no longer any need of earth lessons, but they sometimes elect to come back to help humanity and set them an example of the perfect of human life, just as Jesus, the Buddha, and many others in early history. In fact, we are told that the gods themselves instructed humanity at the dawn of history, at which time humanity was entirely conscious of the inner world and had gradually had to learn and become aware of the crystallizing physical plane. The gods, or those members of the hierarchy who are in charge of the elements and the different forces of nature, have always been appreciated throughout the ages and worshipped in excellent symbolical form by such people as the Egyptians, the Assyrians, and the Chinese. All these face in their original root form acknowledge the one God overall. For instance, if we study the revival of that pure religion as it was cultivated by King Akhenaten, we will see that he founded it upon the former faith existing thousands of years previous to his time, which worship the one God. We are told that humanity has had to pass through a long, dark age of materialism in which to learn to master physical matter by its own means. This accomplished will rise once more from the Maya, or illusion, of the importance of matter and focus its eyes upon the real inner world of causes and realities. Human beings were built originally, we are told, with a special organ with which to register the finer vibrations of the physical world, the realm of the ethers. This organ was known, as we have said, as the third eye. The third eye is placed between the other two, at the root of the nose, and has its seat near the pineal gland. It is said that the earliest people of all used only that middle eye and were known as the Cyclops. We are told during the embryonic development of the human species, at first man's only organ was one which he used to feel with and to differentiate between heat and cold. In time, this organ recessed, and the first sense of touch spread all over the nervous system and through the skin. Apparently, man's second organ to develop was his one eye, which he used to see all non-solid matter, which was all that existed at that time. As the earth solidified, man developed his 2 physical eyes with which to view the solid world. And his second organ recessed, its etheric sight spreading all over the nervous system and having its seat in the solar plexus. It is said that each of man's 5 senses. I want to continue today reading out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. We started this a couple of weeks ago, and we're almost done with it. We have We're more than halfway through the book. And there's just so much good information in here, and so many people had requests I finish the book, so I want to get through it. And we left off last week we were having technical issues on the chapter entitled The Third Eye. So I want to continue now. The gods, or those members of the hierarchy who are in charge of the elements and the different forces of nature, have always been appreciated throughout the ages and worshipped in excellent symbolical form by such people as the Egyptians, the Assyrians, and the Chinese. All these faiths in their original root form acknowledged the one God overall. For instance, if we study the revival of that pure religion as it was cultivated by King Akhenaten, we will see that he founded it upon a former faith existing thousands of years previous to this one, which worshipped the one God. Well, that's not necessarily true. Again, that's what they told the serfs. That's what they told the slaves. So, I mean, they all worshipped the Trinity of gods under various different names. We're told that humanity has had to pass through a long, dark age of materialism, in which to learn to master physical matter by its own means. This accomplished, it will rise once more from the Maya, or illusion, of the importance of matter and focus its eyes upon the real inner world of causes and realities. Human beings were built originally, we are told, with a special organ with which to register the finer vibrations of the physical world, the realm of the ethers. This organ was known, as we have said, as the third eye. The third eye is placed between the other two at the root of the nose and has its seat near the pineal gland. It is said that the earliest people of all used only that middle eye and were known as the Cyclops. We are told that during the embryonic development of the human species, at first man's only organ was one which he used to feel with and to differentiate between heat and cold. In time, this organ recessed, and the first sense of touch spread all over the nervous system and through the skin. Apparently, man's second organ to develop was his one eye, which he used to see all non-solid matter, which was all that existed at that time. As the earth solidified, man developed his two physical eyes, to which to view the solid world, and his second organ recessed, its etheric sight spreading all over the nervous system and having its seat in the solar plexus. It is said each of man's five senses will eventually spread all over his body in the same way. The capacity for sight in the lower non-solid etheric portion of the physical plane is therefore one of the most primitive involuntary functions which man shares with all the animals. It is only when this ability is brought by willpower and training under the control of man's higher faculties and made to work in conjunction with the centers in his head that it becomes of real value. Thus coordinated, all the activities are often loosely classed under the heading of the third eye, and for the present, it will simplify matters if we sometimes do this as well. As physical eyesight developed, the etheric eye recessed, but although dormant at present in most people, it is only awaiting development and training to be reawakened. This training is a part of a deliberate mystical development which was well understood and thoroughly provided for in the ancient temples. No high ruler or pharaoh was eligible without such training. The fact of his finished apprenticeship was announced by a knob upon the forehead of his statue, representing the awakened third eye, or by a serpent's head rearing from his own to show that he had raised the Kundalini serpent. The Chinese mandarin wore a peacock feather in his headdress to represent the same development. The functioning of the third eye puts the individual in touch with the greater part of the physical world, all that part which is invisible to the physical eyesight. The physical world is divided, as is all else, into 7 interpenetrating planes or strata. These are solid, liquid, gaseous, and 4 kinds of ether. The physical eye can register or see the vibrations of the first 3. The third eye can voluntarily register or see vibrations of the 4 ethers. Certain creatures and types of activity, such as human beings and waterfalls, have their final outer expression in solid form. Many other beings and types of activities have their final outer expression in the form of etheric matter, as it is called. For instance, we are told that the angels have an etheric body as their outer coat instead of a solid physical one as we have, and that this is because eons ago, at the time when they went through the human or individualizing stage, the ether was the densest condition of matter in existence. When the third eye is opened, the individual begins to see all the manifold creatures and activities of the ether, and he approaches much nearer to the causes of realities of life. The mind can have power over everything which it can visualize. Therefore, while man is thus studying and learning to comprehend life in the ethers, he is able to develop the power to use and control some of this life. He sees, for instance, exactly what his thoughts are and what happens to them. Once he has thoroughly comprehended the region of thought, he uses controls his thinking apparatus to much greater purpose. He also studies the records of the Earth's history, which exist in the ethers in photographic form. Think about that. Think about that. When you awaken the third eye, when you awaken the Kundalini serpent, when you're able to tap in, I got this great video called, what was the name of it? I showed it last night. There wasn't very many people watching. It was on my Justin TV channel. It's called something reality. I can't remember the name of it. But it's basically like an animated video that shows you all these techniques of meditating, how to open the third eye, what it looks like when you've opened the third eye, what you'll see, spiritual reality. Thank you, Warlick. Warlick out of the side hatch there. Warlick out of the side hatch. Spiritual reality, that's the name of it. And it shows you the pyramid power and whatnot. And what I'll do is I'll show it again today following this broadcast at 3 Central, just for those of you that might want to see that. Very interesting, very cool video. But think about that for a second. It's saying here that, and think about this in terms of what we know as far as hidden knowledge. And that once you're able to get into these forms of being able to see with your third eye, that he also studies the records of the Earth's history, which exist in the ethers in photographic form. Meaning you'll be able to see the different changes of the Earth's history in photographic form in the ether. Incredible. Incredible stuff. He also gains an acquaintance with the plane described as the fourth dimension. The power to penetrate with one's sight or consciousness in every direction at once and backwards and forwards through time. Time and space are physical attributes, but only an infinitesimal fraction of their limits can be apprehended by the senses while using their fleshy encasements. The yogi or sage who wishes to know the truth at first hand and to study the workings of the universe sets himself earnestly and patiently to reawaken his third eye into activity using time-worn and tested methods. He proceeds to study the conditions in each of the four ethers. He gradually accustoms himself to discriminate between and sum up the unaccustomed intricacies and interpenetrating mobile and changing activities. The task is extraordinarily difficult and unimaginable to the ordinary man. But the sage has access to instruction and help of which many of our less advanced mediums and psychics of the West are ignorant. Truth is the essence of purity. I like that. I like that expression. Truth is the essence of purity, and therefore, as the sage knows, can only be contacted by one of a like vibration. Therefore, the wise one acknowledges the first step to be the attaining of a condition of purity, purity of motive, and purity of living, a very little understood condition. He next works to bring the brain under the complete subjection of his will instead of at the mercy of the outside influences. By a series of carefully planned exercises, he trains his mental equipment in much the same way a dancer trains her muscles. The dancer gains complete control of her body at the cost of tremendous work and sacrifice. The sage, for about the same cost of effort, gains complete control of the mind. The mind is a very powerful instrument. We cannot say much about it at this juncture, except that it can be compared with material of electrical constituency, which has, if concentrated to one point, the same burning quality as fire. If a mind is divided upon several thoughts, its burning force is dispersed into various directions. If concentrated upon one point, it becomes as a burning glass to the sun of its own ego. The effort of the yogi or any spiritual aspirant is directed towards achieving one-pointedness of mind. With this sharp instrument, he can then bore through all the shells of illusion to the very truth and essence of all life. He can then deliberately wield and mold with his mind creative patterns which will help to shape the future. He is no longer confined to the haphazard creative efforts of the average man. He can create from the inside with the invisible sources of things. With such capacities, he can heal, prophesy, and teach from the source of truth. Such attributes the true Christian also is dedicated to seek, because they are the gifts of the Holy Ghost. Now, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Now, you tell that to a modern-day Christian, and they tell you you're a blasphemer. Oh, you can't seek to be like Christ. You can't seek to be like, have those same sort of, you can't seek to have the powers to heal and prophecy and teach people the source of truth. No, no, no. Only Jesus can do that. And if you attempt to think you can do that, then you're of the devil. You see, that's the thing, folks. Again, that's going back to what we've talked about here many times, about how they've taken the teachings of these teachers who came here to teach us what we're capable of and turned it into a mechanism of control, and that's what religion is. And because it's so obvious, they've gotten us to deny religion because it is so controlled that we just disregard the whole thing altogether instead of being able to search and seek out a context that is missing, because we don't even know that it's missing. We just deny the whole thing, and in the end, we end up denying our own power of what we're capable of achieving. That's the whole essence of the priest class right there, folks. That's it. That's religion in and of itself. That's it in a nutshell. To do these things, however, it is not enough to have opened the third eye or the eye of the soul. This knowledge of the universe must be linked with the highest creative force within the body before creative activity can follow. The seat of this creative force is the throat. And the thyroid gland, with the magnetism of the soul, dominates the body. It withdraws a preserved force from the base of the spine, where it was used for the animal nature. To the throat, as we mentioned in the description of the Kundalini serpent, the fire of creative force can then be used for inspired creative work of various kinds. But the highest expression of the power of the throat center lies in the spoken word. God spoke and created the world. Christ spoke and called to the dying to arise and walk. Man is a God in the making, and the goal is waiting before him. When once he has set his feet firmly upon the path of attainment, his earnest aspirations will burn the dross out of the body and the mind. Then, by degrees, the centers of force, located within his 7 major chakra glands, will be enabled to function. These connect him with the knowledge of and power consciously to work in the different planes of matter. Man's whole mentality can by this means be reoriented and changed from a limited conception of third-dimensional objective life to a broad understanding concerning the why and the wherefore of the universe and his own part in the scheme of things. He achieves a telepathic union with the mind of the being whose body is this solar system, sometimes spoken of as cosmic consciousness. The science of self-development along these lines usually includes special dieting, fasting, breathing, and posture. But the principal aspect of this training is known as meditation. The practice of meditation is creeping into various Western occult societies under different guises, and alas, in some cases, is in incomplete and misconceived forms. However, the germ of the idea has already taken root in the West, and as everything is speeded up nowadays, it may come to be more quickly understood than we could expect. So we'll stop right there. We'll come back. We'll take a break. And we'll read more out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder right here on this Tuesday edition of the Global Reality. And boy, I tell you what, great information there. And I'm really enjoying reading this, and I'm enjoying the comments from you people as well. All right, stay right there, folks. We'll be right back. Lots more to talk about and discuss as we continue reading out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder, first published in 1938. Very interesting book, lots of interesting information. Without further ado, I want to continue here reading in this segment. This chapter is entitled The Third Eye. The third factor which is necessary for this attainment of man is the heart. Sequestered in one of the ventricles of the heart is what is called the seed atom of man's physical body. It contains a minute image of the man himself, and his own body is said to be a large replica of it. This seed atom is the little record, the actual essence of the man's personality, the link or channel between him and his soul. It holds the silver cord to the heart, and when it is severed and death occurs, the seed atom leaves the body and is preserved in these subtler realms until the man's reincarnation, when he is formed from it again. We can say, therefore, that the actual man himself, his real personality, his essence, his memory, and all of him that will endure, dwells, in the last analysis, within the heart. For this reason, all that man learns through training and combining his physical brain with his higher mind must be linked with his heart before it is really his. The function, action, and quality of the heart is love. Love, in its broadest sense, is the desire for union with the divine spirit of the Creator which permeates all life. Love is the magnet which holds all life together. Its attraction is so strong that nothing can resist it. Through the direct access of the heart into the divine spirit of love or truth comes those intuitions which are always more reliable than the thought-out process of the brain. Everything which you can love, you can understand. Put limitations to love, and you limit your life. That is what most of us do. We confine our love to one or two people and possessions and close ourselves off to the rest of life. And how true is that? And they train us to do that. You love one person, that's it, and you close yourself off to everything else. Well, I don't accept that reality. Sorry. To reach the divine truth, therefore, the heart must desire it. The heart must love it above all else. And then the power of the heart will link the man within it to his illuminated mind and brain, the active pineal gland, and the pituitary body. The perfect triangle will have been formed, the triangle that has been drawn and symbolized and named in so many tongues. Then the birth of God in man takes place. Unless ye be reborn, we must quote in this connection, because we are told that the spirit of love makes it possible for humanity to attain his rebirth of the soul through the pure, straight channel of the heart alone. Since his coming, it has no longer been necessary to have strict occult training and deep mental development before spiritual heights can be achieved. The heart has been able to reach illumination through direct union, through love and worship. And we can change our own reality and create our own reality that way. That's really what I put out of it. Be ye as wise as serpents and as harmless as doves. Here again, we have the serpent as the old age symbol of the Kundalini serpent, which rises up the spine and links together the great triangle. We can gather that Jesus Christ taught his disciples the science of meditation. Often he took them apart into a high place or a plane, and we read that one of them even reached the third heaven and learned there of things which no man is allowed to tell. The Buddha sat in meditation for years until he had gained access to the universal knowledge. Such great spirits have done much of the preliminary work for us and have shared with us their knowledge, so all we need do is to profit by it. It is not necessary for all of us to travel the occult path, to study deeply, and to train as mystics. We are all at different stages along the path. We must not overreach ourselves, or we will have to retrace our steps. Many of us, in fact, may choose subconsciously to continue with our most vital inner development only during our hours of sleep and withhold our growing knowledge for the time being from our little waking brain. But it is never too early for any of us to take the quickest way to begin to learn to love and to clear out all of the accumulated rubbish of false thinking, intolerance, and greed, which is robbing us of the light of life. Whether we choose to approach the truth through the discipline of study, complex thought, and abstruse language, or through the discipline of self-sacrifice and service, the essence of that which we seek remains the same. too simple for words or brain, just a letting go of fear and ambition for the self. We are trying to overcome habits of thought embedded in our personalities for centuries. For some of us, this may only be possible at our present stage through the constant drilling of words, words, words. Others may be able to short-circuit them by a tremendous effort of love. But however the goal is approached, and however it is achieved, let it be born in the mind that the gate of man's deliverance, his birth as a God in human form, is heralded by the reopening of the third eye, after which he will remain no longer blind to everything in life except the tiny excretions which we call the physical world. Amazing stuff. And we're going to stop right there. We've got about 1:40 till the break. And that's the end of chapter 13. And so, coming up next, after this next break, we are going to delve right into today because, oh man, this is the part of the book, that chapter, and here on out for the rest of the book. But that chapter started section 2 of the book. And the first part of the book is really just a warm-up, really just an introduction to things like, how we're classified male and female, what the secret knowledge is, defining that, what modern science tells us about what we're capable of. But this segment of the book that started with that chapter 13 there, finding with the third eye itself, really begins the real meat and potatoes of the secret knowledge itself and how the tools for what we need, folks, lie within all of us. And these are the things that the New World Order has kept from us, and they've used things like religion and the government training camps to do so. So when we come back from the break, we're going to start chapter 14, which is entitled First Steps to Mastery. And boy, oh boy, you don't want to miss this. This is a great chapter with some great information in it. More on the other side as we read out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. This is The Global Reality, folks. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us. I want to thank everybody for being here with us today as we continue reading out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. And just amazing, important information. It's great how many people I know that have now bought copies of this book for themselves, for their library, and for their own personal usage. I know even Doug Owen here at the network from the Intel Strike Report bought a copy of this book. I think Michael Bell said he was going to buy one as well, or he got a copy of on the somewhere. But I think everyone should own this book. I mean, I think that I think every person should own a copy of this just for their own reference. Because I'll tell you from my own experience, folks, what this book meant to me 10 years ago and what it means to me now are two different things. And I think that won't change. When I first started reading out of this book, I made the reference, that to me, I mean, and I know this is not going to be taken very well by very many people, but it's the truth to me, and it's my truth, and it could be your truth as well, if it means that to you if you read it. But, I mean, this is a type of book that to me is really more of more importance than even something like, what we're told with spiritual texts, like the Bible or the Quran or something like that, I mean, these are the type of things that if we had a world in which children at a young age were taught the things here, boy, what a world we'd have to live in, wouldn't we? Can you imagine that? Let's continue with chapter 14 now. First Steps to Mastery. The mastery of which we speak is a potent inner quality that may manifest outwardly in various forms according to the decision of the ego or inner man. We are told that the ego decides before birth upon the experiences, hardships, and conditions of life by means of which it shall learn its next lesson, develop its next spiritual muscle upon the earth. It then chooses or is drawn to a birth date which will tune it in to such conditions, and selects parents with whom it had already built up certain karma or obligations in former lives. It is pointless, therefore, for the individual to try to shirk, avoid, or mitigate the experiences and difficulties of his life, thus expressly selected to help him. To do so would be merely to postpone the issue and lose chances of development. The issue at hand is to learn a certain spiritual law. to cure a certain defect in character and to develop a certain quality of mastery. Therefore, an intelligent man will strive to discover where he stands and what is the lesson he is required to learn. If he is then able by an effort of will to anticipate the lesson by deliberately training his heart and mind to the stage required, he may in this way obviate the necessity for an unpleasant experience. Thus may a man learn to master his own stars, by eradicating in his character those vibrations which attract the analogous disciplinary stellar influences to him. The individual may choose thus to hasten his development by speeding up the improvement of his own character. Or he may take the simpler way of the heart, the way of intuition and love. In this case, he will, through opening his heart in faith, in love and faith, establish a direct link with the great plane, the joy of which superconscious knowledge will uphold him through all experiences. It will illuminate his path through life, investing sorrows and joys with the radiance of their inner message, so that he would not wish one particle of his life changed. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor do palaces make a paradise. Illuminated poets throughout the ages have expressed these truths. Milton said, "The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a hell or a heaven of hell." We have to learn to taste to the very dregs while listening intently for the inner spiritual message which it teaches, and never losing sight of the inevitable and glorious goal of godhood. The first step to mastery is therefore to put the mind in order, to train it to work clearly and dispassionately, and to establish a true perspective on life. We must clear out from our minds quite mercilessly all the accumulated rubbish, so that we will have a clean, free field in which to develop the marvelous latent powers which are our heritage. We must get rid of all the inhibitions, all false values, uncertainties, indecisions, fussiness, and restlessness, all those states which eat away at the vitality of the body and mind. We have paid much money in the past to doctors and specialties to analyze our bodies for us. Finding the results not quite satisfactory, we were instinctively turned to the psychoanalysts and psychologists, paying them to analyze that which we begin to feel is our root of our troubles. All these men do what they can for us, because we have given them cause to believe that we do not care to hear the truth, namely, that we could do much more for ourselves than we do. Worry, rush, noise, anger, fear, and envy poison the system just as surely as if we took arsenic. If we err sufficiently in any of those ways, we die. Therefore, if we err in any lesser degree, we are still injuring ourselves. Even although death comes more slowly, we shorten our lives. It is recorded that venom has been found on the tongue of a man in a rage, exactly similar in its constituents to the venom of a snake. You understand that, folks? You understand that? They found that when a man in a rage has the constituents on a man's tongue is exactly to the venom of a snake. That's interesting, isn't it? The same poison which has been found to be generated in the body of an angry bull, such venom would, of course, emanate in a fine form from the body of a vindictive and furious person, and act as a subtle poison to all contacted. The story is told of the ward of a certain hospital for the wounded during the war, in which an alarming percentage of the patients died. Investigations were pursued, and it was discovered that the matron had been all her life a man-hater. After her departure, the death rate returned to normal. There is also the death of a person who was very much upset, was caught in a test tube, and found to contain enough poison to kill a small rodent in a few moments. The effects of people's emanations upon flowers, animals, and children is often very noticeable. Love and hate, then, each of their chemical form and action, have their own chemical form and action. It is obviously impossible for doctors or teachers to do us any permanent good until we learn not to poison ourselves and those around us. The true spiritual qualities entirely eliminate these poisons. Absolute faith makes fear and worry an impossibility. Unreserved love leaves no room for hate, anger, envy, or greed. Worship of beauty in abstract and concrete forms strengthens and protects man in all his activities. One who is able to live in this way needs no outside help and sheds warmth and radiance on all around him. If we wish seriously to set the stage and prepare the way to this attainment, our first step must be gradually to eliminate all unnecessary thoughts, desires, and habits for our lives. When we come back from the break, we're going to talk about exactly how you do that. We're reading again out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder, right here on this Tuesday edition of the Global Reality, folks. You're listening to the Oracle Broadcasting Network. My name's Josh Reeves. I'm your host. Stay with us. Tuesday edition of the Global Reality, right here on the Oracle Broadcasting Network. I'm your host, Josh Reeves, and we continue to read out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder. Very important part here, and I want to read over this again. And again, this is very, very, I mean, this part of the book that we're getting into now, out of all of it that we've read, is really, as far as I'm concerned, the most important part of the entire thing we've read up to this point. So let's continue now. If we wish seriously to set the stage and prepare the way to this attainment, our first step must be gradually to eliminate all unnecessary thoughts, desires, and habits from our lives. Every day for a few weeks, we should examine ourselves thoroughly, writing down honest replies to the following questions. Number 1. Let me read that again so we know what we're talking about here. Every day for a few weeks, in order for us to attain and eliminate all unnecessary thoughts, desires, and habits for our lives, every day for a few weeks, we should examine ourselves thoroughly, writing down honest replies to the following questions. What are our ideals? And what do we really believe? That's number 1. Number 2, what is our ambition in life and why? Number 3, are we prepared to face the truth about ourselves and make a change? Or are we liable to sit on the fence on both sides of the fence? Number 4, what are our faults? What are our talents? What are we doing about them? Number 5, what are the things which affect and worry us, and just how important are they? This examination should be persevered with until all the answers are clearly written down. It will be found that so much sound thinking has probably never been done before. The result will be like a tonic to the brain and a stimulant to the endeavors. The important thing is to clear out everything from the mind which we can possibly do without, so as to concentrate all our powers upon the strictly necessary. One of the 7 devils of mankind is possessiveness. Possessions rule us while appearing to be our slaves. Our lives are cluttered up with possessions which we are sure that we need. They take up our time and money and tie us to places and complicate our lives in 1,000 ways. To be continually looking at quantities of possessions confuses the brain. A clairvoyant gazes at the crystal merely to prevent her physical eye from seeing any objects. She knows that to see them distracts from the power of the mind. Where did I leave off here? The yogi discards all possessions and tries to discover the minimum needs for physical existence. Jesus Christ instructed his disciples to go out into the world to teach, taking only the barest necessities of raiment. Possessiveness is the root cause of all wars, tyrannies, and other obscenities. It is founded on an entire fallacy. If we endeavor to possess anything, we at once separate that thing and ourselves from the rest of life. We are meant to possess all things, to share all things, to be a part of all life, to have power over all things, not over one. If we insist on striking always on one note, the rest of the music is lost to us. The desire to possess people or one person also defeats its own end. It restricts progress and leads to jealousy, the gate of madness. Now, how many people out there do that to a person? Think about it. The desire to possess people or one person also defeats its own end and restricts progress and leads to jealousy, the gate of madness. We should respect the privacy and originality of every human soul and allow it to complete freedom for its development. Otherwise, the inner spirit resents the outrage of repression and love dies. Possessiveness arises from the innate unconscious knowledge that we are born to own and to unite with all. We must learn to transmute our petty physical possessiveness back to its divine origin. By this achievement, a great amount of the unnecessary will be removed from our lives. The next step is to study our own processes of thought. We will soon discover that we are usually thinking of 100 things at once. It would be impossible for several shorthand typists to capture all the thoughts which jostle one another through our brains in the space of a few moments. This shows that we divide the power of our minds up into about 100 parts, giving only a very small portion of it to any one thing. Therefore, we do most things with a tiny percentage of our actual capacity, which usually remains forever unknown. Once having eliminated all unnecessities from our mind, we can give undivided attention to anything we do. The completely undivided attention of the mind is all-powerful, omnipotent, and a force that can burn through everything and bend everything to its command. This is known to occultists, mystics, and students of these things who spend the best part of their lives in practices and studies with this end in view. In the West, such training as Pelmanism coincides in many particulars with the Eastern traditions and can produce similar excellent results. It can safely be said that nothing in any sphere of life will be successfully achieved until the capacity for one pointed concentration has been developed. The third step in the preliminary process of self-analysis is to gain a clear conception of our sense of values and as concise an idea as possible for our definition of right and wrong, good and evil. Many of us do not agree with the statements of the Christian Scientists that there is no such thing as evil and that pain does not exist. We feel pain and we see evil and ugliness around us. Perhaps it would be more practical to accept the evidence of our senses and try to discover what part of the dark side of life is meant to play in the scheme of things and how we can best cooperate. A little thought will make clear that this world is built up in a reality of a collection of opposites, and that is only through being able to compare these opposites that we're able to have any views at all. Light would be meaningless to us if we did not know darkness. Summer would be equally monotonous if we had no winter. Warmth would not be appreciated if we did not suffer cold. Peace and silence exist to us by reason of their contrast with noise. And goodness itself would be non-comprehensible were we not able to compare it with evil. Without sin and pain, where would we be? Perfect, with no possibility of further progress. Static. If we're to evolve to something better on this earth, we must be given some means by which to do so. How should we be able to grow to learn to conquer without such aids as sin, sorrow, and pain? If the imagination is sufficiently alive to picture a world devoid of evil, life would be seen going round and round in a complete groove, without incident, without change, and getting nowhere. Now that's very interesting. Would we be able to achieve enlightenment? We all have our roles, and in that way you can say the New World Order has their role. Because if we didn't have this role and this job of fighting evil, we would be in this never-ending circle of getting nowhere and never attaining anything. That, in and of itself, is why, folks, we will win. We will win. More on the other side. This is The Goal Reality. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us. Let's continue here, and let's. This chapter is First Steps to Mastery. In the earliest days of the religion which part of the Christian belief has sprung, Satan was worshipped. He was understood to be the greatest benefactor of man, placing before him temptations and experience without he would remain stagnant and futile. And of course, that's sort of Baal or Enki or, some of these other things, Enlil. Without experience, man cannot create. At present, humanity is said to be evolving from a state of ineffectual virgin spirit into self-conscious creative godhood. And this is mostly through the help of evil or Satan. According to this, then, one can no longer call Satan evil, nor can one think of evil as evil if it is so beneficial to us. It is possible, therefore, to say that there is no evil. What then is there? What causes all the trouble? There is only unbalance. Perfection is true balance of all the parts, whether it be found in a human face, in character, or in the works of nature. And this is where man's free will comes in. He is able to upset the ideal balance of things by stressing too much on some particular aspect. The upsetting of the balance at once creates a state of non-perfection or evil. Too much stress upon the possessive feelings, for instance, produces the sin of jealousy. Too much stress upon the bodily sensations produces a glutton or libertine. Too much stress upon mental sensations creates a crank or fanatic. Even if a man puts too much stress upon his spiritual side and ignores his body, he may go mad, unbalanced, as it is rightly called. There are many lesser stages of madness not recognized as such. A snob, a miser, a murderer, all expressing advanced stages of overbalance or putting of too much stress on any one thing. We all do this inevitably in one way or another because of our free will and in order to learn the great law of karma, cause and effect, action and reaction. Satan was at one time called the magistrate of God, the keeper of karma and of numbers. His work was to stand by and deal out the lawful effects of unbalance. It can be imagined, therefore, that the glutton might be given a diseased body lasting throughout several lives until he learns balance in that respect. The fanatic or the man who has ill-used or not used his brain might be given imbecility for a life or two until he learns to understand the necessity for keeping a balanced brain. The theory seems to be that the soul of a man in these cases chafes with impatience within the imbecile or diseased body, bewailing the wasted time due to his former foolishness in developing good resolutions for the future. It takes a long time for a man to learn the simple law of cause and effect, and meanwhile he blames his parents, circumstances, or fate for his shortcomings. When he learns that he himself has been developing these shortcomings in former lives, he can no longer blame his parents. Nor can they say that they have not deserved such a son. For he is their karma as much as they are his. Finally, we are told man will master this lesson of balance, or non-evil, in all parts of his makeup. He will learn to love deeply, but unselfishly, without stressing the self, understanding and forgiving all because of his own experience and realization of the laws of development. He will no longer give all his love to his own people and nothing to the world. He will realize that all the world is serving him with the experience he so deeply needs for his growth. And he will keep the balance by giving back to the world always, giving of all the love and understanding he has without criticizing that evil by means of which others are striving to develop just as he is. Understanding the law of rebirth, he will realize that all stages, either of ignorance, sin, unhappiness, or achievement, either have been or will be once his own. He will learn to balance his emotions with his aspirations, becoming dispassionately passionate, joyfully serious, calmly intense, unhurriedly quick, and actively passive. And I try to do those things myself. And that's why joyfully serious, I love that. That's what I try to do here on the show. I try to be joyfully serious. To attain complete balance in the character, self-study is necessary. Man, know thyself was inscribed over the doors of the wonderful ancient temples of learning as the most important injunction to all aspirants. The man who has mastered himself has mastered the world, is another well-worn saying, which gains in significance when he reflects that a man is said to contain within himself a facsimile of and a link with everything in the universe. Having thus set the stage mentally and physically for our progress to self-mastery, we can now outline the preliminary stages of the actual progress. The two most marked points in a person's life are the beginning and the end of his day. It is to these, first of all, that we must give special attention. There is a certain exercise which is given throughout the world to all those who are seeking wisdom and perfection. It is considered of primary importance, and like all exercises, depends for its effect upon the regularity of its performance. It consists of a careful review of the events and actions of the day before going to sleep. The mind must travel slowly backwards through all the incidents, thoughts, motives, acts, and words of the day, seeking quite impartially for the traces of unbalance and also for traces of wiser understanding. Experience gained must be noted, and a frank and cool summing up of failure and achievement must be made without either pride or condemnation. This exercise, if faithfully and honestly repeated every night, will work miracles in the character. It performs two services of invaluable importance. Firstly, it enables us to go through our purgatory, here and now, as we go along, instead of waiting for its advent in accumulated form at some future date. By this means, we can cancel out whatever particular hell we would have made for ourselves, as well as much earthly karma. Our conscience, through being developed just like any muscle, will become so strong that in the end, we will have as much difficulty in going wrong as formerly we had in trying to keep right. That is a fine way of clearing the decks for action, casting out as much waste thought, remorse, and other exhausting inhibitions. It will mean also that when we pass out of the body in sleep, we can travel straight to the heart of things, without being held back to the coarser realms by any tormented, earthbound thoughts. Our sleep will therefore be deeper and more refreshing. We will have a better chance to gain the soul wisdom and inspiration which true sleep brings. This exercise also helps to etch experience into the memory, thereby avoiding the need for recatapultation of the events, and so saves much time for the developing soul. The second of these vital exercises must take place at the moment of awakening. An effort of the will should be made to capture and remember the dreams of experiences of the night before they rapidly fade from the memory. All that is recollected, however trivial, must be written down. After some practice, valuable ideas, inspirations, and even prognostications will begin to be remembered. The final result will be an unbroken train of consciousness during the 24 hours, which conscious man learns to develop and will eventually bring him back into his second incarnation. By means of these two simple exercises, the morning and the evening review, he whose aspirations are high, sincere, and enduring may begin at once to achieve the godhood and acquire his first-hand knowledge of the secrets of the universe. And so we'll stop right there, and we'll pick up tomorrow with Chapter 15. And Chapter 15, which we'll get into tomorrow on the show, is entitled simply Meditation. So very interesting. So what did we talk about today? What did we learn from this? And I think that is, again, what are we always constantly doing? What do we always find ourselves to be the status quo of life? We always find that the status quo of life is us two. There's constantly an enemy, much in the same way that there's always some external enemy that we have to be fighting, whether it be the war on terror, communism, false flag, aliens, alien invasions, meteorites, asteroids, whatever it may be. And so, in much that same way from an early age, as I've talked about many times here before on the show, we're also constantly looking to the outside source. We're constantly always looking to some external source for our Savior. We're always looking to some external outside source to be the one that will rein us in from the misery and the things that we can't find about ourselves, to program the ego part of our brains. Now, what do these two things do, and what do we talk about? They get you constantly looking to some external source, whether it be an outside source for your own enlightenment or your own being, or an external source in terms of some sort of threat. But as we talked about here now, and what we talked about in that last chapter of the book, The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder, we've discussed it. Now we know, and there are steps that we can take, folks, to where we're no longer on this constant merry-go-round of blaming this, that, and the other for our own unhappiness, or blaming this, that, and the other for our own, why we're unhappy or why we can't obtain things. And this goes back to the same thing that I've talked about here over and over, that the answers that we seek, in everything that we're looking for, that we've always looked out to in some external source, be the animus, the father figure, the Messiah figure, the government. Many animus take on many forms. But what in the end is always denied, and what is intentionally always set up for us to deny, is looking to that one true source for all the answer to our questions, and that is in each and every one of us. And we're all just so helplessly wandering around this earth, aren't we? We're so helplessly wandering earth, not knowing why we're here, living out our little lives in this form in which we accept to be the norm, the way, you're born, you go to school, you get a job, you get married, you have children, you work a job until you can't work anymore, you retire, and then you die, and that's it. And I've always rejected that. I've always rejected that from an early age, because I don't believe that life is just that. I believe that life is whatever we decide it is. And that's what the decision is that you need to make right now, today. More on the other side, folks. Stay with us. Chapter 15, in The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. And this chapter 15 is entitled Meditation. This is an incredible chapter here, folks. It is in silence that the soul speaks. Men have always realized the mystery of silence. They have ever been haunted by the feeling that silence and stillness are full of a potent and vital something that is lost during activity and noise. Where did I leave off there? Speech is silver, but silence is golden, said the poet. As we gain an experience, we will be able to observe that one of the hallmarks of men great in spiritual qualities is that they are calm, still, and sparing of speech, although extremely vital. If you meet a man or woman of this type, keep near to them. You will learn much from them even without words. The science of meditation has been used throughout the ages as a means by which a man can link his brain, mind, and soul together and connect them consciously with the universal intelligence or the mind and motives of the creator of this solar system. By means of meditation, man learns to concentrate and project his attention straight through to the physical plane, through to the fourth dimension, then later to further dimensions. He endeavors to bring that which he learns through into the physical world, translated into physical language and interpreted into his own brain as best he can. In the realms which he may reach, language, color, and form have quite different expressions to those which we are familiar. He is getting to the heart of things, the underlying causes, the primordial truths which eventually give their faint, distorted reflection as physical color, sound, and form. He learns much that cannot be expressed in words or even in physical thought. His brain must be gradually trained to encompass these unfamiliar aspects of life. Often this is well nigh and impossible, and instead, the knowledge is absorbed and held by his superconscious mind. It feeds strength and stability into his character without his being conscious of the process at all. The result of this union with divine intelligence is that man can now work in accordance with the plan. He is spared the tragedy of wasting his efforts in the wrong direction. That which he does and the influence which he spreads will be for the good of humanity. It will be a definite building up for future progress. The innate knowledge which he has thus acquired, he may express in the creation of music, art, literature, a new religion, new economic or social developments, or else in an example of fine personal living. He no longer needs to have faith in the existence of ultimate and divine realities. He knows. He has put himself in touch and in tune with them, and henceforth can bask inwardly in the radiance and joy of his knowledge. He can mentally look down upon the conflicting processes of the world's development, including his own little suffering, which, much as one would study a fascinating Chinese puzzle. With one part of him he suffers and experiences, while at the same time, with the other part, he enjoys, comments, and learns. To many people, the attainment of such a state of knowledge and power has been all important. They have given up their lives to it. Such people are the yogis, disciples, Buddhas, and those of their kind in all countries. There is a fundamental difference between Eastern and Western peoples. Those of the East draw everything inward to themselves and hold it, and are comparatively inactive, although they learn much. Introverts. Those of the West are full of action and energy, but give little time to studying themselves and acquiring deep knowledge before they act. Extroverts. So in the East, we find inspired inaction resulting in stagnation, and in the West, we find uninspired action resulting in chaos. When universal love, neighborliness, and brotherhood eventually spread across the world, East and West will learn from each other and pool their attributes. And I think very much that's what's happening right now in our circles. I think that's what we've done. I think that this book was published in 1938, and this is well before there was a need or a cause for what we do with trying to get out truth and information to the masses. I think we've done that. I think we've left out the bad things of Western culture, and we've kept the good things of that, turning it into something that's useful, as well as the things of the East where it's just inaction. See, we've taken the poise and the understanding of the Eastern and turned it into, inspired activity. The result will be inspired activity. We've already seen the earliest beginnings of this amalgamation around us. While Westerners are busy improving living conditions in the East, Oriental teachers of philosophy and spiritual laws are gaining a considerable hearing in the West. The ideal toward which we have to work is therefore meditation followed by action. Let us now consider the actual process of meditation and its several phases. Imagine a great orchestra playing a powerful symphony. In the orchestra is one delicate muted violin, which we cannot hear, although it plays all the time. The louder vibrations swamp its sound. If the louder instruments be stopped one by one, the violin will still not be heard. Finally, when they all have ceased, we can suddenly hear it playing faintly. Our ears gradually accustom themselves to it until it appears to be making a volume of clear sound. This is a good simile of the process of meditation. The human being is like an orchestra of varying vibrations. The louder, coarser vibrations are those of the atoms of the body and the brain, and the finer are those of the emotions and thoughts. The muted violin represents the soul's message trying to filter through to hear the soul's message, and all the rest of the orchestra must be silenced. All the crisscross currents of bodily sensations, thoughts, memories, hopes, desires, and emotions must be stilled into complete passivity. The brain must be held poised and ready to receive the impress from the mind of that which the latter has been able to translate of the soul's message. The soul is the ego's intermediary between the world of spirit and the world of matter. The storehouse of the results of experience in both realms, flashes of its knowledge coming to us as conscious or inspiration. The soul has been likened to a mirror which can reflect the spirit world into the physical, but is usually too clouded over with vibratory disturbances to do so. Now we see through a glass darkly, but then face to face. Meditation stills the vibratory disturbances of the personality. and the mirror clears. The first stage in meditation is therefore complete body relaxation. This cannot be accomplished when the body is in the wrong position. There are one or two postures which have been proved to be suitable. The spine must be erect and well balanced, and the ribs must be free for deep breathing. The early Egyptians used to sit very upright upon a chair with the eyes gazing straight ahead. The hands palms downward upon the knees, the elbows well tucked into the throat to throw out the chest, and heels together and the toes apart. They have left many statues represented as meditating in this position. We are told it is one of the best suited to the Westerner also. The Indians meditate mostly sitting cross-legged upon the ground. Those who are skilled and expert use the lotus posture, which the soles of the feet are turned upwards, and the body is locked in balance in such a manner that should the devotee pass into a trance, he cannot fall over. The Chinese also squat, using various postures of the hands and feet to achieve different results. The Westerner who is making a beginning should adopt the Egyptian pose and learn completely to relax sitting upright, and balancing the spine, neck, and head so carefully that he ceases to be conscious of it. He must then commence to breathe deeply, silently, evenly, and slowly through the nose, and gradually perfect this process until he can perform it unconsciously. The slower the breathing, the easier the control of the mind, but only that which can be performed without the slightest effort or strain is of any use for whatever purpose. By means of these two preliminary steps, he has begun the process of stilling the vibrations of his physical and then his etheric body. And so we'll stop right there as we're coming on a break again here, and we'll come back and we'll read more, and I hope to get through. We'll see how much we got. We may be able to get through this chapter today, chapter 15, meditation here in Vera Stanley Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye. And then tomorrow, we're going to get into chapter 16, history of the wisdom. So very interesting stuff. More on the other side. This is the Wednesday edition of the Global Reality, folks. Stay with us. Continue to read out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder, first published in 1938. And, what we have going on here, we're on chapter 15 here about meditation, and yes, it's talking about breathing, and yes, Micah is an expert in that, and he talks about the breathing. He's come on this show and talked 5 or 6 times about breathing and whatnot. You can check his show out Sunday nights here on Oracle Broadcasting from 5 to 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, and he'll give you all this. And I'm not talking about these subjects right now because I'm talking about them. I'm just reading out of this book. So what I'm reading is, it's not my opinion. I'm reading it out of the book. So, I'm sure you probably have something to add, or there's probably, conflicting information or something to add on to that. But really, in the realm and scope of what we're reading here, it's sort of, we're just reading a book. So he must then, it says, to the Westerner who is making a beginning should adopt the Egyptian pose and learn completely to relax sitting up and balancing the spine, neck, and head so carefully that he ceases to be conscious of it. He must then commence to breathe deeply, silently, evenly, and slowly through the nose, and gradually perfect this process until he can perform it also unconsciously. The slower the breathing, the easier the control of the mind. But only that which can be performed without the slightest effort or strain is of any use for whatever his purpose. By means of these two preliminary steps, he has begun the process of stilling the vibrations of first his physical and then his etheric body. The next and more difficult task is to tackle his emotional and mental equipment. He must drop all feeling, all stress, strain, and longing for accomplishment, all anxiety or excitement at the prospect in view. Excitement and emotion are formed of low, heavy, and noisy vibrations. There remains now the brain, that bustling little typewriter which ceaselessly taps out all the drifting and hurrying crowds of thought forms which float through upon the ether. The aspirant must patiently, continuously, and without effort wipe these thoughts out as with a sponge upon a slate. This process also must be continued until it can be performed unconsciously, a difficult feat which may need months or years of practice. When, however, this has been accomplished, the practice of meditation becomes possible. In some occult parlance, we are told to make the mind a blank for meditation. These words lead to an entire misconception. If the ear is listening very intently for a certain sound, oblivious to all other sounds, we do not think that the hearing is a blank. On the contrary, it is actively at strict attention. So must the mind be, in meditation, held at a strict attention, ready to convey to the typewriter brain its interpretation of the impressions filtered through it by the fine vibrations of the inner activities, the subtler planes where knowledge is. The best times for meditation are said to be upon awakening and at about 6 p.m. It should be practiced either before or several hours after a meal. The room should be dim or dark. The eyes should be facing a plane surface with, if desired, only one symbolical object of which to concentrate. Or, if preferred, the eyes may be closed. Now, I have a little Buddha statue. Well, actually I have several here. I have multiples. But I've done meditation before, where, as it's talking about here, where, yes, you can do it with your eyes closed and you do it that way, but it's talking about you can do open eye meditation. And I challenge you to do it sometime. If you have a little, and I'm not talking about that fat guy, that's not Buddha. But if you have a Buddha statue, and you place it on something in front of you at eye level, and you get in a meditative position, and you focus your eyes onto the Buddha statue, let me tell you, you will experience something very interesting. I'm just going to leave it at that. We have now described the condition to which the aspirant must learn to bring himself if he hopes to practice meditation with any success. The science itself is divided into 4 successive stages: concentration, meditation, contemplation, and adoration. Only the first 2 are possible to any but the adept or full-fledged mystic. Nevertheless, we will describe them all. The process of concentration has already been partly analyzed. It consists in getting full control over the personality, and then when the aspirant's whole makeup is stilled and passive, in concentrating the attention of the brain to one point, keeping it clear, steady, and empty of stray thoughts, waiting to receive the information which the mind is collecting. When full concentration has been established, the meditation can begin. Meditation consists in studying with great thoroughness one object, subject, quality, or force in life. As we have been before stated, the concentrated, one-pointed mind is like a powerful burning glass or magnet. When tuned into the particular vibration of any object or quality, it can burn right through it to the truth of it and draw to itself everything connected with that or of that same vibration. Thus, supposing the aspirant has chosen a violin as the subject of his meditation, he will first concentrate upon the violin, building up in his mind as vivid and complete a picture of the instrument as he is able. Then, holding the picture steadily before his mind's eye, he will begin to meditate upon the instrument, endeavoring to learn everything he possibly can about it. He traces its history, the wood, and other substances from which it was made, the process of making it, the story of its design, its passage through the hands of dealers. Gradually it will be found that the facts and information come to light of which the aspirant was hereto unaware. That is the secret of meditation. The possibility of actually learning without books by active mental contact with the information sought. The aspirant who wishes to learn of love, unselfishness, or the reality of the divine spirit can reach this knowledge through meditating positively but not vaguely upon it. Meditation can also be used to solve any of life's problems and difficulties. Simply state the problem in an absolute, dispassionate, and impartial way, and wait steadily for the ideas relating to it to be drawn to the mind. A fair solution will almost inevitably arrive. The Oxford group, known as the Moral Rearmament, used something of this idea for their quiet times. Needless to say, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. It is better thoroughly to understand what is happening to avoid the danger of self-deception creeping in. Meditation, it has to do with all the outer aspects and expressions of an object or quality, and all of its physical plane attributes. And so we'll stop right there, and tomorrow we'll just have a little bit left here in the chapter meditation. So tomorrow we'll finish the chapter meditation, and then we will get into chapter 16, the history of the wisdom, coming up on tomorrow's broadcast. And so we're going to take a break, come back, Final half hour of the broadcast around the corner. We got a lot more news and information to get into in the final half hour. Wide open phone lines as well at 360-350-1486 if you'd like to join us. This is The Global Reality. I'm Josh Reeves. Stay with us. Let's finish up here with chapter, what chapter number is this? Chapter 15, Meditation, out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. The aspirant who wishes to learn of love, unselfishness, or the reality of the divine spirit can reach this knowledge through meditating positively, but not vaguely upon it. Meditation can also be used to solve any of life's problems and difficulties. Simply state the problem in an absolutely dispassionate and impartial way, and wait steadily for the ideas relating to it to be drawn to the mind. Meditation has to do with all the outer aspects and expressions of an object or a quality, all its physical plane attributes. The third stage, contemplation, has to do with the inner meaning, cause, and law behind any object or quality. In this case, the mind ceases its activity and allows the subject of contemplation to speak, to yield up its secret and reveal the mystery of its truth. Having fully meditated upon the violin, the aspirant could pass into the stage of contemplation. The envisaged instrument would disappear, leaving a space. Through that space would play the colors and forces of the subtler planes, those which form the archetype or celestial pattern from which violins are made. The aspirant would learn the why and wherefore of a violin, its part in the evolutionary process, and the actual creative quality of its particular tone. These things would come to him in a form of knowledge not clothed in words, and he would be at a loss now of how best to register and translate it for his physical use. The fourth and last stage of this science is adoration. And of this, it is even less easy to speak. Having learnt both the outer and inner meaning of his subject, the aspirant has reached to the core of it. He discovers the core of it to be the same as the core of himself. Both spring from and are a part of the mind of the divine creator. Having pierced through to his glorious and blinding realization, the aspirant can lose himself for a brief spell in the knowledge of that perfect unity of love. This is his moment of adoration. Through the steady practice of meditation, man can cease to be as a puppet dancing on the end of a string jerked by some unknown hand. He can learn to climb the string with his mind and will and take control of the hand. He can become the friend and associate of the owner of the hand and finally gain the freedom of complete identification with him. It must always be remembered when trying to describe non-physical states that the physical language contains no suitable words or phrases. But how many times have we come across that and talked about that? Wow. The unaccustomed brain must be presented with a simile only. When through study or meditation the brain has developed and adjusted itself, the same truths can be presented in a more advanced matter which would not have been understood before. Therefore, it is true to say that there is always much that is superficially incorrect in occult teaching, and in, for instance, such a book as this. Because the neophyte brain must be coaxed along step by step. The pill of truth coated with the sugar of inaccuracy until it becomes palatable in its pure form. However, no books, the truth is always there for those who desire it above all else. Another type of work for those who wish to push forward is group meditation, or the blending of a small group of people to meditate in unselfish brotherhood. Inasmuch as this calls for the breaking down of many of the barriers that exist between the nicest of people, barriers of self-conscious, intolerance, criticism, and egocentricity, it is obviously a very fine practice. Christ said, where two or three are gathered together in my name, there I am in the midst of them, thus pointing out that the unity is strength on a spiritual as well as on physical levels. It may be inquired whether prayers do not suffice instead of meditation. Prayers are the five-finger exercises, the ABC of spiritual growth. As such, they will forever play their part, but he who is not content to remain spiritually in the nursery will sooner or later require to put himself more individually in touch with the realities. So that's the end of chapter 15. So we're going to start now here into chapter 16 today out of Vera Stanley Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye, the history of the wisdom. Both the Bible and the history book, while being compiled for us, have passed through intensive censorships. Besides suffering at the hands of unenlightened translators, the result is that our orthodox education, both in religion and history, is often very misleading. Now, this is an awesome chapter, and I'm just excited to be able to read this chapter today, because this is, and I'd forgotten about this. It's been a while since, I first read this book about 10 years ago. It's amazing, as synchronicities would have it, this is exactly what we've been talking about today, is this idea of the context of history and religions and how that's been kept from us. The result is that our orthodox education, both in religion and history, is often very misleading and keeps us in complete ignorance of large and vital aspects of humanity's evolution. Much of the records of the knowledge to which we would like to have access has been carefully guarded, secreted, and even destroyed during periods when it was considered more expedient to keep people in ignorance. Nevertheless, there is still a wealth of literature all over the world awaiting the explorer. If he pursues his inquiries with patience and discrimination, the following points will come to light. The history of this earth is infinitely older than modern historians admit. There exist many and various sects, orders, and religious and philosophical fraternities who all possess exhaustive records and treatises describing the evolution of man upon this planet and of a part of that our solar system plays in the cosmic scheme. If the pure and original root of these different beliefs can be uncovered, it will be found to be identical in most respects. And again, we've talked about that, how, these things that we were told are different are all really the same. We're told that there's a difference between Buddha and Muhammad and Jesus Christ and Enki and Verakasha and Onas and all these things. But really, they're all one and the same. We just get caught up in the semantics of it, intentionally by design, because that's what religions are created to do, is to keep you caught up in semantics and never finding out what the real truth is. If the pure and original root of these different beliefs can be uncovered, in each case we will discover that the one God overall was acknowledged and the existence of the hierarchy was well understood and was tabulated and represented under the names of various gods and goddesses, nature spirits, and demons. The seven great spirits, their colors, attributes, and elements, the seven planes of man's sevenfold bodies, were all carefully studied and analyzed. The great cosmic cycles and periods, as ruled by the signs of the zodiac, and all the astrological influences, both psychic and chemical, were subject to intensive research. The laws of rebirth and karma were embodied in all these beliefs. We find that at the zenith of their civilization, the various great ancient nations had perfected this knowledge by its means, produced immortal monuments to their science, such as the Great Pyramids. And we will stop right there and continue. The name of the book, for those of you in the chat room there, I see people always asking every time, it's The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder. That is the name of the book. So we'll stop right there. We'll come back. We'll take a break. We'll continue reading chapter 16, The History of the Wisdom today. The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder. My name is Josh Reeves. This is The Global Reality. Stay with us. Back here on The Global Reality on this Thursday edition of the broadcast. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Well, thank you so much for being with us today for the show as we continue. And I tell you, we got a ton of news we're going to get into later in the broadcast as well. But right now, continuing in reading out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder, first published in 1938. Very interesting book, and lots of great information, and really a great starting point. I mean, this would be a great gift to give to someone, and someone who is maybe new to this information. I mean, what I find interesting about this book is that when I first read this 10 years ago, I read it, thought I understood it, and indeed walked away with a great deal from my experience of reading it. But what's even more interesting is that now, almost 10 years later, what it means to me now, what it meant to me then, are two different things. And it's just very amazing how, you go back and you read things and you get more from them than you did originally. So I want to continue now with chapter 16, the history of the wisdom. Let's see where I left off here. The history of this earth is infinitely older than the modern historian admits. There exist many in various sects, orders, and religious and philosophical fraternities who all possess exhaustive records and treatises describing the evolution of man upon this planet and of the part that our solar system plays in the cosmic scheme. If the pure and original root of these different beliefs can be uncovered, it will be found to be identical in most respects. In each case, we discover that the hierarchy was well understood and tabulated. We read that. Of the seven great spirits, their colors, attributes, and elements, the seven planes and a man's sevenfold bodies were all carefully studied and analyzed. The great cosmic cycles and periods, as ruled by the signs of the zodiac, and all the astrological influences, both psychic and chemical, were subject to intensive research. The laws of rebirth and karma were embodied in all these beliefs. We find that at the zenith of their civilization, the various great ancient nations had perfected this knowledge, and by its means produced immortal monuments to their science, such as the Great Pyramid. It transpires that such a golden period in the history of a nation was followed by crystallization, stagnancy, degeneration, and a final breaking up, leaving only distorted, misunderstood relics of the once great knowledge. We learn that such great cycles were said to occur regularly under astrological influence, which provide for the continual recommencing of man's lesson on a higher turn of the spiral of evolution, so that his development becomes ever subtler and more complete. Before each new surge forward of enlightenment, man can be borne down with a crouching wave and submerged in the darkness and ignorance. In all these records, reference is made to the wonderful golden age which occurred at the continent of Atlantis, which was said to have been submerged during its preceding period of degeneration. Mankind was said to have been taught the ageless wisdom by the gods themselves upon Atlantis, and to have carried its remnants with them in all directions as they fled to safer land. The story of Noah and the ark is repeated in many tongues and is not very varied in its guides. The Atlanteans were said to have founded the Egyptian culture and to have built the Sphinx and their descendants the pyramid. It is believed that the early Egyptian religion thus founded was the father of all the faiths which spread across Europe and Asia as far north as the Esquimaux and the Laplanders, and as far east as China and Japan. In South America also, perhaps, the greatest of the Atlantean colonizations took place, but at still an earlier date. There have been at least 300 books written about Atlantis. The remains of its root language are said to be found in identical form among the Welsh, Irish, Basques, Western Spanish, and on the Canary Islands, Azores, Easter Island, and in Mexico, as well as in certain practices and beliefs. The Druids of England were believed to be the descendants of the Atlanteans who built Stonehenge and other little understood monuments in the British Isles. We also find that a realization of consciousness of the inner realities was the prerogative of ancient man all over the world, even if he lived as a barbarian. We did not need to believe in an afterlife in a world of spirits. He knew. He saw ghosts, and he understood their difference from spirits. He communed with the dead. He knew of the nature spirits who ruled the elements, and he understood their qualities, colors, and their prototypes among the animals. He used animal effigies to represent them. The Zuni Indians prayed to 7 great nature gods by means of the 7 colors painted on their prayer sticks. The Tibetans also pray in accordance with colors and design different colored masks embellished with a large third eye for their devil dances. In New Guinea, the doctors paint their patients with the colors of the particular spirits needed to effect a cure. The early Britons painted themselves with colors needed to stimulate their prowess. The color of the spirit of darkness was usually black, of light white, of water and vegetation green, of air blue, and of fire red. There was always the one great spirit over all whose color was golden. In Egypt, Horus was white, Osiris black, Shu red, Amun blue, and Num green. The Egyptian wisdom was brought to a high point under Ptah in the temple of Memphis. Wise men and students traveled from all over the world to study with Egyptian priesthood, whose famous pupils included Moses, Jesus, and Pythagoras, it is said. The Egyptians named, described, and drew man's 7 bodies and went fully into all his activities after death. They understood the etheric, astral, mental, and spiritual planes, also purgatory, paradise, and the successive heavens. In the renowned collection of pictures and writings called the Book of the Dead, most of their beliefs are set forth. They considered each human being as living with one goal in view, that of perfecting his character in earthly life in preparation for his journey through the netherworld or astral planes, and his gradual progress through the subtler planes of paradise or the heaven world, helped by the various workers and representatives of the spiritual hierarchy. The greater part of the Egyptian consciousness was concentrated upon the path of attainment and the evolution of mankind by means of astronomy and astrology. They mapped out a wonderful and stupendous panorama of the plan of evolution in the history of the world. Now, the plan of evolution, in the sense in which we're talking about it here, is not the Darwinian evolution of the survival of the fittest. It's a constant. What we're talking about is spiritual evolution, and this constant changing through various incarnations to becoming a higher being through various incarnations. That's the type of what we're talking about, so let's not get that confused. We'll take a break, come back, we'll continue reading out of the History of the Wisdom, the Chapter 16 out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. This is the Thursday edition of The Global Reality. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us. And we are continuing here to read out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. And this is a very, it's getting to the real meat and potatoes of the book. We're almost done with the book. We've got this chapter, chapter 16. Then we have chapter 17, The Present Awakening, and then chapter 18, Dangers in the Path, chapter 19, the summing, and then chapter 19 is the summing up. And so this is, to me, one of the books, because what's very amazing about this book and why I felt it necessary to go through and read this entire book over the past couple of weeks has been because it really sums up so much information that would take us, hundreds of shows to really document. And so I felt it important to go through and read the entire book for you and maybe get some interest up in getting some people to and to find it out there. Why are you making me laugh with Belle Biv DeVoe references in the chat room? But don't do that. But I think that hopefully what we can do here is spurn some interest in this and get other people to look into this stuff themselves, attain this book, and then we can go back through and we can go back through all this stuff and go through some of these individual topics on other shows. So let's continue now. The greater part of the Egyptian consciousness was concentrated upon the path of attainment and the evolution of mankind by means of astronomy and astrology. They mapped out a wonderful and stupendous panorama of the plan of evolution and the history of the world. They originated the belief in the Messiah, whom they called the ever-coming one. He was the Egyptian Jesus, called Iusa, or Horus, and was reborn every 2,500 years, or every time the earth passed into the next sign of the zodiac. During each of these great 2,000-year periods, he embodied the quality, lesson, and type of the sign. For instance, under the sign Leo, Iusa, or Horus, was worshipped as a young lion, and it is probable that the Sphinx was raised in his honor. He was born as a scarabus in Cancer, which is the beetle, 10 to 12,000 years ago, which sign was also the crib or the manger star. And that was of the donkey. During that period, the scarab was worshipped. During the sign of Taurus, the bull, he was worshipped as the golden calf. During the Jewish dispensation, he was reborn as a lamb in the sign of Aries, the ram, and finally in the Christian era, in the sign of Pisces, the fish. He came as Jesus, the Jesus Christ of the New Testament. The sign of Jesus was a fish, which is still engraved upon the Pope's seal ring. The early Christians were known as the Pisculi. The cross was used 7,000 years ago in Egypt to represent the power that upholds the human soul in death. The story of Jesus, of the Annunciation, the virgin birth, of his baptism, temptation, teaching, miracles, disciples, the Last Supper, and his resurrection had all existed and been elaborated on in Egypt for 10,000 years. Apparently it was merely adapted by the writers of the New Testament and modeled on the life of the new and greatest Messiah, with certain alterations which clouded some of its deepest meanings. There you go. You see, that's the whole key. Is that these things are, everyone says, oh, they put such... The Bible and the story of Jesus, this is one period of time which has happened on a cycle of which it's repeated itself over and over and over again. The zodiac and all this stuff, they're put there so that they can track when the next physical body for the incarnation of one of these teachers will come about on earth, folks. That's why the elites follow astrology with such vigor, yet they'll have their priest class tell you that astrology is of the devil. You ever wonder why that is? Because you find out this, and their whole hierarchy comes crumbling down, and that is what we attempt to do. There was only space to touch on this interesting subject here, which can be studied at the student's leisure. Each of the great ancient religions had its book of records and teachings, which were the outer ring of students. This book was always supplemented by a commentary written for the inner circle of the priesthood, explaining that secret symbolism of the book and the mysteries therein concealed. Sometimes there was a second and third commentary, giving the deepest inner meanings. These keys or commentaries were carefully guarded and hidden, and in many cases have apparently disappeared altogether. There actually was a planet. It was Tiamat, and Tiamat was a water planet. And there are ancient records of ancient people here that, it's funny, Tiamat was also known as Lucifer. Tiamat was a water planet, and from Earth it appeared to be a shining silver crystal ball, and it was it was destroyed allegedly by these visitors here that came to Earth and hid out, that were being pursued through the cosmos by some other group. It was subsequently blown up, and with all the water rushing to Earth and filling up Earth. Before that time, Earth wasn't quite the water planet it was known as. Tiamat was the water planet. All the water came rushing to Earth. This is what in the book of Genesis is referred to as waters above the firmament. The firmament being the asteroid belt. Subsequently, the asteroid belt was formed of the pieces of Tiamat, and the rest of the water came crashing to Earth. So yes, you are correct there. The ancient Indian philosophy began with the Vedas, including the Upanishad books and their great commentaries, the Rig of the Yajur Vedas, and some of the earliest records of Aryan thought. They come between the Egyptian and the Greek civilizations and are assigned to about 5000 BC. They worship the Heavenly Father, Dionysus Pitar, and spirits controlling the elements. They had a very deep conception of the one God. The Indian book of moral code, called the Laws of Manu, taught continence and moderation in striving for a spiritual second birth. All 10 of the Indian philosophies taught reincarnation. Shankara, born about AD 788, was the great Indian saint and elucidator of the Upanishads. He wrote one of the world's masterpieces, his commentary on the Brahman Sutras, the Upanishads, and his Song of the Lord, the Bhagavad Gita. He was a great adept in yoga. Yoga is not a religion, it is a science, a method of yoking up with the Supreme Self, a practice of extreme discipline for the attainment of perfection. A yogin is one who has studied yoga, often at a Buddhist university in Nalanda. The Buddha was the great Indian mystic, founder of Buddhism. The Buddhist philosophy is based on the law of karma. The Brahmins believed Buddha to be the reincarnation of Vishnu, their ancient teacher. They absorbed his teachings, which also took a hold of Tibet, China, and Japan, among the Zen monks. So we'll stop right there as we coming on a break again here. We'll come back. Very interesting stuff. Really get into the heart of where this stuff and the history of this idea of this knowledge itself. You know, it's one thing for us to talk about the knowledge, it's another to decode where it came from altogether. So we'll talk more on the other side as we continue reading out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. Folks, this is The Global Reality. I'm Josh Reeves. Stay with us. Thursday edition of the broadcast. I'm your host, Josh Reeves, as we jump into the fire of information and truth as we seek to sift through what is there. You know, I mean, that's the whole thing is here, is that the truth is there for those who seek it. Now, if you don't seek it, you want to stay in the realm of what, you know, people are telling you is the truth, then, you know, you're never going to really ever find it. So, you know, I think that we've now really established that there are two different types of people out there. There are people out there that want the truth given to them, which in and of itself breeds, you know, it really breeds the ability for someone to come in and manipulate the truth as it's being given to you. And then we have the other people who are seeking it out themselves and who really only use the work of others as a stepping stone towards their own greater seek for the truth and for knowledge. And that's what I like to believe that we are, and what we do here with my show and you listening. You know, I think all of us are just stepping stones for each other. And myself and Michael Tsarian have had that conversation on the show, and we've had him on the past. We're going to have Michael Tsarian up for you very soon here in the next few weeks. And that's one of the things that we've talked about is, you know, all any one of us can hope to do is to do the best we can with finding out the knowledge and then pass that on to someone else, make it reciprocal, and hopefully get someone else along the path so they can do it and pass it on to someone else. I mean, that's really all we can ever hope to do, is to just be a stepping stone for someone else to come along with it. And that's what I think, you know, books. I mean, look, I mean, every person I've ever studied or looked at their information, I've always found contradictory information or things that they didn't get right. But that's important because that lets you know you're on the right path when you're finding things that they didn't find or things that are, you know, they got wrong. It's the you know, the point of the journey is not to arrive, as they say. You know, I mean, that the whole point of this journey on the truth is not the destination. You know, it's the journey itself that's important, and what you encounter along the way, and what you get along the way. The end result is the means to an end. And what the means to the end will be at this point, we don't know. We can only speculate. The Tibetans also have a Book of the Dead containing the Bod, which is a guidebook to the dying during the 49 days, which constitute the intermediary stage between death and union with the divine. Passages from this book are read to the deceased for 49 days after his death, while he is supposed to be passing through the 3 lower astral planes and viewing the panorama of created thought forms. He finally realizes illusion and craves new rebirth. He is exhorted to believe in the one great divinity of whom he is a part. In Persia, a very fine philosophy was cultivated. This was the Sufi, with its book, the Avesta. This was built upon a very early worship of the sun god Mithra, which at one time held great sway in Europe, as well as upon the teachings of the prophet Zoroaster. The Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam is inspired by Sufism. The Sufis find ecstasy through losing themselves in union with the one divine spirit. Some of the fakirs and dervishes are their offshoots, but these are sometimes degenerate. You ever seen the whirling dervishes before? You guys ever seen those? Where they spin around. I'm sure there's probably clips on YouTube. You can go there and type whirling dervishes into YouTube. I'm sure there's probably clips. And they spin around and around and around and around over and over again in these trance-like hypnotic states. Very just interesting to watch. The Mohammedans possess a great wealth of philosophy in their book, the Quran. which also teaches an aspiration to unity with the one God. In China, the religion, whether Buddhist or Taoist, is built upon the teachings of Confucius. Confucius was a very practical teacher and social organizer. Born in 551 BC, he worked to develop social science and the building up of individual character, and did much to bind China together. He was almost a contemporary of Buddha, and was greatly influenced at one time by Lao Tzu. His pupils recorded his teachings in a book called The Digested Conversations, a large part of which was burnt later during the Tsin dynasty, with the usual object of keeping the people in ignorance. Confucius believed the one God overall, and in the three types of subsidiary spirits, he called himself the transmitter of wisdom of the ancients. Lao Tzu was the Chinese Jesus. He was born of a virgin mother, conceived under a falling star. It's all the same thing, folks. And he was a high mystic and left a famous book called the Tao Te Ching, which expounded a moral code for the way of attainment. Tao meant way and represents the aspirations of the Taoists. Lao Tzu believed in reincarnation, karma, and the victory of gentleness. The Japanese state religion was Shinto. Shinto means the way of the spirits. Some of the Japanese became Buddhists, and nearly all of them became Confucians as well. Then there was a very stern type of Buddhism called Zen, which gained great sway in China and was finally transplanted to Japan. The Zen classic poem called The Taming of the bull being, of course, the animal nature or materialism, the Zen monks originated Jiu-Jitsu, which has a deep scientific and mystical origin and was practiced by their famous samurai warriors. The Greek philosophies founded by Pythagoras, Plato, and others upon the Egyptian teachings accepted rebirth and others of the ancient doctrines. The Jews have their own great book of ancient records called the Kabbalah, and the inner meanings of these writings were sought and studied by the famous alchemists of the Middle Ages. The Christian church, as founded in Rome, guarded many priceless manuscripts. It accepted reincarnation and karma, as it said that Christ had also done. For from the first general council of Christendom at Nicaea in AD 325 to the last council in Constantinople in AD 869, Christian principles, rules, and teachings were subject to many deletions and changes. The result was to decrease public knowledge for the aggrandization of the priesthood. From that time onwards, all who possessed or were teaching the secret wisdom were mercilessly persecuted and put to death. So right there, folks, this is something we've talked about many times. That at one time, the teachings that Christ believed in reincarnation and karma, all these same things that we've heard that Buddha and all of these other things, all these other incarnations have been into, at one time this was a part of the religion, but of course the priest class got a hold of it, and we weren't allowed that information. So we're going to come back, and we'll come back in the third hour, just a little bit more to read. We'll finish up this chapter. We may even get into a little bit of chapter 17, and then in the final 45 minutes of the show, we'll do nothing but news. This is The Goal Reality, folks. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. Stay with us. I want to thank everybody for being with us today for the show. I want to read this for you again. I want to read this segment right here again, because I think this is very important. The Christian church is founded in Rome, guarded many priceless manuscripts. It accepted reincarnation and karma, as it is said that Christ had also done. From the first general council of Christendom at Nicaea in AD 325 to the last council in Constantinople in AD 869, Christian principles, rules, and teachings were subject to many deletions and changes. The result was to decrease public knowledge for the aggrandizement of the priesthood. From that time onwards, all who possessed or were teaching the secret wisdom were mercilessly persecuted and put to death. Henceforward, the occult sciences were studied in secret. They were guarded and kept alive by such people as the Freemasons, the Rosicrucians, the alchemists, the troubadours, the Knights of the Grail, and the Round Table, and the Avengesses, or the paper makers. In Russia, there were the Trots, and in Britain there had been the Druids. Earlier still in Mexico, there were the remnants of the teachings of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, and of the ancient Atlantean settlement at Peru. At Chaladia, there were the Magi, or the magicians, the famous astrologers, who possessed the Egyptian wisdom and knew of the time and place where the new Messiah should be born. And in Palestine itself, the wise ones belonged to the sect called the Essenes, which had existed for 8,000 years and was to have the privilege of training Jesus. Everywhere in the world, the same ancient knowledge can be traced until its widespread stamping out and persecution at the beginning of the Dark Ages from which we are now emerging. And everywhere in the world at the present are the signs of the reemergence of that wisdom back into the light of day, not as the prerogative and the secret of the priesthood, but as the hard-earned right of the whole of humanity. It's amazing. I just reading that line. This book was published in 1938. I tell you, I'd forgotten about this book. First read this book about 10 years ago, and I'd forgotten about this book. And over the past 6-7 years of research that I've been doing, and what led me ultimately to doing this radio show, which we started back in September of 2007. One of the things that I've really found this over the course of doing this radio show, didn't really see it so much as I have now in the course of the tireless research I've done, because when you're in the situation of doing a show, you put yourself in a situation where you're constantly having to research, and you have to constantly do this because you have a job to do. And even though none of us get paid to do this, it is a job. But not a job in the way that you think about, the slave job you have to go to day in and day out. What's amazing to me through my research, folks, and through the things that I've found in the course of the 15 months I've been doing this radio show, that's one of the things that you know, that if you listen to me for any amount of time, that I've come to, the conclusion I've come to is that the solutions that we seek to defeat the New World Order will come from regaining this knowledge that has been kept from us by the priest class through the ages. So to read this printed in this book, written in 1938, and one of the first books that I read, about 10 years or so ago, it's amazing to see how we come full circle. And the fact that on the cover of this book you have the Ouroboros, the snake, the serpent biting its own tail, with a dove in the middle of it. Be ye as wise as serpents, yet as harmless as doves. And much like this Ouroboros, and much like this serpent biting his tail, that's what I feel like now. I feel the embodiment. I feel like I feel the embodiment of that serpent biting its own tail. I feel that that's where I am now. Because this is exactly where, after 10 years when I first read this research, that's back to what I found. And I know it conclusively, that is what the real secret that we're looking to is, to defeat these people. I want to read this again. So interesting that I had highlighted this, too, 10 years ago. Wow. This is unbelievable to me, folks. It really is. I mean, I'm sort of outwardly expressing something, it's sort of a revelation to you here on air as I'm coming to it. I mean, this is, wow. I mean, it's sort of a personal thing when you sort of feel that inside of you, to have to relate it here live on the air is sort of strange, Everywhere in the world, the self-same ancient wisdom can be traced until its widespread stamping out and persecution at the beginning of the Dark Ages from which we are now emerging. And everywhere in the world at the present, this is written in 1938, this is where we're at. This is exactly where we're at today. Everywhere in the world at the present are the signs of the reemergence of that wisdom back into the light of day. Not as the prerogative and the secret of the priesthood, but as the hard-earned right of the whole of humanity. The tables have indeed been turned, and now we find much of the wisdom outside of the churches and outside of the temples instead of inside of them. Humanity is now taking its salvation into its own hands. That is because we are now coming into the great Aquarian age under the sign of the zodiac Aquarius, which will last, as do all the signs, for about 2,000 years. During this time, the waters of life will be poured down all on mankind, and the astrological influences will bring a golden age to birth. Many believe that the ever-coming one will arrive again in his newest guise, which we may not yet know. But great will be the fulfillment for those who are ready and awaken his coming. And I know what this new coming is. I know who this new person who are waiting the coming is. I know who it is. And I've revealed it to you before here on this broadcast, and I'll reveal it to you again. I know who it is, because we are going through these changes and through these zodiacal signs. And I know who it is. I revealed it before, and I'll reveal it for you again. All right, back here with you, third hour of this Friday edition of the Global Reality. And in this third hour, we're going to be continuing in our reading today. I got a lot of news to get into, but this is a short chapter here, and so I may just read this chapter today. I've got a ton of news I need to get into today, so we may just read this and then get into news for the rest of the broadcast. But let's get into Vera, Stanley, Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye. Here, chapter 17 for you today, ladies and gentlemen. The Present Awakening. Having taken a lightning and a very superficial survey of the history of the ancient wisdom, we can now trace the evidences of its resurrection at the present time. The first steps were taken toward the end of the 19th century. Helena Blavatsky contributed greatly by her inspired researches among ancient documents and the treasures she brought to light and so tirelessly analyzed. She founded the work, which consists of a modernization of some of the ancient doctrines, and it's since been carried forth by the Theosophists. And of course, that's one of the things that Helena Blavatsky initiated the research, but then the modern day Theosophists and people like Robert Mueller at the UN and whatnot, these people are the ones that have taken this idea of we all are one and we're all one together and formulated into, okay, well, we're all one together, that's why we need a new world order. So, Helena Blavatsky, I think she really did do some good work, but her work was what her work was taken and turned into is where the problem lies. And I think a lot of people sort of blame a lot of stuff on her more than the people that came after her. People like Alice Bailey and the Lucis Trust and sort of that whole end. Because again, Theosophy is one of those things where when you look into it, on its face, on the surface, hey, well, it sounds good, it sounds great, and there are a lot of things about it that could be used for positive applications. It's just like everything, folks. When it falls into the hands of evildoers, it's going to be used for evil applications. That's really the bottom line. Together with public instruction in the form of lectures and libraries, various other teachers and communities, too numerous to mention here, have come forward from all over the world to add their quota to the widespread interest. Some of these stress the mystical side, some the occult, some the practical. Everywhere there is a banding together of earnest people thrilled with their particular fraction of the earthed wisdom. Each little group usually convinced that it possesses the one and only truth and way of salvation. For a long time, progress has been hampered by the old feeling of separatism and the intolerance of another method of approach to the truth. But even the handicap is finally beginning to be overcome. The cry for worldwide unity, peace, brotherhood, and the casting down of barriers is increasingly making itself heard. The League of Nations points the way, however imperfectly, to the future welding together of the nations. You see there? It even slipped into this book, didn't it? See? Pointing in the direction of the League of Nations points in the direction of welding together. You see? That's there you go. That's what the Theosophists were into, you see. Again, slowly mixing in the rat poison with that. Such a movement as the Oxford Group appears to be inspired, in spite of handicaps, to work for future fusing of all classes in a common Christian spirit. Fraternities like the World Fellowship of Faith have fought almost insuperable odds of intolerance and stagnation, together to draw together the religions of the world and bring to light the fundamental sameness. Groups have been formed all over the earth for purposes of spiritual propaganda, united meditation, and training for the selfless service of healing and harmonization through thought and prayer. The word international is now so much in use that it is almost becoming a household word. Humane societies for the prevention of cruelty of all kinds are also doing valuable work and gaining increasing support, while education and health culture are being revolutionized. Nudist movements, vegetarian and nature practices, biochemistry, and the latest method of psychoanalysis all point in the way of the future universal yoga, a physical attainment which is being ushered in. The promised individualization of the Aquarian age is already in evidence. No newspaper can hope for success unless it provides crossword puzzles or competitions, or in other ways allows its readers to contribute each his own quota of self-expression or effort. No film star dare run the risk of ignoring the individual outpourings of demands from their fans. From the lowest grades of humanity to the highest can be seen of an increasing in independence, self-consciousness, and awareness. It is true that at the present time the world is racked in parts by wars and bound down by oppression and dictatorships, and that much cruelty and selfishness is in evidence. But these very activities are proof of the restlessness and striving among all ranks, the stirring up of the mud in the pond before it can be cleaned. It is like the final orgy of a drunkard which participates the violent reaction through which he is able to regenerate. The urge to combat stagnation and to struggle out of the ruts of convention and go forward no matter how it has been evidenced from some time past in the adventures into modern art, modern literature, modern music, and even modern manners and morals. All these signs are healthy and promising and only await the leadership of those who have put themselves in touch with the inner realities to bear rich fruit. One of the worldwide group of people, the men and women of goodwill, are pledged to contribute that leadership in all phases of human living, fired by a lofty deal of brotherhood which remains completely nonpartisan and all-embracing. They're introducing an international periodical to foster the expression and reciprocity of goodwill all over the globe. And, they're sort of going here to talk about, sort of leaning towards this idea, this is what theosophy usually does, of bringing the world together as one. But it's, again, it's once the UN and once these globalist organizations got a hold of it, that's when it started being used for nefarious purposes. A deeper understanding of the arts and sciences being taught by the schools founded by Rudolf Steiner, whose very name is an inspiration to students of the occult. And so the works grow on all sides. There are some of particular gifts who are practicing alchemy itself, revising the ancient mystic knowledge and probably preparing a wonderful step forward for medical science. Others are working faithfully and steady to spin a web of constructive thoughts across the world by the formation of groups everywhere meeting regularly in meditation. In the church itself, many are beginning to feel the fires of inspiration rising once more, and their congregations are quick to appreciate it. Even those courageous ones who seek to expose the shortcomings of the medical profession are met halfway by many of the doctors themselves. The flame of regeneration and renaissance is burning high already, and many are the little sparks, fanned by patient souls ready now to flare into a rich fulfillment. We find, too, that a higher type of teaching is gradually permeating various centers of investigation, both spiritualist and Christian scientist, occultist, and psychic. A type of teaching which is insensibly and subtly drawing them closer to each other. At the same time, the materialistic scientist, chemist, and experimenter is, by virtue of this very persistence, approaching to the same heart of truth in his own way. A wonderful era may soon dawn, when humanity will figuratively rub its eyes to find that blinkers and barriers of so many kinds have somehow melted away, and that it has learnt to turn its back upon the illusion of division, and seeks only to unite and fuse all people and activities into one coherent whole, which ever becomes simpler and more complete. So we'll stop there that is the end of chapter 17, and we'll pick up on chapter 18 probably at a later broadcast, maybe on Monday or something like that. And chapter 18 is the dangers in the path, and this gets into the idea of the pitfalls of being on this path towards understanding. And we've talked about that here before. The idea that, you have to be careful sometimes what you go and look for. And you have to take this information in steps. Because if you try to take this stuff all in one shot, folks, you're going to drive yourself absolutely crazy. So, there are pitfalls just to anything. And that is an important topic. More on the other side on this Friday edition of the Global Reality. Stay with us. It's sort of, and of course, this really wasn't intentional. It's just one of those amazing synchronistic things that happens. But I was talking about how, when you're plugged into this stuff, when you're plugged into this information, you start to have a lot of strange synchronistic things. In the world itself becomes a totally new place. Things that you have, movies you've seen, songs you've listened to, books you've read. These things that you looked at from one perspective at one point in your life come to mean a totally and completely new thing once you're aware of this type of information. And I was talking about earlier in the show about how, a lot of us are drawn to this stuff. We don't know why. And also how, we'll find ourselves talking about similar topics as one another do without even listening to other shows or even, talking to that person. It's just, you start to see that when you're collectively involved with groups of individuals, people start to be drawn towards these similar things. And that's because I believe they're drawing us to those things, beyond ourselves. But I've been reading over the past several weeks out of a book here on my broadcast called The Finding of the Third Eye. This was first published in 1938. It was written by a lady by the name of Vera Stanley Alder. And where we left off last week, I think is, again, synchronistic. Because this next chapter that we're going to read out of tonight, chapter 18, is entitled Dangers in the Path. And it's almost as if everything else we talked about on the show tonight was a perfect segue into this chapter. And I tell you, it wasn't by design. I had some other stuff I was going to get into, but I saw the books in here. So you know what? I'll read from this tonight. What chapter are we on? I pick it up, I look. And we're here in chapter 18, Dangers in the Path. Now this gets into the pitfalls. The things that you have to avoid when you are seeking this path to enlightenment, this path to a greater understanding of knowledge, the secret hidden knowledge. So without further ado, let's get into this right now. Chapter 18, the dangers in the path. He who seeks truth, the philosopher's stone, and is determined to uncover and master the secrets of the universe for himself, is treading a path beset with many pitfalls, dangers, and illusions. The weakest points in his character, the tiniest chinks in his armor, will be cunningly assailed. Honesty is the talisman, which will enable him to reach and to recognize truth. Plain honesty about himself, his purpose, and other people. Seekers are sidetracked mainly by two things: a love of sensationalism and laziness, both of which undermine their honesty. It must always be remembered that sensationalism, or emotional excitement, is to the mentality what sexual overindulgence is to the body. Even religious emotion can be a type of mental sensuality and therefore unbalancing. I like that. That statement to me says, think about that. Sensationalism. Emotional excitement is to the mentality what sexual overindulgence is to the body. Sensationalism is like, yelling and screaming about FEMA camps and martial law all day long without any sort of focus towards what that means or creating a mass awakening in the world to get people to understand what the implications of that are. It's one thing. It's one thing for you to scream all day long about what they're going to do, but what good is that if people don't understand the full breadth and scope of what it means? I mean, you could tell people all day long they're setting up FEMA camps. They want to put us in them. But if they don't have a full palette of understanding or the depth of what that means, folks, they're not going to care. And see, I think this is why we haven't got any farther than we already have. Because people just get freaked out. They're running around out of fear. They're running up to their neighbors. They're going up to the people that they love. They're going to their family. They're saying, hey, man, did you hear they're building FEMA camps? They're going to put us in them. Hey, did you hear that they're going to declare martial law, man? They're going to lock down the country. They're going to do away with the Constitution, with posse comitatus, with the right. Did you hear? And you come off as a start raving lunatic because these people are going home and watching TV. They're not seeing this on TV. They're not hearing about this on the 6 o'clock news. So what good is it doing? You need to become a focused individual who can lay this stuff out like a machine gun, concisely, calmly. All angles, all bases covered. All areas. If someone tries to counter you with something, you don't counter them back with a rational, well, it's true. If you don't want to believe it, then you're going to go to a camp. Blah. No, folks. That's not what you do. You then in turn say, look, here's the thing. This is your free will, man. If you don't want to wake up to this stuff, that's fine. But this is life and death, and there's serious evidence here you need to look at if you care about yourself and your family and your well-being here. But these are the things, I'm telling you, folks, I don't believe that we don't have as many people awake right now as we should be because we don't have enough proof or we don't have enough information. I believe that people are following tactics that could be altered and could be used for a better purpose. I think this fear-mongering stuff, and I think this getting people, is going crazy in your approach to people does no good. Because believe me, I'm not going to lie to you. In the past, years ago, I did that myself and it didn't work. But once you come off as a rational, intelligent person, you get more people to listen to you, folks. That's the bottom line. So that's what I think we have to learn to do, is to become rational, intelligent people when attempting to communicate this stuff with people that aren't awake. The discovery of truth is the most wonderful, powerful, and helpful work that any human being can undertake. And the capacity to understand it is the greatest attribute which the mind can cultivate. To attain this inestimable reward of wisdom, man must expect and be eager to go through at least as much discipline, study, and restriction as he would endure while learning the piano or training as a boxer. He must remember also that in the uncovering of truth, there is never a last word, nor a completely accurate statement about any particle of it, because neither the human language nor the human brain can encompass it. Truth to anyone is only that much of it which he can as yet understand. At a certain stage, even an untruth may be taught. For instance, primitive nations had to be given a jealous god of war until they evolved sufficiently to accept a loving God of peace. The mind must be trained, just like a muscle, to cope with certain conceptions, and this very training enlarges and expands the capacity to understand still more. After a period of such training, one can explain to an intelligent person something which he would have been quite incapable of visualizing at the beginning of it. It would have been impossible to talk of wireless technology, the telephone, or the gramophone to a man 200 years ago. Neither his brain nor language was equal to it. He was living in the Dark Age. But to one of the wise priests of Egypt living 10,000 years ago, One could have talked to these inventions and probably obtained a few suggestions. They had all kinds of technology. To understand the fundamental truths of life is to understand all. Those are the truths which Christ said would make us free. The first effort of the seeker then must be to avoid laziness and to love honesty and discipline. When once we are attuned to this ideal, we will be enabled to distinguish a wise and good person from a charlatan, and so avoid an infinite number of disillusions and dangers. The hallmarks of the wise are easily distinguished. Wisdom gives humility, peace, poise, and strength. Its owner ceases to be afraid to be rushed, sickly, worried, ambitious, emotional, sentimental, or changeable. His voice is resonant, neither shrill nor grating, and his presence is never exhausting. A truly wise one will be sparing of words, nor will he loosely speak of initiations, masters, visions, guides, or his own powers. People who talk of these things are childish. They have not felt the awe and reverence which first-hand knowledge gives. A wise one will never ask for money for teaching spiritual things. It is against the law. He will have reached the stage where money sufficient for his needs comes without the asking. Nor will he ever try to persuade anyone to do or to think anything, nor will he attempt to teach unless earnestly asked to do so. For he has learned to have the greatest care for another's free will. And that's what we talk about here on the show quite a bit, is the free will. Look, that's the thing. You have the free will to wake up to this stuff or don't. That's the bottom line. A wise one seldom uses the word I. He will never attack anyone or any cause. Yet he is full of strength and energy. He has learned to be wise as a serpent and as harmless as a dove. He is not a crank on any one subject. He has become such a reservoir of love and constructive thought that he is a worker of white magic, lucky to those around him and the bringer of miracles to pass. Such a one is he who has for some while faithfully trodden the path of discipleship which leads to godhood. He passes unnoticed among all those who are not seeking with that same purity of motive, the same vibration as his own. He is sometimes very cleverly aped by the charlatan, or he who tries to serve both God and mammon, the worker of black magic, the bogus spiritual teacher. This latter is usually very attractive to others. He has a strong personality and often arouses extreme love and devotion in the people around him. This is because such a one has accumulated throughout many lives, because of his energy, the experience, vitality, and power, which he can now use for either good or evil. A very evil person is potentially a very good one. It is the stored power which counts and which gains a hold on people. That is why the enterprising lost sheep is of more importance than all who stagnate meekly in the fold. If a charlatan spiritual teacher were to give himself up finally wholly to good, he would gradually defeat his own personality and lose, one by one, those habits and ruts of thought which give him about his friends would call his little ways, those very human attributes. A person who poses as a highly evolved being, a teacher of others, and yet has human habits and frailties, makes a tremendously strong appeal, because his achievement apparently needs little discipline and rigidity. For that reason, his followers are eager to adore his personality, and he allows, against the law, such adoration. Thereby he feeds his own vanity and their attachment to physical form. They are not encouraged to discriminate, but to believe blindly what he teaches them. And the teacher, once this blindness is established, encounters no spur of criticism or judgment to keep him to giving of his best. So the little community soon becomes a sham, and intellect retires. The inevitable result of this situation is that a hypnotic condition arises, due firstly to the teacher's desperate desire to keep his followers' attention fixed upon only himself, so that they will not discover better things outside and cease to contribute to his sustenance, and secondly, to the wish of his followers to give themselves up to the lazy emotional side of adoring a physical personality, believing in wonders without the use of intelligence, and flattering themselves with the importance of possessing a great teacher. We'll talk more on the other side. Dangers in the Path, out of the book The Fighting of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. Saturday night edition of the Global Reality, folks. Stay with us. Let's get back into this. You know, this last little segment here, talking about, how some bad teachers have this ability to be able to, get people in a lazy emotional state of adoring a physical personality. And, I see that so much in the quote-unquote Patriot Truth movement, where you see people that don't want to do their own research, and when you bring them contradictory information that they didn't get from their quote-unquote leader or their quote-unquote teacher, they come after you and start questioning your validity. Just because they didn't hear that information from this person who they put up on a pedestal. This is exactly what they're talking about here in a frickin' book written in 1938. This situation can frequently be met with. It is an ambitious imitation of the real thing, and because of a lack of honesty on all sides, it goes rapidly downhill. The combination of personality worship, sensationalism, and hypnotism soon leads these people into the toils of emotional, sensual, and sexual indulgence of all kinds. Fraudulence, destructiveness, pervasion, and intellectual distortion flourish in this soil, and the link with the higher mind is broken. It was in such foundations that the horrible black mass and the orgies of black magic were able to take root. Black magic is simply the use of the developed mind for a wrong purpose. And that's exactly what we're dealing with here, ladies and gentlemen, in this day and age. We are dealing with modern-day black magicians. That is exactly what we're dealing with. Man, I've never, that's a new term. I mean, that's exactly what we're dealing with. Because how many times have we talked about, because we know that, you talk about the secret knowledge and the hidden knowledge and all this stuff. I mean, none of this stuff has any indication that it's supposed to be used 100% for good or 100% for evil. The application of how this secret knowledge is used is dependent upon the hands of who it falls into. Well, that's exactly what's going on, folks. We've got modern-day black magicians who have figured out how to use the power of the developed mind and the fully enlightened human mind for evil purposes. That's exactly where we're at. Any desire for power over others for either good or bad reasons is an act contrary to the great law which stipulates complete free will. The moment such power is established, we have a state of hypnotism in slight or intense form, and therefore a condition of black magic. Black magic is not a thing of the past. It is a manipulation of natural laws. It is with us always, existing, for instance, in such groups around charlatan teachers as just have been described, existing sometimes side by side, almost hand in glove, with white magic. Rasputin was a typical example of a modern black magician, and I can think of other living examples who could also be listed in this category. So can I. So can I. More on the other side, folks. Final half hour of this Saturday night edition of the Global Reality. You stay with us. Here, final half hour of this Saturday night edition of the Global Reality. This is the Oracle Broadcasting Network. Be sure and check us out during the weekday on the weekday show from 11 to 3 Central Standard Time. 4-hour show, Monday through Friday. And we don't get into fear. We don't get into these new paradigm boxes. I see somebody in the chat room talking about, the New World Order and all this and this stuff. Look, I mean, the New World Order exists. I mean, I'm making a film right now that's exposing these phony patriot types. Yes, I mean, there is an element that set up the whole patriot movement to try to get us on board with, issues so they can basically identify people as militia members, Christian gun owners, and that kind of thing. Just go look into some of these people. Go look into, if you don't know what the Council for National Policy is, I'm making a film on it. But go do some research on the Council for National Policy. Find out who's involved in that group. Find out what the Heritage Foundation is. Find out what the Pioneer Fund is. Find out what the Center for Strategic International Study is. Find out about the Fabian Socialists. Find out how these people infiltrated the Republican right in the 1980s and ensured that socialism gets there no matter what side of the political spectrum you focus on. So yes, I agree to a certain extent that, yes, a lot of this has been a lie, but where do you go from there? When you still have people that want to enslave you, when you still have a priest class that's existed from the dawn of time that have held back information and are still doing it and still enslaving people today with the restriction of that knowledge, then I find it hard-pressed to say that, it's all bull or, or anything else. Because, the fact of the matter is, you may know that all this stuff exists, and you and I may know that all this stuff exists, but the general population of the rest of the world, as it were, doesn't. So that's really the bottom line. Let's continue here. Out of Dangers in the Path, out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. All such groups provide interesting psychological studies. The author personally knows of several. In one, The Teacher, a woman claims to be the reincarnation of one of the apostles of Christ. This is earnestly believed by a worthy but hypnotized little troop of women followers who are blind to the fact that their spiritual leader breaks most of the commandments under their very eyes. Another group is headed by a man who claims and is eagerly believed to be the reincarnation of three famous people in one. There are, I understand, several different reincarnations of the famous Rosicrucian Comte de Saint-Germain alive at the present, each supported by his little group. In fact, up to the date, the author has been honored by the acquaintances of quite an array of reincarnated saints and historical celebrities. There are also, I'm told, certain colored teachers claiming the highest spiritual status, of whose relations with their white women disciples it would be better not to inquire. The hypnotized women believing themselves to be nearly as honored as the chosen of the Lord, sometimes even with an acquiescing husband in the background. All these things are going on, comprising an almost inextricable mixture of good and evil. The wise seeker will learn to understand the necessity for it all, and wade through in safety, protected by the life belt of his own pure motives. He will not turn in dislike or disapproval from those leaders who savor of charlatanism or incompetence. They each have their audience who are drawn to them because of similar vibrations, and could go at their particular stage nowhere else. Sometimes good teaching comes from very faulty people. This fact is a means of stimulating students into recognizing truth for itself as apart from a personality. On the other hand, a person who is intrinsically good and true may be able to utter a word of sense to satisfy a seeker, nor take any interest in his seeking. The world is full of infinite variety, and all are seeking and learning in their definite ways. It is hard to know who fundamentally is the most advanced. When the aspirant can understand this and grow to love his neighbors for their struggles and faults and utterly abstain from any critical feeling, then will all things be added unto him. There will be no barriers to prevent it. Like attracts like, and his own honesty and charity will inevitably draw him as a magnet to all that is good. By the same token, any weakness which still remains within his character will attract him to that with which it has an affinity. If he has a latent tendency to accept too much from others and to lean on them, he will be an easy prey for a certain type who bind people to them by a great show of generosity. If he finds himself saying, "The one thing I cannot bear is meanness. I do like a generous character," let him reflect that possibility. He still has something of a parasite within him and is not determined to be self-reliant. Let him beware lest he is captured by one who has learnt how much it pays to be generous and how easy it is by that means to get some people completely under one's influence. Sometimes a teacher who preaches and practices generosity will soon obtain financial help from those well-meaning seekers who are able to give it, and will then proceed to gain more adherents by being generous with other people's money. This very real abuse is often put into practice, the final result being that much money, which would otherwise be given to the poor, is spent for the pomp and comfort of the teacher and his somewhat nebulous cause. A genuine teacher always deserves and usually gains support, but his pomp and circumstance is conspicuous by its absence. The final warning which must be given is about the imagination. By this word I refer to that power which the mind has to form images of that which it desires, and which it uses more successfully subconsciously than deliberately and consciously. There is a tremendous, intricate, and forceful world of subtle life lying just below the threshold of the conscious mind, which can be manipulated to produce varied results. For instance, we sometimes hear of an earnest, emotional female who has been practicing either meditation or psychic development, not wisely, but too well, describing a wonderful vision she had, perhaps of the Christ himself, who possibly spoke words of praise to her. She becomes vastly important and ecstatic about the vision, and her friends are much impressed. But what really happened? To begin with, the lady, by affirming such an experience, gives away at once her complete ignorance as to what is possible in such a way. In all probability, that which occurred was simply a case of imagination, self-hypnotism into seeing and hearing that for which she longed, or which may perhaps have picked up the thought form of someone else's imagery. In any case, the one thing certain is that if anyone were sufficiently advanced to obtain a genuine spiritual experience, they would be so filled with awe and so alive to the laws pertaining to each experiences that they would find it quite impossible to say a word about it. So we're going to leave off right there. We'll pick up on Monday in the book. Final segment around the corner. We'll get into some news I want to get into that relates to stories we got into early in the week. But that is the case, you know. I've often known people that, I've told people, if you have any experience of something, a spiritual experience or something that means of importance to you, or even something like seeing a UFO, I think oftentimes these things should be kept to yourself. That's yours. That's your personal experience for whatever reason. It was given to you for a reason, and you don't have to cheapen it by sharing it with other people. Final segment around the corner, folks. This is the Global Reality Saturday Night Edition. Stay with us. We've got a lot of stuff here to get into, and I want to finish we're almost done with this book. We've been reading over the past several weeks. The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. And we left off Saturday night on one of the last chapters of the book here, chapter 18, The Dangers in the Path. It sort of gets into the pitfalls and the things that happen when you start to be on the path towards enlightenment and understanding the secret knowledge. So I want to continue here now out of this book. Imagination can play us many tricks, but we can test things out pretty safely in the following way. Any experience we may have which makes us want to tell about it is not the real thing, but something to which we have laid ourselves open through an unconscious wish for a thrill or to acquire importance. Of a real experience, we will never wish to speak, because we will realize intuitively that each soul grows at its own pace, and that our vision was sacred to us alone. The resulting faith that we enjoy is all we will impart. Therefore, we must never be impressed by any idle or emotional talk we may hear about these things. It is important, in order to try to visualize the condition of that invisible envelope of compressed ether, for lack of a better term, which surrounds us and goes by the name of our aura. This contains a vast panorama of photographs, astral talkies of our memories, both conscious and unforgotten astral movies. They used to call them talkies, but this book was written in 1938, so the technology's old. The terminology's old, rather. This contains a vast panorama of photographs, astral movies of all our memories, both conscious and forgotten. We are forced slowly out of our bodies in drowning. We see this aura ourselves. A review of rapid panorama of the events of our lives, as has often been attested. Anyone who is genuinely clairvoyant, such as a crystal gazer or fortune teller, is able to see this aura on approaching us, and can pick out pictures of past events as well as those of our subconscious hopes for the future, and therefore describe intimately our dead relatives or our home life almost as easily as we could describe any film we are watching. This is not necessarily anything wonderful, new, or valuable for us to hear, merely that which is already attached to the mind. Sometimes, however, she may even get a correct picture of some future event, In this case, she is probably reading a thought picture in our aura, which we brought through subconsciously from something we were allowed to learn in a dream. For those who are attempting to explore the phenomenon of clairvoyance, it is very necessary to study the human makeup from the psychoanalytical point of view. Otherwise, it is easy to be rendered awestruck by some occurrence for which there is a scientific explanation. The world is indeed full of many astonishing conditions and activities. It is better to have a clear understanding of anything untoward that occurs than to become paralyzed with superstitious emotionalism and be helplessly swayed by influences which might otherwise be either ignored or put to good account. There is no black magic, however powerful, no evil force nor astral horror which can have the slightest effect upon anyone who does not contain a strain of the same vibration in their own makeup. Meaning, these dark forces can't affect you unless you have these same sort of dark forces in you somewhere that are being suppressed. Very interesting point. One who is completely honest and wholeheartedly trusts in the power of good is an untouchable as far as evil influences are concerned. Therefore, when any evil influences or threats of misfortune approach, the one attacked needs only to cleanse his own heart of fear, doubt, or any ulterior motives, and he is at once protected by his own vibrations. You know, that's an interesting point, because I see sometimes that, oh, you'll hear about, I know I've had, people read esoteric books, or they read occultic books, and they feel like they're being psychically attacked, or they feel like there's some, dark energy zeroing in on them. Well, the reason that is because the subconscious mind is very powerful, in a lot of these texts work on the idea of and they work very much on the subconscious mind. And so oftentimes what happens is people who have these dark tendencies in them, whether it be anger or greed or something else, when they start reading some of these occultic texts, those words and the way the words are phrased in the geometrical forms in which the words are phrased starts to zero in their subconscious mind, and then they start to feel that they've been, psychically attacked, or that there's some sort of dark energy or something at them. But really, again, evil begets evil. So there's, you have this. If you have anything in your mind or in your soul that's not of, pure intent, these texts and these dark energies and these are going to focus in on that, and you're going to feel the effects of it. That's just a reality. And therefore, when any evil influences or threats of misfortune approach, the one attacked needs only to cleanse his own heart of fear, doubt, or any ulterior motives. If we tune a radio into Paris, we do not get Moscow. And when we tune our personal radios into good fortune, all other vibrations will flow through and onwards without finding any anchorage. It is upon this principle that the Christian Scientists and many others work. They know that the fear of anything is a very powerful magnet, which draws that thing inevitably to the fearful one. As Job said, "That which I greatly feared has come upon me." Fear, laziness, and lack of sincerity are therefore the defects which will lead the seeker on the left-hand path instead of the right-hand path. The natural karma of this is that he will have to do twice the work before he finally reaches his true goal. But if a sharp lookout is kept for the various pitfalls and illusions pointed out in this chapter, much waste of time and many painful humiliations may be avoided. Remember that it is always possible to go straight to the innermost goal and ignore the various stratas of comparatively petty psychic and mental phenomena which lie in between. The really wise have learned to know. And to simply know. They want neither proof nor practice, and they enjoy bliss and glory in the here and now, in spite of all circumstances, and irrespective of either past, present, or future. So I want to begin chapter 19 for you right now, the final chapter of Vera Stanley Alder's The Finding of the Third Eye. And this chapter is entitled The Summing Up. An effort has been made in this book to take a necessarily summarized survey of life as it confronts the independent seeker. The existence of a vast accumulation of so-called knowledge and belief has been pointed out. The conceptions of the cosmos, which have held sway over millions of thousands of years, have been briefly sketched. There remains one final theory to be expounded, that which is called by some people epigenesis. The name means in addition to that which was created, in other words, evolution or progress. It concerns itself with the fact that in the continual reincarnation of all particles and phases of life, the memory of experience is brought back, plus the deductions and adaptations gained from that experience. The evolution of plant, insect, animal, man, and planet consists of a gradual refining, strengthening, and perfecting under the ever-changing influences of still greater developing bodies. Even in the vast cycles of historical development, each recurring sequence of the Golden Age, Dark Age, or the Age of Energy is reproduced on a higher and more powerful note and embraces the tackling of more difficult conditions. Humanity has just been required to pass through an age of deeper ignorance, a more profound blind spot than ever before, and has passed through it credibly. It may therefore look forward to a golden age which will bring deeper fulfillment and wider understanding and power than any preceding. Epigenesis is the answer to those who say that the world has not progressed, but only if they are ready energetically to seek the answer for themselves. In studying the great religions of the world, therefore, epigenesis must be taken into account. Each of the great teachers of the world, Zoroaster, Krishna, Lao Tse, Buddha, adapted former teachings to the future needs of developing humanity, even though humanity lagged far behind in taking advantage of it. Therefore, it is to the last great teacher that we must look for the most advanced ideal in the latest message to humanity. We find that his work was to transfer the possibility of attainment from the few to the many, to simplify the great truth for the use of all humanity, and to introduce the ultimate act of attainment. The awakening of the love principle in the heart to mankind. His teaching has been in some ways too simple for muddled and inhibited generations to grasp, but after 2,000 years, there are faint signs that the seed sown is about to burst into life. Now, leaving the religious aspect completely on one side, let us consider entirely from the scientific point of view what the great teachings of the world would do for humanity if put into practice. The medical profession agrees that human beings are prey to enact the act of auto-intoxication. That is to say that they flood their own systems with various poisons bred by various states of the mind and emotions. The most poisonous of these states are fear, anger, worry, sentimental emotionalism, and envy. The destructive emanations set up by these mental and emotional states must be clogging the virility and sensitivity of the race like a heavy pail. And we should not forget to add the emanations from terrified, slaughtered animals to the generation amalgamation. The terrible pall of thought poison is, of course, the breathing place for all these instincts which make war, murder, cruelty, lust, and stupidity possible. It beats with a heavy vibration to which people are drawn, as a speck of iron is drawn to a magnet if they have no stronger vibration of their own. From a scientific point of view, there are only protection to develop stronger vibrations, which are those of love, hope, belief, charity, idealism, and intellect. In other words, to learn actually to love one's neighbor as oneself, and to, quote, have faith that even as a grain of mustard seed. The result, therefore, of everyone obeying these plain injunctions would be to overpower, melt, or short-circuit this heavy pail and this rubbish heap of bad thoughts, breeding spot for the microbes of mental disease. Universal love, as we have pointed out, produces an understanding of all that exists in nature. The result of faith would be a lack of self-poisoning and therefore perfect health. The result of idealism and intellectual development would be complete normality of the reproductive functions, which would produce in its turn perfect eugenic conditions and a natural birth control. And the highly increased mental capacity thus evoked would be available for the solving of those economic and social problems which defeat the people of today. The practice of meditation, deep breathing, and self-analysis can certainly be the means of pulling people out of the slough of despond of accumulated generations of bad habits. It constitutes a scientific process of short-circuiting undesirable vibrations. From the purely scientific point of view, therefore, the following of the rules set forth by the great teachers would speedily produce ideal world conditions and the hygienic, eugenic Superman for which some nations are already striving, however imperfectly. From that which is called the spiritual point of view, however, the prospect is infinitely more thrilling, inspiring, and illuminating. who is drawn to spiritual endeavor, who feels the call and the pull of the inner mysteries, will embark on a pilgrimage into which there is no turning back. He will go through the stages of studying the self, developing the self, and then forging this self completely. He will realize that the ultimate privilege and joy is to serve. His battle cry will be service. At first, he will rush around trying to serve and getting very much in the way of his own inspiration. Later, he will realize that true service is, first of all, to be. He will understand that if he has once polarized himself to be a permanent channel or receiving station for the light of wisdom and can hold himself in the state of a constant, unchanging radiation, he can become a fixed powerhouse, a torch in the higher realms of the mind. He can then link up with others on the higher levels of their superconscious. He can speak to them and teach them in that sphere where there are no words, flooding them with illumination, peace, and faith from his own storehouse. They have merely to think of his name and at once feel the anchorage of his vibrations. He learns finally how not to make conscious effort to help others, how not to interfere with their lives or their own way of working out their salvation. He learns not to criticize but to understand and to be able to interpret them to themselves if they ask it, so that they can learn the particular lessons and reasons of their difficulties. He learns to speak to each one who comes to him in his own language and on his own level. He learns to leave in peace those who do not seek his help, and to be a power of ready, quiet strength to those who do. Such an aspirant will begin by envisioning the path before him. The progress of the student to the prohibitioner, from the prohibitioner to the disciple, from the disciple to initiate, from initiate to master, from master to lord of a planet, and so on upwards and onwards, illimitably. The dazzling prospects will spur him over the difficult drudgery of the early steps. But when the gate of his heart is finally opened and the mystery of love floods his being, then all thoughts of his own progress are obliterated, and he would gratefully stay behind until the last faulty little pilgrim has passed safely on before it. We'll take a break, come back. We only got a little bit left in the book. Should be able to finish this today, just about 2 more pages here. The finding of the third item of Vera, Stanley, Alder. So we'll finish this up today, right here on this Tuesday edition of the broadcast. This is the Global Reality. Stay with us. Tuesday edition of the Global Reality. I'm your host, Josh Reeves. I want to thank you for being with us today for the show. And we're continuing reading. We're almost done with the book here. We got about 2 more pages left, 3 more pages left, and we should be able to finish this today. And yeah, you know, so many people have contacted me, including people in the chat room, hosts on this network as well. They've now got copies of this book since we've been reading, and that's a great thing. I think that this is certainly is a great starter down the path of understanding greater knowledge, and that's what it's all about. You know, I mean, the more of an understanding that we have of the things that aren't taught to us in the government training camps, the better and more quicker along the path of understanding how we can defeat the enemy of the evil New World Order we will be along, you know, along those lines of. So that's the whole thing. Is it's the restriction of who we are and what we're capable of that is really the linchpin that has gotten us in the situation where we are now. Because they've led us to believe that we're helpless, that, you know, we have to rely on all these external sources. You know, go to the government and beg the government for your protection. You know, go always looking at these external sources and everything else instead of looking inside of ourselves. And I believe that's why it's, you know, we've gotten to this point where we're at now. So let's continue now. He waits and watches and helps, and suddenly he finds that he is in one activity and in mind with the Creator himself. These things, however, cannot be expressed in words, although much glorious poetry and philosophy have been poured out in the effort. All through history, humanity has been offered the key of heaven, even as this little book attempts to offer it. Men exist as partially dead creatures until they have used this key and opened their hearts and minds to reality. Then they are flooded with such life and brilliance and illumination that they do indeed experience a second birth infinitely greater than the first. And I have felt like that. You know, you hear these in the evangelical sense. They say, "Oh, I'm born again." You know, Bush is like, "I'm born again, Christian, born again." Well, that's a bastardization of enlightenment, really. They just take it and use it in their nomenclature and their speak to relate it to that one specific religion. But the second birth is really what you come into once you're enlightened or once you're awake. Once you awaken to reality as it really is, you do indeed experience a second birth. It's how these things, the nomenclature, terminology, all this stuff, how it's been taken away from us. As a final word, then, the value of the information touched upon in this book is merely that it can provide the reader with a tool for the building of his life. Like a knife, which can be used either to murder or a beautiful life or to carve out an everlasting work of art, the value of the tool depends upon the user. It can quite definitely be used for unimagined achievement if the motive power be sincerity and the highest aspiration. Or it can result in a conceited boast of superior knowledge, the act of a big fish in a little pond if the ideals are not sufficiently strong. Or again, it can fall to the ground through lazy inattention. It is for each individual reader to decide whether he wishes to become a vital force for good and realize that until he is truly living for the world and not for himself, he will never achieve anything of that which is thrilling, joyful, wonderful, or inspiring. A selfish person is short-circuited. Nothing from outside can flow through. Some people are not selfish, however, but self-centered, which is just as inhibiting. They are kind, generous, and vivacious at times, but their thoughts revolve around their own kindness and all their little personal affairs unceasingly. How they feel and felt, what others think of them, what they know, how they love, what they must do, and how they must help. They are complete prisoners inside their own little personalities. It is this I attitude which is so very difficult to get over and which is such a subtle handicap to many. The only importance the personality has is that it is there as a sort of buffer to teach one how completely to get the better of it. Personality versus individuality. How can we discriminate between these two? The difference is much the same as between emotion and love. Individuality, the real thing, is a calm, steady, deep, and lasting force within a person, his essence, that which composes the ego or the inner man. Personality, the word comes from persona, meaning mask. That's interesting, isn't it? That persona or personality means mask. And that's what we do. We do put on our personalities, and our personalities really hide who we are inside. It is a sort of buffer to the rest of the world, isn't it? Our personality is what we put on to mask or shield ourselves from who we really are, from the harsh reality of the world as it is. But it's getting lost in that personality is where the danger lies, as far as I'm concerned. And it comprises all the little service peculiarities, moods, and changes, all which have to do with physical life, disturbing, evanescent, and unimportant. In astrology, individuality is that unchanging part of us governed by the sun while the moon rules the unstable personality. In true sacrifice and service, we use our individuality and keep our personality in complete abeyance. This is what is called slaying our lower man or killing the dragon. True living. If we can learn to love, think, and serve as above described, the mind will become so powerful and coordinated that it will unerringly direct all others of our activities. Our calm enthusiasm will inevitably give us that slow, deep, and powerful breathing, which will finally become automatic with us. But if we start at the wrong end by an intensive training in breathing, it may give us animal health. It may upset our nervous system. It may even put us in a madhouse. But it certainly will not give us a ready-made, loving heart or a wise and potent mind. By the same token, with a mind and heart awake, we will instinctively know how, when, and what to eat. Our calmness will give us that slowness and sparingness in eating, which is the first neglected essential, and our continual development will go hand in hand with a continual modification and change of our diet. And so we'll stop there, and we only got a few paragraphs left, so just coming up on the other side of the break here to say it, we'll be finished with the book, The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera Stanley Alder. Very interesting book, and it was just important for me to go through and read that, because again, it was one of those books I read 10 years or so ago, and probably didn't even realize the importance of it now so much as I do. And it is, again, it's these trying to obtain something about ourselves that we haven't been allowed to know up to this point. And I think that we're really on the path towards being able to create an awakening where that's possible. More on the other side. Tuesday edition of the Global Reality, folks. Stay with us. We're continuing our reading out of The Finding of the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder. And we're finishing up this. We'll be able to finish this right here, right now. This is the last few paragraphs of the book here. So I want to go through this right now and finish it. But if we begin at the wrong end, by becoming diet cranks, we may improve our bodies, but we may ruin them. The chances are pretty equal, but we will no more create a ready-made wisdom and power that way than by breathing. If our hearts and minds are rightly oriented, we will quite naturally be drawn to those few studies and people with whom we can further our own particular work. Our choice will be unerring and inspired. But if we start at the other end with the absorption in theoretical studies, teachers, and cults, we count on outside help for our progress, and have not a strictly honest desire for truth alone, we shall fall into any number of traps and meet with danger and disillusionment and misery. The false always apes the real. It is only true honesty in ourselves which acts as a tuning fork to recognize honesty in another. Many people are drawn to such a great search through a feeling of loneliness, that wistful, misunderstood loneliness which attacks them in the midst of friends and festivities, and which is really the longing of the soul for unity and service with those who know, and for the realization that they are part of a wonderful whole, that they belong and are essential to a glorious plan. Loneliness also comes from being self-centered instead of world-centered, from a craving of personal love and reward, and thereby the imprisoning of oneself in a tiny mental compartment. Service leads finally to working with others, the beginning of that universal brotherhood which some of us cannot yet picture, yet which is inevitably and actually coming into being before our very eyes. The various banners of the vanguard of this universal brotherhood are already flinging a challenge right across the world to anyone who wishes to achieve fulfillment for himself to help build the future golden age. The way is now wide open. The beginning has been made. The world is passing rapidly from dark age into light, and there remain now only the fetters of man's own blindness or laziness to hold him back. Let us shake off those fetters and move forward with these happy ones who are achieving their birthright, the triumph of godhood in human form. So there you go. So there it is. That's the book. We are done with it. Finding the Third Eye by Vera, Stanley, Alder, and that's done. We now finished the book, and we are done with that. So very, very interesting stuff there, and that's very relevant. And that's exactly the same ideas that we talk about all the time, isn't it? That the reason that the people as a whole, your fellow Americans, fellow citizens of every country, they can't wake up or refuse to wake up because of their obsession and their attraction and their attachment with the 5 sense sensual reality. It's this idea that the information that you're presenting to them at some point it's almost subconscious, isn't it? Because it becomes this thing to almost where people are like, they're so afraid that the information you're presenting to them at some point may challenge their attachment, or challenge their ability to be able to stay attached to the 5 sense reality, materialistic wants and goals. You may actually also, and probably more rightly, force them into a situation where they have to take responsibility for some of this stuff. That's one of the main reasons. Again, people don't want to wake up to this stuff and know what's going on because they just want to stick their head in the sand like an ostrich. Because if you're forced to have to wake up to this stuff and figure out what's going on, well, then that also puts you in a situation where, how can anyone in their right mind just sit on this information and not attempt to pass it on to someone else or attempt to do something about it? And so you see people all the time that would just, I just don't even want to know about it. I mean, I've heard people say that. You try to wake somebody, I've tried to wake people up before and they'll be like, well, yeah, I don't doubt that everything you're telling me is true. In fact, it probably all is true, but I just don't care. I don't want to know. But yet, those same people will want to come at some point and start having a conversation with you about politics and start regurgitating things to you they heard on Fox News or CNN, and then get mad and get all butthurt when you take them to school on. Now, people do that to me all the time. You know, they want to engage me in some stupid ass conversation about politics, and all they're doing is regurgitating stuff they heard off TV. They don't have a damn thought of their own. And then, you know, I come over there and go and spank their ass with knowledge and take them to school, and they get all butthurt and mad about it. You know, you want to have a conversation about this stuff, we can have a conversation about it. But you damn well better be informed and know what you're talking about before you come to the table. You know, like us, you guys listening, you guys in the chat room, we can sit here and have a conversation about this stuff all day long. You know, we can sit here in this chat room for hours on end and talk about every subject that comes up, and we're just flowing. You know, it's second nature to us. It just is. It isn't like we're not struggling for conversation. You know, we're not struggling to just say something so it'll be comfortable. You see, people are just engage in mindless conversation so that, you know, they can feel comfortable. There's no substance to it. There's no form to it. It's just mindless drivel so they can feel comfortable about themselves. But you get with people that are awake, and you get people with people that know what's going on, and stuff just flows. You know, it just happens. But then, you know, you try to get into a conversation with somebody who's not awake, and it's like pulling teeth sometimes. You know, because they just want to talk about this mindless drivel, and did you see what so-and-so did on TV? And you just... you know, you just like, why can't you see it? And again, yeah, you know, you're right. They act like you're the weird one. Because, you know, say, well, I don't watch TV. This stuff rots your mind. They're like, oh? Rots your mind? What are you talking about? You just answered my question. You just answered your own question. And that's the thing is that, I mean,